Good morning, everybody. Just wanted to make a quick announcement. We're going to get started in about 2 or 3 minutes, so please find your seats and we'll get started. Thank you.
That's not working either. Oh, okay, yeah. Okay, all right. Good morning, everybody. Order in court. Please have a seat. Well, good morning, everybody. It's good to see everybody here and survived a late night with Tim Ryan, which is always a great feature of our New Directions events around the country. Tim, Congresswoman, interviewed, or had a nice fireside chat with the governor last night. Unfortunately, couldn't be with us today, but he's always a lively presence at these events. I've been told that this looks like the UN here, the seating arrangement. To me, it's more like the Chinese Communist Party plenums, they have where everybody 100% vote for yes for whatever the leaders want. But we like an intimate room and we want everybody to participate. So that's why we're in this format. Look, we're really delighted, me and my PPI colleagues, to be in Michigan. We got a warm welcome from which we're very grateful from the governor last night and other Michigan leaders, the mayor, Mayor Shore and everybody else, and had a wonderful time meeting a really tremendous delegation of Michigan elected officials. So thank you all for showing up. You're the people that we're looking to help guide this party back to competitiveness. And want to offer a special thanks to Kristen Revette for joining us this morning, and we're also Hillary Schulten, who was instrumental in making this event happen, as he'll be joining us a little later this morning. Why we're here? Well, look, this is a third in a series of national conversations that PPI has been putting on, a kind of a road show to repair the party's damaged brand and ability to compete everywhere in the country. We're really tired of red and blue maps. We don't want to see that anymore. We've got to be able to compete all over the country. This is obviously an anxious moment for our country. President Trump is suffocating our economy with tariffs, corrupting federal law enforcement agencies, putting U.S. cities under military occupation, offending our best friends and allies around the world, and with the help of a spineless Republican Congress, flouting, making a mockery of the Constitution's separation of powers. So, every day you wake up to a new horror, and it just drives home to us how much, how serious a job we've got as a party to get in position to turn aside this right-wing populism and put the country back on a better course. The good news is Trump's antics have sparked a really fierce public backlash. They don't like his tariffs. They don't like what he's doing in our cities. They don't think he's handling the economy well. They don't think he's living up to his promise to look after working-class voters and to attend to cost of living and things like that. But the bad news is that his stumbles don't necessarily mean that our party has found its footing, because when you look at the party comparisons as opposed to Trump versus Democrats now, you see that trust in the party's hit historic lows, and across a whole range of issues that the voters define as the most important to them, with the exception of health care. Republicans tend to have very healthy leads. That's a structural problem that we've got to solve, and frankly, it won't be solved by a good midterm. We're all excited about the midterm, and it gives us a chance to, I think, a very good chance to win back the House. Who knows, maybe even the Senate will be in play. And if we do that, then we can put some really effective barriers up to Trump's chaotic misrule. But, at PPI, we're looking at more than just the next midterm. It's going to be a referendum on Trump, but as Tim Ryan said last night, it's not going to be a real choice election. That'll come in the 28th cycle, and we've got to be ready to build a large and lasting majority if we're going to break out of this terrible cycle of 50-50 tie ball game politics, where both parties are essentially minority parties up there 48-49%, and we keep ping-ponging back and forth, one side taking power and doing everything without regard to what the other side wants, and then that flips. That's getting us nowhere. We're sort of stuck in a political whirlpool as a country, and we got to break out of it. So that's sort of the big game that we're focused on. The repairing of the party brand starts with an honest reckoning of where we've gone wrong and how we've lost connection with average working families, people without college degrees, suburban moderates, independents, people living in small towns and countrysides. Michigan abounds in such peoples and such voters. It's a manufacturing powerhouse that's fallen on harder economic times in this century, really, when it's seen that its per capita income has tumbled in this century. So it's really emblematic, as ground zero, as we were saying last night, in this problem where of downward mobility, mass downward mobility for working class voters. They think that their leaders have forgotten them. Who can blame them? We're here to listen to Michigan leaders who are doing a good job, despite the fact that Trump has won the state twice. We have Michigan governor, we have 2 senators, we have a very strong congressional contingent, statewide leaders, the Senate. So this is a state where Democrats are doing, or succeeding and making contact with these voters and governing effectively here. So we want to learn from you all. That's why we're here. We're also here, though, to be honest, because the change the party needs is not happening in Washington. Our establishment there is sort of captive to all the groups, all the status quo forces in the party. And they're kind of content to manage a shrinking coalition. What we're talking about is finding the leaders who can, with cross-cutting appeal, who can build a much bigger coalition. And for that, we feel like we really have to get around the country and talk to successful Democrats. Now, as one of the original New Democrats, got a long history at this, plenty of arrows in the back. I know this, it's not easy to turn around a national party that's kind of been flailing. Political elites don't voluntarily surrender power. You have to kind of take it back from them. But we also know it can be done. The way to win back working class voters for a party that used to, for whom they were our base historically, is to show them we've heard them and that we've changed. And I think that these New Directions conversations can catalyze that change in three ways. First, by showing folks we understand where we've strayed from their concerns, and we're determined to put them back front and center in the party. Second, by generating new ideas that tell a new story about a new American story, as my friend Doug Ross likes to say, one that's forward-looking and optimistic and oriented around the economic aspirations and the moral sentiments of working middle-class families who think that Democrats are way too attentive to urban elites, to put it bluntly, highly educated professionals and urban elites. I'm very proud that a lot of my PPI colleagues are here today. They're really great thinkers, and they're going to put on the table lots of the kind of ideas we think can win us a new hearing among these voters. And then lastly, by spotlighting the rising generation of party leaders that we're meeting here in Michigan and are well-known in Washington, we want to support them. We want to identify candidates, and you're the majority makers, and we need to listen to what you're doing and follow your lead as we try to change this, turn this party around. Finally, a word about format. This is an open conversation. We try to keep speech making to a minimum. I'm going to stop violating. I'm going to stop violating that principle in 1 second, and say that everybody's invited to join in. And the way it's going to work is that we've got various subjects we want to go through, and we have moderators who are going to lead us in the discussion of them, and people who are they're going to call on certain people we've asked to make comments, lay some things on the table for discussion. They tend to be sitting down here, but they'll move around after they're done, and everybody can sit anywhere, and everybody's invited to jump in once we've gone through the people that we've asked to tee up the conversation. So just put your tents up or raise your hand if you want to get into the conversation once everybody's had a chance to be heard from. So without further ado, thank you all for being here, and I want to turn things over to Lindsay Lewis, my foxhole companion at PPI. He's a chief executive officer and unindicted co-conspirator in everything we do, and he's going to lead us in the first discussion, which is going to be kind of the political realities that we're facing as a party. So, Lindsay, over to you.
Thank you, Will, and just echoing a thank you to all the PPI staff here. If you guys don't know them, please meet them today. They get up every day and they think about how do we get working class voters to accept us again. I'm going to be very brief because we've got an incredible group of folks that are going to talk about where our party is and how, and we're going to fix it in the next hour. But I want the next hour to be about outcomes and not excuses. And let me use some numbers for you. Since 1996, and I use that because that was my first year working at the DCCC, up until now, Democrats have won 4 out of 8 presidential races, 4 out of 15 House elections, and 5 out of U.S. Senate elections. That is a terrible number. It's 2 to 1 Republicans are beating us, and it is a direct connection to what we describe at PPI as non-college grads, working class. They were 65% for Bill Clinton in '96, and we've never come back to that number. So to me, what everything we do at PPI is about those folks. And we'll hear from folks that know a lot more about current campaigning to me, but our issue is not knocking on more doors or a better digital campaign. It's what is our offer to those voters? What are we saying? Are they accepting and frankly believing what we're going to offer them? So I hope everybody engages in this conversation, not just today, but going forward. It's an important election. Democrats will do very well, but I think we will wake up in November and repeat Robert Redford and the candidate, and what do we do now? And I think we have to answer that between now and November, so we do sustain the majority that we probably will get in the House. I'm going to quickly turn it over to Claire. For the folks who don't know Claire, she's an amazing partner at PPI based in York, UK. And runs our center-left renewal project, trying to connect ideas around the globe because we're all facing the same voters, working-class voters that we've lost. And of course, she will be signing books later on the new working class, how to win hearts, minds, and votes that she wrote a couple of years ago that you guys should check out. But her and some of our other collaborators have done an amazing job doing focus groups across the U.S. With working class voters. She was a key part of Keir Starmer making the Labour Party in the UK once again appeal to working class voters in red seats in 18 months ago. Seems a lot longer. But Claire, I'm going to turn it over to you, and we'll go on.
Thank you very much, and thank you so much for having me here.
Mike's not on.
Here.
Oh, actually, yeah, no, that's fine. It just had a time delay. Great. Well, thank you so much, Lindsay, and thank you for welcoming me to Michigan. We're going to just kick off this morning by listening to a couple of groups of Michigan voters that we've spoken to recently. Let me just... Yeah, it does work. So there's not going to be lots of slides, but you'll be able to see them and hear them. As Lindsay said and Will said, all our work is focused on this reconnection of the political centre-left with working class voters. And I know the terms differ in different countries, but we're talking about non-college educated working Americans in this context. We've also been doing this kind of research in the USA across the last couple of years. We've done it in Germany, Australia, and the UK. And essentially, the challenge that the centre-left is facing here is the challenge that we're facing everywhere, which is this real deep disconnection with that vote, which has grown in size rather than shrunk in terms of the number of people we need to appeal to. So first of all, we're going to hear from some voters from Michigan. We spoke to voters in December. So let's get this playing.
Can I ask whether particularly the economy, but life in America in general at the moment, feels better or worse than a year ago when President Trump took over?
I would say worse.
Worse?
I'd say worse.
Worse.
Okay, so most people think worse. Sonia, you said worse. What makes you say that? Or what's the reasoning?
I mean, I voted for Trump, but I think he's got such an ego right now that he's more about Trump than working with the people.
Right.
It's just whatever he wants because he's trying to make his statement.
Right. Okay.
Yeah, I feel like Trump is trying to run this country, he doesn't want it to be a democracy. He wants it to be more of he's the ruler over all. He makes, all the rules, and this is what everybody should be living by, and that type of thing. I voted for him also, but the rhetoric that he spews is just becoming so hateful and toxic. It's making the United States of America very toxic.
Right.
I think that people, it's just, everybody's just clashing. Everybody's clashing. It's hard. People aren't getting along. This person is blaming me. I'm blaming them. And we're not going in the right direction.
Yeah.
As far as I'm concerned.
Okay.
Okay, so we're going to hear from some of the men now. And as I stressed, these were just two groups before we do a larger poll and further focus groups. So these are not intended to be representative of, the whole of the state. But these were all, we selected voters that had all voted for Trump the last election, but said that they were open to the Democrats in the future. So exactly the sort of people that we need to appeal to. So we asked the men this question. So what would be different if the Democrats were in charge?
Yeah, I was going to say there'd be no Doge. So there'd be no exposing the corruption and abuse and fraud. And dead people would still be collecting Social Security checks. And that they're discovering all this money that they can't trace, that Democrats put into place for these programs that nobody knows where the money's going. So I think, Doge exposed it, but the Democrats didn't want it to be exposed. So I think that's a big issue.
So this is just the kind of sum up really from all of the groups that we've done over the course of the last year, which essentially show to us that for a lot of the voters who voted for Trump, again, who are open to the Democrats, so winnable in our view voters, Trump's still getting quite a lot of the benefit of the doubt. In our group, there was a real gender divide. The women were much more hostile. I don't know if others have found this than the men, but as I say, it was only the two groups. His message of change still really resonates with them, even if they're disappointed with some of the results. And a lot of them were giving very mixed views on tariffs. But doubts are starting to emerge for those voters, particularly on the economy and his lack of focus on the cost of living. For the women, as you saw, the kind of ego and divisiveness, they felt that was really becoming a problem. And already, even in December, it was starting to come up that they felt that ICE was going too far. This quote, I love this quote from one of the women that we spoke to. Trump's really good with rallying the base, but when it comes to time to perform, that's when things change. He's like a businessman selling bad cars. You buy in, and it's 27% APR, and you had no idea what you signed on for. And she goes on to say, you might as well have bought a new car. So that kind of exemplified that approach. But in all of the groups we spoke to, then when we turned to views on the Democrats, they felt that the Democrats were still seen as weak. Democrat persistent vulnerabilities kept coming up. So we saw the quotes there from people who were talking about kind of overspending and government spending, or sending money overseas. But the real thing that comes up with Democrats, and you will know this, is that they feel the Democrats are obsessed with like what they would see as like niche social issues that don't represent their priorities or the views of ordinary Americans. And this voter said, Trump could solve world hunger and Democrats would still find a reason why it's bad. So all over those groups, the doubt and the opportunity is there for Democrats, but because of the weakness of the Democrat brand in a lot of their views, they're not saying that they are going to move to the Democrats just yet.
Thank you, Claire. That was wonderful. And I think we have the full focus group somewhere online.
Yep.
If you are bored on your flight home, you can download them. But I think what we just saw is voters that are upset with Trump. That's great. But what does the Democratic offer? And we are very lucky to have somebody who's leading on affordability, on healthcare, and many other issues join us. So I'm just going to ask a simple question, which is to Representative Kristen McDonald-Rivet. How do we win working class voters back?
This is like the first intelligence test of whether or not you have the right to be here. Okay. I just want to do maybe 2 minutes because I know there are a lot of people from Michigan in the room, but if you're not from Michigan, I want to explain my district. So I represent the city of Flint North. It is all of Genesee, Saginaw, Bay County, and half of Midland County. And this is a part of not just the state, but the country that if you looked into the 50s and even into the 60s, was the shining star of how to have one job and live a really good life in the middle class. I have more UAW members in my district than any other congressional district in the country. I'm watching Jasper Martis nod his head because he is my hometown hero. Jasper represents this area as well. So now, 70% of our jobs pay less than $60,000 a year. And when you really kind of wrap your head around what take-home pay looks like on 60 grand a year, and then think, well, you know, you want to have a child? Well, childcare is right around 14 grand, post-taxes, right? Buying a house, paying rising utility bills. You know, for the folks that are not from the Midwest, here's what we do for dinner in the wintertime. We buy a chuck roast, we throw it in a crock pot with some potatoes and some carrots, maybe a bay leaf and a little bit of wine, and that's what we eat, right? That's what we eat. Well, if you go to Meijer right now and buy a chuck roast, which honestly is a pretty shitty cut of meat, if you go and buy a chuck roast that will feed 3 people, it's going to cost you $25. Come back to that notion of take-home pay on 60 grand a year. And what we really have in my neck of the woods, and I would say that this is pretty true of most of these places that we used to win and don't anymore, people have a generational memory of what it used to be like. And, you know, my dad was a construction worker, and we were just raised like, look, just work. When I started my first job, my dad said to me, just work harder than everybody else and you'll be fine. But I talk to people all the time in my district that have 2, 3, 4 jobs. They're working really hard. They're working more hours than their parents and grandparents did, and they still are worried when they get to the end of the month because they can't pay all of their bills. And, you know, I just want to talk a little bit about men. There's a very special kind of shame and rage for a man who has to look at his 9-year-old son and say, you can't play Little League because we can't afford it. And we ignore that as a party pretty regularly. So, you know, I did this crazy thing and ran for Congress last year, 2 years ago, and I just want to start by saying I've never in my life until now had a job that so many people felt sorry for me. It's really great, Rebecca, though. Yeah, it's great. You know, we were able to run a campaign based on working class values. And we actually named that shame, and we named that rage, and we addressed it directly. And as a result, I outperformed Kamala Harris by 9. We had the largest margin for a non-incumbent in a Trump district in the country. And I just want to, you know, not to kick off and be controversial in any way, but just a little bit. I think if we view this next election exclusively as a referendum on Donald Trump, we are making potentially a catastrophic mistake. Because, thanks, Rebecca. Rebecca's like, woo, yeah. We have basically the same district. And by the way, everybody should write her a check. Our party meetings, our intellectual conversations, our gatherings, are places where Democrats talk about what we support, what we're going to put our energy behind, feels way more like a white woman's book club than it does a union hall. And, you know, we need to point out what is terrible about the policies that are coming in this administration. And here in Michigan, we have a Speaker of the House who's basically a less smart mini Trump. You know, we're going to see all these people lose their health care. We're seeing mass hunger. We're seeing what's happening in Minneapolis. I don't have to list them for you, and we need to talk about why that's bad. By the way, I almost never use the words Donald Trump in my district. Almost never. Because the villain has to be the policy in my district, not the president. Because if I think about, and I do every day, that 9% of the district that voted for both me and Donald Trump, the way that keeps them in the camp that gets us to the majority in the U.S. House is not by trying to convince them that they did something really stupid 2 years ago, right? It's, and I also don't think that, you know, if you tested the Democratic brand in my district, you would get really low numbers. But I don't think it's Democrats. I just think that they think all politicians are full of shit. I actually said that in one of my ads. But we stopped with big ideas. We became a party of defending social programs that barely work. I'm not talking about the nuance. We've litigated and relitigated this issue of transgender sports. I actually think that if we get to the base of what most people are thinking about, which is how do we get our wages up How do we think about who pays what taxes in this country? How do we make sure that everybody has health care? And by the way, our healthcare system right now does not work, right? That is how we start to bring people toward us, projecting this vision of a middle class, working class agenda that means their hard work equals success. And we've stopped putting forward big ideas. We used to be the party that owned the education issue. We owned the education issue. And now we have a really terrible public education system where most kids are graduating from high school without being able to do functional math and read at a level that they need to. That's just data. And we ignore that, and we let the Republicans draw us into this book bans and Moms for Liberty kind of stuff, and we've stopped talking about the importance of giving teachers the ability to teach and the fact that we're testing our kids to a point of oblivion where they can barely even learn anymore. I mean, if you think about it, you all agree with this, but we never say it. So I think it's really important that we think not just about how do we take the majority, particularly in the U.S. House, which is existential. we have to take control of the U.S. House. But we also have to think about 28 and 30 and think about durable majorities and look to people like Rebecca, Sarah Trone Garrett in Iowa. Y'all, we can win that seat in Iowa. We might be able to pick up 2 seats in Iowa. We have a chance at the Dakotas. We have, there are places that we can play, and this is the year that we have to get it right. So I've been working with a lot of people, and I'm the leadership in the New Dems, and I do some work with No Labels, and I'm a part of the Majority Dems that are trying, and everybody's in this place of how do we reposition the brand? I think we have to find a big proposal on education. One I'm putting forward is completely throwing away our current accountability system and our testing regime. I'll talk to you about it later, Doug. It'll be okay. Congressman Pat Ryan and I are working right now on a proposal of a 2-year national service that essentially brings forward what will be the equivalent of domestic GI Bill. That if you do this 2 years of service, you have access to free tuition or a down payment for a house. There are things that we can put forward, and it's okay that we don't have every little detail, that we don't have every little piece covered, that we don't have legislation ready to go and 4 white papers on it, stuck in our own way. But we have to say that what's happening now is not working. It is the rich are getting richer, and it's getting harder and harder for you. And here are some ideas that can call us back to our values as a country, what it means, what community means, what patriotism means, and what service means, feeling a little JFK dreamy about it. People are desperate for that, starved for hope and vision. And too often, I think we are in these places where we are so outraged by the multiple things this president is doing to essentially dismantle our country, that we are going to voters, we're going into our communities, and unrolling our anxiety, our worry, our sky is falling, and that is not a long-term plan for success. And the last thing that I would say, and then I'll start the conversation, I think when we're talking about working class voters, we have to get our ideas from working class voters. We have to be okay to hold political meetings in the corner bar, buy everybody a beer. Rebecca, you do that, don't you? Yeah, me too. In Republican areas, by the way. And just, I know you all know this, but I'm going to do this anyway. Raise your hand if you have a college degree. Most of America doesn't. And very few of the people we're talking about do. And in a room like this, where none of us live that life, some of us have lived that life, this is not where we develop those big ideas. Those big ideas are developed at a corner store, or a corner bar, sorry, not a store. Josh Riley, who is an amazing, amazing member of Congress, freshman, represents part of the Hudson Valley. He's also in a Trump district. Josh, on Saturday mornings, goes to the Home Depot. He stops people, introduces himself as their representative in Congress, and asks them how they're doing. This is how we do things. It's not the perfect commercial, not the perfect spokesman, although the perfect commercial always helps. But we actually have to create room at the table and make real space, real voice for working people, for men in our party. And I think that's how we have durable majorities.
Thank you, Congresswoman, and we'll come back and engage you in this conversation in a minute, but you won a working class district last year, or almost 2 years ago now, and you were part of a class.
Just seems like 7.
Yeah, exactly. Of elected officials across the Midwest and the Heartland that won working class districts, and we're lucky to have Robin Johnson here, who wrote an amazing report about these folks, including the Congresswoman's victory. But Robin, I'm going to turn it over to you and talk about that report, but also talk about what did you learn about who these candidates were and how we go forward.
Yes, thank you, Will, and PPI for having me here today. I really appreciate the opportunity to talk about the work I've been involved with. I've been a good friend and advisor to former Congresswoman Sherry Bustos, who served 10 years in a district I live in. It's a rural working class district, and she was able to win by having a strong economic message and working hard. After the Trump election, we decided to collaborate on some research focused on the Midwest region on how people win, Democrats who win these tough districts. We started in rural areas. There's none of them left, hardly any. We then wrote a report on Democrats who win Trump districts. Representative Whitwer contributed to that. Our latest one is Democrats who win working class districts, defined as those districts which with more working class voters, and Representative Andrews contributed to that. Very appreciative, and Congresswoman Rivet. Sherry and I have worked together on this, and we felt like our first report we wrote up. The next two, we just let people put in their own words. How do they win working class voters, and what advice they have for the party? It's been frustrating because we feel like the work's been very valuable. Our party has a tendency to listen to everybody but people that win. It's like asking the owners organization of the White Sox how to win a World Series instead of the Dodgers. Serious. I spoke with former Missouri Governor Jay Nixon this week. He won 2 terms in Missouri. He was term limited out in 2016. I said, Governor, has anybody ever reached out to you how you won? No. He won 42 counties in Missouri, rural counties, including rural counties. That's our problem. We don't reach out to people who are successful. And what Sherry and I did in the last 2 reports, again, was aggregate all these voices. We wrote a brief introduction, but we made clear we're trying to aggregate the voices that actually win, because members of Congress have an amazing story to tell, but there's a lot of people at the state legislative level that are doing heroic work to win their districts. How do they do it? Hard work. They knock doors every year, year-round, and they listen. I thought it was interesting listening to the governor last night talk about her slogan, fix the damn roads. One of the things I've learned over the years is I think the party leans way too much on consultants. I hope I don't offend anybody here, but I have people come to me and say, how should we go out and talk to working class voters? We'll go knock 500 doors, listen to what they say, more importantly, how they say it. We poll test language put together by people with degrees, and we don't really go out and listen to people. I live in a real rural area. It's an Obama-Trump county. My neighbor is a MAGA-toting, gun-toting Republican. He's watching over my house right now. We're friends. I listen to him, have a beer with him. We don't talk politics. But I feel like we need to get out and listen to people more. Again, what they say and how they say it. I just think, we're debating continuing our work just because we feel that quite frankly, I'll say it, Sherry would probably be more diplomatic. I'm not sure the national party's interested in this. I get the feeling sometimes that national leaders would rather not deal with working class voters, that they're happy just trying to get through with the educated voters, the big donors, the cultural liberals, to get by. And it may work, and we may win the House back this next time. We probably will. But as the Congresswoman said, for lasting majorities, not going to work. We've got to figure out a way to get back and win more working class voters. And the thing is, it's not going to take a lot. It's 2 or 3% could flip. We could have flipped Iowa 1 with Bohannon with just a little bit, and she fell short. So I guess I would just, Tom Vilsack, I also host a radio show in the Quad Cities, and Tom Vilsack told me one time, we can turn this around, but it's going to be bottom up and it's going to take time. I don't feel like we've even started yet, and that was 10 years ago. So I don't think it would take a big investment. It's not going to be TV ads. It's going to be hard work, knocking doors, and staying in touch and making neighbors, local people, the face of the party rather than people in Washington. That's where it's going to start. We need to invest more in rural radio. I was talking to several people last night. You can drive across the country and hear the same message on AM radio by conservative talk radio reinforced. We're not even competing. We go buy some ads two months before an election and think that's going to even out. There's a communications war that's got to be waged as well. And it's not that expensive. It's not as expensive as TV ads and fancy Facebook. I mean, too many candidates just want to post stuff on Facebook and think that's going to work. I think that's all. I can go on, but in the interest of time. Again, I want to thank the people that have helped on this. We want to keep the work going, but again, for the Congresswoman, but again, the state legislators are important. They get overlooked a lot. There's a lot of people, again, doing heroic work at that level to win these tough districts, and it's not easy. So I would look to them. Our reports, again, allow them to describe this in their words, not ours, their words. We wrote a brief introduction aggregating things, but I shared that with Will, and I hope people that are interested in this will take a look, because again, they won, and they know what the keys to success are. Again, thank you very much, Will.
Thank you, Robin. And anybody that wants to actually see the report, just ask Robin or ask the PPI staff, or we can make sure you get it. So these conversations are, all about, how do we change the party? How do we make a difference? And it's come up several times about the DC inside the Beltway is not going to be the answer to the party. So we're lucky to have somebody who comes from Ohio that has, if you don't know Greg, you should look him up. He's got a great history of winning elections in the heartland and winning working class voters. But we're going to win the House in November, maybe the Senate. How do we sustain that, Greg?
Yeah, and this is the one room you don't want to mention the Ohio. Any part of the Midwest you can. But I did grow up in the Cleveland area. I went to the Ohio State University, so I know there's some Wolverines here.
Go green.
I'm fine with green. The blue is the. And Biden used to have a saying, an expert is someone from out of town with a briefcase. So I didn't bring a briefcase. So all politics is local, and I've been in DC since 2013, having run the Obama re-elect, and then I was with Biden. I make it clear to note pre-2021. I think I get asked a lot about Democrats have a brand problem. I say actually, Democrats in the coasts and Democrats in DC and Democrats in leadership have a brand problem. I said I can point to 100 new Dems who have an amazing brand. So the problem is the party allows the woke brand, I'll just use that word because it's the easiest word to use, woke brand to cover the actual great brand of the Democrats in this room. And I want to go through some structural problems that I think what rooms like this can do is we can call these out vocally, because the reality is we are run by the elite. I'm in rooms with different groups, and I'll mention I'm from Ohio, and I went to Ohio State, and literally people kind of look down. They've never been to the Midwest. They've never been to Chicago. They really don't have an appreciation. I think, Robin, you're right. I think a lot of the Democratic groups in DC would love if white guys just went somewhere else. Now, the reality is electorally, you'll never win the Senate or the presidency again if you allow that to happen. So I just want to list off a few things that I think we need to be addressing. First is we need to push back on this word base. And I'm going to spend a minute talking about language because it's super important. When Chuck Schumer, Senator Schumer's office said they were talking to the base about the shutdown and they mentioned MoveOn, MoveOn was an email list that's now 20 years old. The base of the Democratic Party is probably, if I had to describe that in one person, the base of the Democratic Party is probably a 58-year-old single black woman in Michigan. That's probably actually the base of the Democratic Party. When you ask reporters or political elite in Washington, D.C. what the base is, they'll say it's a recent grad from Columbia who's active in the Sunrise Movement. And they generally do, but you read all of these articles, and it's like the Democrats are doing this because of the base. And when we misuse the word base, when we actually mean activists, we end up with a whole bunch of policies, languages, messengers that actually hurt the actual base. So I've been very purposeful when I'm talking with reporters. They will say, well, what does the base need? The base needs higher wages and lower healthcare costs. What is the, and this isn't meant to be a speech, but when reporters and when DC talks about base, they're like, well, what's Biden's policies on implementing a rural broadband so that you have to check 75 boxes before you can build anything? So I think one is we have to call out there's a difference between base and activists. And every time a reporter tries to use the word base, we correct them and say, no, activists. This party is run by the Ivy Leagues. It really is run by the Ivy Leagues. And that you cannot find, this is why I actually get along with Wolverines in DC, because there's not enough state schoolers in Democratic politics at these senior levels, let alone people who actually didn't go to college like most Americans. We have a management culture at the national level that would end up in lawsuits if they happen in corporate America. From the White House, and I won't mention DNC specifically, well, I'll mention DNC. Over the years, these groups are run by bad managers with bad cultures who basically weed out good working Midwesterners who are working in politics because it sucks to work in that environment. And these are all things that what's in our power is to actually call out bad manager, bad management, abusive management. Literally some of the management, I know there's people here who work in the White House and I'm not referencing them, but there were leaders that treat people poorly. And we can't be the party of people if we're going to treat the people that work with us as horribly as we do. We have what I like to call the misalignment. This goes back to the base versus the activists. We have created the incentives in Washington to respond to the activist groups and not the electorate. There is a fear among a lot of the pragmatic middle in Congress, and certainly correct me if I'm wrong on this, that to do the right thing and say the right thing, transgender in sports, what Seth Moulton said, Congressman Moulton from Massachusetts, said something that I looked up the polling, but 80% of Americans agree with the statement that, yeah, if I had a daughter, I'd be concerned about her safety playing with transgendered athletes. That was his statement. He got eviscerated everywhere for saying something that 80% of America agreed with. And guess how many Democrats said, no, what he said was right? None. Now, I don't fault them because there is not an incentive, or they do not believe there's an incentive to speak up, but there is an electoral incentive to call out this BS, but we have an infrastructure incentive to cater and to kowtow to the groups because we don't want to be harassed, and they do. You want to talk about a litigious group? The left. They will sue everybody. And I understand why there is a fear, but I think as more people of sensibility will call out their actions, I think will get stronger. And this is where, when I ran the Biden primary in 2020, I thought we had proved a point when in the Democratic primary, he called out language and policies of Democrats that were not constructive to where America should lead. In the Democratic primary, now, of course, he won the primary and then moved to the left and in some ways governed to the left despite having some major accomplishments. But there is actually an electoral incentive in a Democratic presidential primary to call out the left, and you almost never see it. And I think if more people understand, and it's not doing it in a demonizing way, but you can simply respect Elizabeth Warren, and she loves this country, but the language she used in this example is harmful to making progress with people we care about. Another example is she has a policy she wants to enforce, and where it has been implemented, it doesn't work. So you can criticize, and I'm not saying we should ever be like MAGA, and we shouldn't be like the left, but we have to be able to call out and distance ourselves from bad ideas. I think it's always best when you can tell people who you are, but if you can't tell people who you are, then tell them who you are not. And I think we Democrats would gain a lot in saying, listen, like, that far left, again, the politics and language is a little bit too far for me. That alone is going to move more of the American minds. It's like they may not know what you stand for, but they know what you're maybe stand against, and that already begins to define Democrats in a much more healthy way. I think one of the other things I want to mention is donors. We're very grateful for any donors in the room because it's very important. And there's a lot of donors who make a lot of money, I don't know how, and then they spend it in a lot of really bad ways. There are so many great things happening across this country that just need resources and scale. I can look at the chairman, he'd probably say he's got 6 programs that are working really well, and they need money to scale it. And yet, national donors that live on coasts that's never even been to Chicago are like, shiny PowerPoint that mentions college campuses and like LGBT, here's $1 million. And I'm not trying to be glib, but like literally what we fund doesn't actually help us win elections. And Republicans are very disciplined and they make generational investments. And the Heritage, we have this Project 2029 being organized by people who had the last 4 years to try to implement things and somehow are now writing 2029. But Heritage was able to do what they did because they've been around for decades. And they had people and policies for decades. And that takes donors that have a time horizon past September, October, and November. And so one of the things is you had the Democracy Alliance started in a very helpful way in 2004 to strategically align donors after the losses in 2000 and 2004. And what unfortunately happened is year by year, the Donor Alliance began to fund efforts that bought into the concept that we just need to turn out more voters. And by turn out more voters, we mean black voters, young voters. We then created investments and organizations which actually I think contribute to our loss. I know these Republicans want to go after George Soros. If I'm a Republican, I want every dollar George Soros spends, I think makes it more likely Democrats lose. So if I'm a Republican, I'm not touching Soros because he funds indirectly, and we can get into that later, organizations that literally drive this narrative that Democrats are woken to the left. And so my hope is that we have a rebirth of a Democracy Alliance that is a strategic alliance that thinks about how we invest in generational investments in staffing, in policies, in people. And then I want to just end on like the political industrial complex. Democrats are amazing innovators until they get big and turn into monopolies. If you look at 2008, 2012, 2004, I can go back for some of like the field kind of nerds where you kind of went from micro-targeting to analytics to predictive modeling. And we innovate, and then people leave presidential campaigns, they start companies, and then they stop innovating. We have this voter file, which used to be cutting edge, and now it's owned by some foreign entity, and the parts are falling apart. And we've got no long-term plan to actually invest and to build something bigger. And part of it is because, and I'm not faulting capitalism, but people get experience in campaigns, start something, get bigger, and then just stop innovating. And so we need to actually reinvest in an ecosystem of innovation. It's not always like data and analytics and tech, but there is a lot to be said about that. And so I've said enough, but thank you.
Greg, thank you. And we're all in politics, so if you want to read between the lines, Greg's offering to start a new Democracy Alliance for the rest of us. But I think part of these conversations we've had over the last 30, 40 minutes, you know, a key part of this, again, and this is what PPI does, is you change the perception of our party by the policies you focus on. And we've been lucky, I've been lucky enough to work with Pete Brodnitz over the last 15 years. And when we do polling with him, it's not about should we talk about policies for our babies instead of our kids. It's about what is the actual policy and how do we win. For those folks who don't know Pete, he was a big part of turning Virginia from purple to essentially blue, and has worked for some great working class candidates, not just in the U.S., but globally. But Pete, give you a few minutes to chat.
Oh, here we go. So I think I can keep this brief because what I'd mainly like to do is to echo things that the Congresswoman said earlier because they touch on things I was going to talk about. And so I just want to make sure to amplify them. So I'm going to characterize some of the things that you've said, and you can correct me if I'm wrong. First of all, everybody says this election is about affordability. Let's all talk about affordability. Let's talk about the cost of rent and so forth. I didn't hear you say that. What I heard you talk about was a fundamental problem in the economy. That it's not just about today's affordability issues, that there's a longer-term economic issue, and that Democrats need to grapple with that. So if that's true, I want to emphasize it, because there's a fundamental problem. When we talk about the Democratic brand, the biggest problem with the brand, I believe, is that we are not trusted when it comes to the economy. Even when the Republicans are in the condition that they're in today, and they're blowing it. The tariffs are frightening people, and they're expensive, and some people stick with the president because they think that long-term this is going to restore great manufacturing in America. So that's why some of the people stay with him, I believe. But even those people will say it's making life more expensive. So despite all that, we're still not trusted. And part of it is, the Congresswoman, you mentioned big ideas, which I completely agree with. I think it often gets translated into expensive ideas when that happens in the Democratic side. And that's part of our brand problem, too, when it comes to the economy. Because, and you see this coming out of congressional offices all the time. So if this is or other legislative offices, is if a member does something, that the headline of the press release that announces the thing usually emphasizes how much it costs. So rather than say, we got a road, we got a bridge, we got a civic center, whatever it was, it'll say, we got $13 million, we got $50 million. Counterproductive. Counterproductive. That's actually not the appealing part for a voter. That's the part that makes a voter wonder whether or not it was a good idea or not, as opposed to, look, we actually did something constructive for you. So there's a much bigger discussion about the economy, which we don't have to get into, but I will say there's an opportunity for Democrats because the Republican approach on the economy has been supply side for decades, like the issue of heritage being around forever. They've had one story that they tell voters for decades, which is lower taxes, lower regulation, get out of the way, and Americans will do great things. And if you ask a voter in a focus group, I'm sure Claire has probably seen this, voters will tell you that is what the Republican approach is. If you ask what our approach is, you get nothing good. You get the things that Claire was referring to about how we just spend a lot of money. And other than that, it's really incoherent. And if you listen to the kinds of big ideas that come out of our side, usually they're not big ideas that make the economy better. What they are is things that treat Americans, I believe, as victims and say we're going to help address the pain that you're going through because you're struggling, you're being victimized, the global corporations are being terrible to you, and you're being gouged. We treat Americans like victims, because that goes to the other point that the Congresswoman made, which I think is really interesting and critical. I emphasize this all the time, a variation on it, which is people talk about, is our problem, or ask, is the problem cultural, or is the problem something else like economic? And I think it's the same thing. Lindsay mentioned, I'll do work internationally. So, and Claire can correct me if you're seeing something different, because Claire's also done this stuff all over the world. My impression of Americans is that this is the only country where in a focus group, if I ask people, tell me about yourself, they're most likely to tell you about what they do for a living. They'll tell you about their work, because their work is their identity, because that's our culture. And so this pride issue that the Congresswoman talked about, which is men in the 9-year-old son and not being able to go to Little League because of the cost, the culture and economic are the same thing. And I think we really blow it by not appreciating that culture and economic are the same thing. So when we call people struggling and we treat people like they're victims, we're violating their sense of self-image. I actually saw this for me, the epiphany came a long time ago. It was when Al Gore was running for president. We were doing focus groups in New Jersey where people are very forthcoming about what they really believe. I'm originally from New Jersey. So people were being asked about Al Gore's message, which was people versus the powerful. And we're asking in focus groups, who are the people who are being protected against the powerful? And their response was, F Al Gore, I'm not a victim. Maybe young kids are victims. Maybe elderly need someone to protect them. I don't need anyone to protect me. And we've been doing a version of the people versus the powerful kind of message where the American people, I think, are characterized as victims in a struggle between powerful interest and everybody else. And I think we're violating people's sense of self-image. People's sense of self-image is, I'm a hardworking person, I just need a shot. If I can get the opportunity to work hard, I'm going to be able to do well. That does not mean don't address areas where people actually are being victimized. I personally think that we make a giant mistake by being anti-company instead of being pro-consumer, because pro-consumer is the thing that actually helps people. Saying the Ticketmaster shouldn't hit you with hidden charges, or that your insurance company shouldn't rip you off, or you shouldn't be denied health care that you're legitimately eligible to get, terrific. But that doesn't mean that writ large, you're the victim of a conspiracy by companies. And taking that position makes it a lot harder for us to offer an economic argument, because people's ultimate aspiration is get a good job. Ideally, I get the good job because I start a business on my own, but I also would be very happy if I got a job with one of the big automakers. And I'd be really happy if they did well. And by the way, if one of the big companies goes under, like I'm just looking at a litany of announcements in recent days, like Harley Davidson closing up a bunch of shops. No one is cheering about this. Jim Beam stopping production. No one is cheering about this. If corporate America really was the best villain, and again, Congressman, you said the opposite. I think, but a lot of the counsel within the Democratic Party is that we should treat big companies as villains, and I think it's completely backwards when it comes to how people think about their own lives. So the final thing I'll leave with is, if you actually try and create an alternative, so the Republicans have had this supply side thing, but Donald Trump has blown it up. Because tariffs are not supply side, taking a stake in companies is not supply side. So they've created a giant opening for us because they've undermined their own brand. So this is an opportunity for us. This is the big picture thing. It's an opportunity for us to say, their brand is incoherent right now. Here's our brand. So the final thought I will say is, and I've been bringing this up for many, many years, when I talk to voters about what a competing idea is that is just as good or better than supply side, one thing often comes up, which is that the secret sauce in the American economy isn't the tax code and it's not regulations. It's the American people and our work ethic and our ingenuity. So if we make sure that people have the opportunity to get the skills that they need to get ahead and start the small business that they want to start, then something great will happen. The next Under Armour will happen, the next Apple will happen, the next small business that's successful in my hometown will happen. So what that means is, the Republican argument is supply side, and the Democratic argument, which could be really successful, is human capital, although you'd never say it that way. But it's saying people are the heart of it, and training is the heart of it. So the closing thought on that is, if you just looked at that special election in Texas, 14th, so that got a lot of attention. Isn't it amazing? Working class guy wins a Texas seat in Fort Worth, which is amazing. But when he was asked what his message was, he said putting vocational education back in schools. Gets no attention. And the reason why it gets no attention is because our party thinks it's boring. And I know this because I've been told this. Because every time I bring it up and every time we test it, including PPI, we've taken several whacks at this. Anytime we do anything I just did it in another state because we started off the cycle talking about what our message was, and the entire team jumped on saying, well, why don't we make it about going after the big billionaires and corporate interests? And I have to point out that this state happens to have a lot of Fortune 500 and Fortune 100 companies that people really like. So we tested it. And sure, there's a lot of populism, but the idea of saying that actually what we need to do is to make sure that people have access to training, not college loan forgiveness, but training so that the majority of Americans who don't want a college can actually get the skills they need to apply their ingenuity, their work ethic. So the final thing is, New York Times did a poll, and they asked a bunch of questions about affordability and what is affordability and what is not affordable. So the thing that gets a lot of attention these days, I don't have it in front of me, the thing that gets a lot of attention these days is obviously healthcare cost. And that was one of the things where people said it's becoming unaffordable. But the one that was actually just as high, it's actually slightly higher, was education. Gets zero attention because it's boring, except when you talk to voters. When you talk to voters, they say, that's my future. That's the thing that's cultural, it's economic, that's how you actually have a good economy. So I'm not saying affordability is not an issue, it is, but that's short-term, that's not long-term, Brand. Anyway, that's what I've got.
Thank you, Pete. I'm going to add a little bit on to that. I was bored a couple weeks ago at home and ran through the closing speeches or closing rallies of the 96 presidential, the 2008 presidential, and the 2024 presidential. This is about your victimhood. 96 and 2008, ChatGPT said that 65 to 70% of what Clinton and Obama said was aspirational about what I'm going to do to help you as a working class person. For Harris, it was 70% of what Republicans were going to do to you if they win. And I think that this is why we need an agenda for our party, and thankfully we have a congresswoman that people will grasp on to the aspirational positive agenda, which we're going to need after November. So we're not just focused about the crazy guy, Trump. For those folks who don't know, we have an amazing team at PPI that does political and grassroots and government relations, led by Stu Malik. And Stu spends a lot of time with two caucuses on the Hill, the New Dems and the Blue Dogs. And I spent time recently with some candidates that are running under those banners. But Stu, I wanted to quickly ask you, and then we're going to open up to everybody, so please feel free to join. But what are you seeing about some of the new candidates that are running for under the Blue Dogs and New Dems for Congress?
Well, thanks, Lindsay. I think it's a lot of what we've kind of talked about. I mean, and I know, Rebecca Cook is endorsed by the Blue Dogs. I'm sure she has thoughts. And Mari, I know you're working with a bunch of candidates too. And the state reps who are winning in tough districts here all have thoughts on this too. But, it's resonating with their constituents culturally. People who look and talk like them, that's often so overlooked. It's not a DC insider who's been working in politics for 10 years who's moved back to the district, but it's someone who has grown up in that district, who understands that district, deep understanding of the local issues, and isn't afraid to buck the national party when local issues don't line up with what the national party is looking for. But most importantly, I think it's just reorienting the offer to the kitchen table issues that actually matter to people. Like Claire said in her focus groups, so many voters have this idea that we're obsessed with niche social issues, and it's walking that line. It's not abandoning our values. It's not throwing certain communities under the bus. It's not saying to the trans community that we don't support them, or the LGBT community, or whatever it is. But it's just talking about the issues that matter to people first and foremost. If they think we're spending 90% of our time talking about niche social issues and not the issues that matter, they're not going to give us any credibility when it comes to the economy and affordability issues. So it's just changing the way we talk and reprioritizing how we reach out to people. And this is, what's working in red places. Blue Dogs and New Dems are winning in Trump districts. Progressive caucus members are not. Like, the proof is in the pudding. Robin Johnson's report outlines that perfectly. So, what we need is the national party that understands this. So we need to keep encouraging that and, push back against the progressive activist groups who tear down candidates who are winning in these tough places.
Thanks, Stu. So we've heard some from an incredible group of folks, but I wanted to go back to the Congresswoman and get her reactions to some of these conversations and any advice you want to give on how we go forward, not just over the next 7 months, but post-November.
Yep, got it. Okay. So there's a thing that we really haven't talked about yet, and that is we've hinted at it, but this juxtaposition of money in campaigns and how that pushes on the agendas we take up. When I ran in 24, I'm going slow because it really does feel like every week last 7 years, so I'm just losing my sense of time. But, we raised $6.5 million through our candidate committee. Oh, wait. This year, that number is 11 million. That's what this race is going to cost, and that's not independent expenditures. That's not HMP coming in. That's $11 million. And there was a new website launched this week by the Majority Democrats. I'm the vice chair of Majority Dems. The website's called Questionable, and it starts to expose Democratic interest groups that force these candidate questionnaires on candidates in order to receive endorsements and financial support that require them to take far left stances on things that often have nothing to do with the core mission of that organization. And so the idea is to expose it, but also to start to create some consensus among those of us that are having to fill these out, that we're not going to do it anymore. Because we are our own worst enemy. I think that we saw that the best example is I don't remember who put the questionnaire out that forced Kamala Harris into a very extreme position on trans rights. I do want to say as an aside, I do not think we have to throw our trans friends under the bus in order to win in working class districts. But we can't allow the Republicans to continually force us to play and fight on the issues they want to talk about. That is the core issue. But I think we have to do everything that everybody has talked about. I also think that corruption, if we're going to talk about Donald Trump, we need to talk and use his name, then let's use it in the bold evidence of corruption that is coming out of this administration over and over and over again. But we also have to point our fingers at our own party and point out that we've had Democratic control. We've had a trifecta in Washington and never have passed a ban on stock trading by members of Congress. Right? There's Rahm Emanuel just put out a proposal that I think is super interesting that puts a cap on you can't serve in Congress after the age of 75. I mean, come on. Judges are 65. Why is that controversial? Just, go enjoy your retirement. So there's just these practical things that I think that we can put forward. And then I do think that the DNC is a complete unmitigated mess.
I will triple and second that. I do think a big missing part of an agenda, and PPI needs to figure this out with others in this room, is what is our reform agenda? What is our political reform offer to voters that's not just focused on Trump?
I think we have it. In fact, I did an editorial in the Detroit Free Press about this. It's a ban on stock trading. It's an enforceable code of ethics for the Supreme Court. It is a policy of a conflict of interest policy for the federal government and the White House. We don't actually have to come up with it. It's there because we've gotten in the habit of introducing things we have no intention of passing so we can talk about them in election years. But we actually, I think, can get these things passed and they feel common sense to people. You can just point to the massive growth of the personal wealth of justices in the Supreme Court, the president and his cabinet. It's in the billions. This is January, right? There are obvious things that we can do, and I don't want us to get lost in a idea brainstorm, which we do, and then we try to roll something out at the end of September. We've got it. It's already there.
Yeah, and we got to push it. And as somebody who cares deeply about working class folks, you're not going to run for office if you have to raise $10 million.
It's not great. It's not great.
It's hard.
I mean, that's a Citizens United issue. We all know that. What's staggering to me, Curtis Hertel talked me into running for the state Senate 3 years ago. So I did a little bit of that and then jumped into Congress. I've been in elected partisan office for 3 years. I actually think that's a strength. But what I was really astonished is that there is no strategy to end Citizens United. There is no strategy. The Republicans would have a strategy. In fact, they did. That's how we got Citizens United.
Right.
Why don't we have a strategy on that? That's just crazy. But it's also, as we think about, yeah, we're probably going to get control of the U.S. House. We got to be careful. There's lots of reasons to worry about that, but we're probably going to. But my push on leadership in Washington is, what are the first 10 bills that are going to leave the House in the first 100 days that do something substantial for working families? Because if we follow the course we're taking right now, that is going to be led by Jasmine Crockett and the Progressive Caucus, and we're going to go straight at a giant reach for Medicare for all.
Right.
Massive mistake, right? But I don't see the push or the rolling movement across the country, which is what it should look like, that says here are the things that have to bring immediate relief from people who are afraid, for people who cannot pay their bills because of a lot of things that we have done in Washington and Lansing. And that seems to me to be so common sense, and it's, I think I mention it to leadership every week. But the ideas are there, but I'm very concerned about the progressive left takeover of kind of the governing in Lansing and Washington.
That's why we're here. So I want to open it up to questions, and just one depressing note. In 1992, the average house seat cost $260,000. And that's not that long ago.
The fact that it doubled from last cycle is alarming.
Yeah.
We're talking about U.S. Senate races that are, their raises, they're talking about North Carolina, $100 million. Do you know how many kids we could put into Head Start for what we're going to spend on elections next year? And it is, the industrial complex of, the political industrial complex also has a lot to do with that, for sure.
So please, folks, just, Doug, you want to just tell folks who you are?
Great. Doug Ross, I'm, I have to be careful, political activist in Michigan. Right. And I might take a little bit of issue with the 75-year cap, but that's a separate conversation. I'm curious to know what people think in terms of our broader strategy. Michigan, after World War II, the Democrats had a pretty good run. They created a liberal labor coalition with Walter Reuther bringing the union into the party, and then a group which ultimately involved Soapy Williams, who was six-time governor, representing basically an Ivy League liberal perspective. And when you look at the New Deal and the Great Society, we were in much more difficult coalitions, right? The Northern liberals and Southern white supremacists. And we actually got a lot done in both of those eras. Unfortunately, black people paid a price for the compromise. And DLC, at least as I look at it, we never created a coalition with the left part of the party. We were somehow able, because we had a candidate who actually thought he could win, not that we did, we thought it was a way to preview all of these ideas. We sort of beat it, but then didn't really create anything enduring for the party afterwards. So the question is, and I don't know the answer, are we looking to create, since the unions have declined in terms of their voice, are we looking to create the working class part of the Democratic coalition, which in turn works to come to some kind of understanding with the parts that we're unlikely to convert, but probably still need to win? Or do we think we can defeat them and have our ideas become the Democratic Party and say to some of the far left, create a third party, do what you want, we don't have a place for you? And I'm curious to get what, because we need to ultimately figure that out. What's our macro strategy with respect to the Democrats?
Is it on now? Sorry about that, guys. But Greg, do you want to jump in and talk about what is the 2026 Democratic Coalition?
Oh, I can't talk 26. That
Or
die is
28?
fast. So, so I'm gonna quote my grandma who passed away years ago, but she was born in Czechoslovakia, moved here when she was 9 because of the foundries in Cleveland. And my grandpa's a UAW, the kind of classic Cleveland story. And my grandma, we weren't like a political family. My family voted, but I don't even remember the context. But my grandma would say, she'd be like, Gregory, she would say, Republicans are for the rich, Democrats are for everyone else, we're not rich. Literally. And so like my upbringing, I felt I was a Democrat because we weren't rich. I can't, with a straight face, say the Democratic Party are for people who aren't rich. We're not. So for me, I think there is a segment, a large proportion of the left, which are economic populists that really want what we all want. And we can work with them. I do think there's a fraction, I'll just quote, like if you remember the Sunrise Movement, for example, like if you chain yourself to a desk for Pelosi because you don't pass the Green New Deal, we're not going to get them, and I think that's okay. But I think under the economic populism, there's a large amount of the left. And Bernie Sanders and AOC, I think deserves a lot of credit for how she's been navigating her both public comments and my understanding of how she's actually trying to be a legislator. So I think a lot of the left who wants to make noise, we're never going to get. The left who wants to have a life that is less hard, meaning costs are down, wages are up, we can get. And that should be our goal.
So can I push on that a little bit? I understand your frustration completely. This idea, and that's, I mean, I grew up in a Reagan Democrat household. You know, my parents voted Republican and Democratic. We are still the party that is for everybody else. And I know that it doesn't often feel that way, particularly in rooms like this where we're dissecting and analyzing. But we are the party that is fighting to raise the minimum wage. We are the party that is funding for, that wants to make sure that everybody has health insurance. We are the party who stands up for workers' rights and the right to organize in unions. This is who we are. If you are a firefighter or a police officer, the person who's going to vote to save your pension is a Democrat. And that is almost universally true. And it's like we decided not to talk about that anymore. And it's actually where we all agree on somewhere between 60 and 80% of our agenda. And I think that the reason, you know, yes, like all the things that we've said today about donors and questionnaires and, you know, all of these things, that is all still true, but it's still just the 20% that divides us. And I think it's really important that we're changing our frame internally in how we think about these things, that it's kind of us versus the progressives and that we have to attack one another. And, you know, that's really super concerning. Like we can't be eating our young. But I believe that the reason why it feels so separate is because we don't have a concrete vision in that 60 to 80% we agree on that people can rally around. And you build a coalition around a why. And we have stopped articulating our why. So when everybody's like, yeah, I buy into that. No, I don't. Everybody needs health care. This is a way to do it. This is a way to do it. This is a way to do it. But everybody needs health care. Let's start talking about that rather than the 20% of it that we disagree on how to get there. And that's where leadership is important. That's what we need to expect of our leaders, both in our local communities, in the state legislature, in Congress, and also within our state parties. I see Curtis moving his microphone up.
We all figured that out. That's great. I think you're actually both right, in a sense. I mean, I think that there's a reality that, well... That's such a party chair thing. Yeah. No, but it's just interesting because I agree with you that we are that party. I agree with you that a lot of people that are in those situations don't actually believe we're in that party, and that's part of the problem, right? And, you know, I always... There's a line in the movie American President that if you don't give people water, they'll drink sand. Trump is sand, he is bullshit and blame, but we got to give people water. And I think that's what you're talking about, actually trying to find solutions for people. I think the other problem is that we, frankly, have to start showing a little more grace. Democrats would rather be right than win. And that is a major problem, I think, in both our base, or whatever version of our base you want to call it, but also among all of us. We don't respect working people, which is why quite often they don't like us because they don't, I think about coal miners, people that went down inside of the earth, risked their lives and their health to light the world, and we celebrated as their lives got worse. As coal went away, we didn't say we're going to be the people that come in there and protect you. We celebrated in both coasts their lives getting worse every single day. And to me, we have got to be a party that gives those people a path forward and talks about their lives getting better. I mean, I understand the idea of not talking about corporations, but we do, or not victimhood, but let's be real. This generation is the slowest generation in American history to buy a car, to buy a house, to start a family. It is a broken system for them. And anytime the hardest part about last campaign is that we actually started the campaign trying to convince people that the economy was getting better and worked for them. That's horseshit. They know it. And so, yeah, it's easier to say it's the brown person's fault, or it's immigrants' fault, or it's these things, and find somebody at least gives dignity to the fact that it's not your fault that your life has gotten worse. And so, I think that we have got to get to a place where I talk about it a lot when I travel around the state. We don't win elections by just telling people we're right. We have to convince people we're right. We've got to allow people that voted against us back into the party and tell them that we want to be part of our coalition. And that's how we win moving forward. And we've got to stop being so damn righteous.
One second. I think an underappreciated story, going back to Doug's question about, how do you reform a party and how do you create a new coalition? Claire, you wanted to chime in real quick about how Labour in the UK, which is an underappreciated story in the US, took on the elites.
Yeah, it was just a reflection on the discussion, in case it's relevant to where you're at right now, that what you talked about, the sort of 60 to 70% of the kind of consensus build on the things that matter to those voters absolutely is the main kind of game in town. But we did have to grapple with our vulnerabilities and go to the kind of policy and political issues that we were perceived by voters as being kind of weak on, because it kind of formed a disproportionate view in their minds about what we stood for. So we spent, just bluntly, a long time trying to unify the party and unify with the left. But we actually found when we listened to voters, they still thought that view represented us as a whole. So we actually we were trying not to talk about some of the contentious issues. For us, it was border control, gender identity, because we were like, this is not the main game for us, this is the economic offer. But we actually had to then come to a position in the party that was more moderate on the position that we had previously taken under our left leader on gender identity. Some of this stuff was quite painful. We had to get comfortable talking about border control and getting to that. And I think it's an underpriced, it might be like 10% or 5% of your strategy. But unless we dealt with those vulnerabilities from voters, that was still what they thought we kind of stood for. We absolutely didn't emphasize those things necessarily during the campaigns, but and we also had to then disassociate from some of the left economic policies we'd taken on, like nationalisation, because when then it came to election time, if they had still loomed large, we would have had tapes playing of what our candidates have been saying about some of those issues. So my only worry in listening to it is that's harder work closer that you get to an election than it is further out. And I just, that would just be my kind of grit in the conversation.
I'm Mari Manugian. I used to be a state rep here, but now I work with candidates across the country. And I want to address what you were talking about some of these really difficult issues. We're working with candidates in Iowa from Congress to the Senate. And one of the things that we're looking at there is like, our brand is just so toxic in places like Iowa and Nebraska, and that's not news to anybody in this room, but one of the things that I think is challenging for folks, and Rebecca, you can correct me if I'm wrong, but like our leadership right now, and the Congresswoman as well can correct me if I'm wrong, but like our leadership right now is not comfortable with our candidates running against the brand and being okay with standing up to the status quo. And voters are desperately looking for that. And frankly, like our Senate candidate in Iowa Zach Wallace has like come out against Senate leadership and disagreed with them, and that is like getting the biggest cheers in rooms of Democrats. And so if we're not able to really look at and grapple with like why that's happening to us, I think, you know, the Congresswoman addressed the question of leadership a little bit earlier. And I don't know that I have the answer to that, but like that is something that I'm seeing in places, you know, from Iowa to Arizona and across the country, that is like a common theme, that our voters are looking for us to challenge the status quo, not just the folks in power in Washington because the Republicans have everything, but our own party as well. I think to answer the question about labor and building a new coalition, I've been meeting with folks in organized labor, from the ironworkers to the teachers, just in the last week. And one of the things that I've been thinking a lot about, and figuring out how to help them connect with our young candidates who I'm supporting. And one of the things that I've been thinking about is the shift in labor. When we think organized labor in Michigan, we think UAW, and we think auto workers. But by and large, the people who are organized workers right now are in the service industry. And I'm thinking a lot about last cycle when the now president ran on no tax on tips. That was a really easy thing for people to understand. It was a slogan that people understood really quickly, and then they enacted that policy, and people like felt that kind of immediately. Now, I think when we think about building a new coalition with folks who are working class Americans, I think we as Democrats have to get this old image that looks like, and think through sort of like what a new working class American looks like. And oftentimes that's people who are in the service industry.
Yes.
Wow, it turned green. Hi, everyone. I'm Andy Shore. I'm the mayor in Lansing, which is right next door. I think I am the only local official here. Oh, hey, and my other friend, the mayor. Sorry about that. So what I ask you all, as we talk about everything that the Congresswoman said, everything that's been said, is to look at the issues that the voters really want to talk about. Now, we talked about focus groups and things like that. I just came off an election. I think, I'm one of maybe two of the most recent that got reelected. We did 83,000 doors in my campaign. I can tell you what the voters were talking to us about. We are the focus group, the best focus group we can give you with the biggest sample. And it's not just me, this is municipal elections around the country. We heard costs are high, including food, insurance, taxes, healthcare. We heard about safety. People are really concerned about safety, and that can be crime, it can be gun violence. We heard about roads and sidewalks. I don't want to talk about infrastructure because, Joe Biden did more on infrastructure than anybody in the world, and it polled 0. I don't want to talk about infrastructure. I want to talk about the road in front of their house, and we all heard Gretchen talk about that yesterday. We heard about housing and the homeless, but not the way the liberals think we heard about it. We heard about it from people who said, I want to take my kids to the park, and there's somebody in a tent, and I can't take my kids to that park. Now, when I talked to them and said, this is why, mental health and substance abuse, they were fully supportive. Let's do more mental health, let's do more substance abuse. But where the liberal side will say, leave them in the park and get them services, the voters will say, that park is for my kids. These are the things that I hear. When I hear people at doors talk about DSA, that's not what they want to hear. Now, again, the liberal part of our party will disagree with that, fine. But I think there needs to be more listening to the voters. We flipped seats in Miami First time we have a Democrat in a long time. Omaha, we flipped the mayor's seat in Omaha. I think as you talk about all of these things, if we don't listen to the, people are really frustrated, right? They're really frustrated about these things. They're frustrated that they may have heard gunshots when maybe it was fireworks or a car backfiring, but they think it was gunshots. They are really frustrated. And when they're frustrated and the Republicans run an ad that says Kamala Harris is supporting funding for criminals for sex change, they're frustrated, and now they know who to take it out on. So we have to change our message, and our message has to be what the people are hearing, and I implore you all, talk to your local officials who have just come off campaigns, council members, mayors, Virginia and New Jersey, two big governor's races where I know they did a lot of doors. So as one of two local officials, I hope you will all incorporate. Three, thank you. Three, as one of three, I hope you all will incorporate that into the messaging.
Thank you. Obviously, these conversations are going to go on all day, but we are going to have to take a break in a minute, and so I apologize for some of the folks we didn't get to. But I do want to put somebody on the spot, which is my boss, Will, and say, where the party is now controlled by some of these special groups, from Democracy Alliance to others, is not dissimilar to where we were in 1985. But you were able to break it, and led to Bill Clinton incredible 8 years as president. So what did you learn from that real quick? And then we'll also give the Congresswoman a chance to close this out. But, what do we do today to get back to that?
Yeah, great question, and it deserves a lot more time than I can give it now. But the main thing was that we saw a party by, I'm really dating myself, by 1984 when we got wiped out by Reagan II, a party that had just degenerated into a group of special interests. I like to say the 84 platform was special interest litmus test stapled together. That's all it was. We didn't stand for anything larger than commitments to various important constituency groups, and they are important, and we need to honor them, but we needed to stand for more. So we lost the language of national purposes. We lost the common value language that you have to go to talk to people about. They don't really want to hear about policies and programs that much. They want to know you share their values, and then what you're going to do in a very concrete way to give them a chance to improve their lives, not to improve it for them through some kind of beneficent government action. But the answer to your question, Lindsay, was that we had a force for change in the Democratic Party. We were up against an institutional party controlled by these interest groups, just as we are today. But we had a force for change, and they were the leaders, the elected leaders of the Democratic Party outside of Washington. They were the people. We said, look, who has the most democratic legitimacy to define the Democratic Party agenda? It's not Group A or B, good people, but they've got a narrow interest that they're pushing. It is people who go out and face broad numbers of voters and get elected. So we really challenged the leadership, the elected officials of the party, to step forward and say, no, that's not what we stand for. We don't stand for defunding the police, and for Medicare for all right. Now we have other and better ways to do it. Can anybody define now where Democrats stand on immigration positively? I don't think so. Can anybody? Everybody knows we're against Trump, but what are we for? Does anybody know where we really stand on public safety, public order, homelessness epidemic? No, because we don't. We're afraid to say where we're for. The elected officials who go out and meet the voters are going to have to take control of the party's message agenda and wrest it away from the Washington leaders. That's a challenge, and that's a fight. It's not, you can't avoid it. And we're not having it now. And so one of the reasons we're doing this, we're just trying to talk to our friends around the country. You've got to reassert your control over what this party runs on, stands for, and how we connect with those voters we're not reaching.
So,
Congresswoman, yeah.
Yeah, thank you so much. I just wanted to say that I'm incredibly grateful to be here and really excited that you all are dedicating your Saturday morning in a really ridiculously cold day. The country is incredibly fragile right now, and people are afraid. Democrats are afraid. Republicans are afraid, and then there's most of America who doesn't find themselves in either one. There's concerns about the democracy. There's concerns about the division and neighbors getting in fights over their yard signs. And it just feels really unstable. And that's due to a lot of factors, and some of them aren't political, right? I know we're very worried about the state of our party, but I would really challenge you that when you leave here today, put aside all of the things that you think the party has done wrong and just do the work that you know we need to do to make it better. I think we are in an election year. This is an election year. And the autopsies and the conversations and the going on MS Now and saying, everybody's stupid but me, I got an answer, which I understand, I did that all this morning, but right. It's time to put it aside, and it's just time to actually do what we're talking about. We have broad agreement in this room about what we need to do. We need to go do it. And then at the core of it, remember that, our politics don't have to be this way. And it's the American people that are going to save us from this. We just have to make a decision about whether or not we're going to be a part of that or a part of who they point to and say that's the problem. Thanks.
Thank you very much, and thank you for joining us. 10-minute break, please, come back in 10 minutes.
you can speak in.
Testing. Oh, okay, great.
Can you turn me up a little bit? Just a little. Good. Hi, everyone. We are about to reconvene in a minute, so please make your way to your seats. Thank you.
Ace Democrats. We got them.
Yes, it's really a robust, people love space policy. It's just, it fails to get it. Folks, please come in, please have a seat. We're ready to get going. Flush them out of the halls. All right, well, as people filter back, we need to keep on task today. So it is a great pleasure to welcome Senator Alyssa Slotkin to PPI and to this New Directions event. As I told her last night, we had a really warm welcome with the governor last night over dinner, and Kristen Brett was just here. We have other of your delegation coming. The Michigan delegation going to be with us throughout the days. But we're really happy to talk about you and talk about a subject that Democrats, frankly, are behind on, and that's national security, foreign policy. And when the public looks at us, they see a party that they don't trust to be strong and resolute. So we want to pick your brain a little about that. I'm not going to spend a lot of time introducing your own senator to you. So, but she describes herself as a 9/11 baby. Joined the CIA after the terrorist strike. 2 tours of duty in Iraq.
3.
Was it 3? My bad. Sorry, that's an important mistake. Worked at the Pentagon, White House under 2 different presidents. She's one of those kind of new breed of the security moms, the women who have great foreign policy and national security credentials, like my home state's new governor, Abby Spanberger, and Mikey Sherrill up in New Jersey. So women are leading the way as we try to reconstitute a strong, positive democratic defense and foreign policy. And she's one of the fiercest critics of President Trump's unconstitutional power grabs and the politicization of what is the most trusted public institution in American life. That's the U.S. military, or it has been. And just a very creative voice when it comes to calling on Democrats to develop a new playbook for protecting American interests and values in the world where authoritarians seem to be on the march, including in our own country. So with that, let me just put a few questions to you, and then we'll open things up for other folks to jump in the conversation. So I think it's pretty obvious that President Trump is sort of tearing down the liberal order that American presidents painstakingly built over the last 80 years. And that order was sort of predicated on the idea that a freer world was a safer world. That is, a world that reflected American values, in a sense, or universal values that we happen to champion in this country, was somehow integral to our own safety and prosperity. Do you think Americans still believe that, or are they willing to follow this president in the kind of more of a great power conception, a more selfish and great power conception of American power?
Yeah, well, first of all, thanks for having me. Thanks for the invite. Thanks for doing this in Michigan. And thanks for doing this in the room where I won my 2022 midterm election. And it's nice to be back at the Graduate and to be here in Lansing. I think the whole part of the reason we got Donald Trump in the first place, got him back, is because he picked up on a thread in the American public, particularly as it relates to foreign policy, which is, like, if I'm not doing well here at home and I'm struggling, I'm not real interested in helping other countries. It's not the first president to pick up on that. It won't be the last. It's a very common thing that I think leaders prey upon to try and win elections, but nonetheless, he found it. And so whether it was assistance to Ukraine and the sheer numbers that kept getting announced, the billions and the billions, or it was, watching what unfolded in Afghanistan in 2021, after so many people lost life there, the way that ended. I think that there was a feeling that he picked up on after 20 years of forever wars, that if I'm not doing well and my community's not doing well, I'm not interested in having a robust presence abroad. And people in the foreign policy world, of which I was one, didn't really think that we had to bring the public along on these national security issues, and just thought we were living in a different era, maybe 20, 30, 40 years ago, where, like, a bunch of national security people, regardless of whether you're a Democrat or Republican, would make policy in Washington, and the American public sort of trusted that that national security was going to keep them safe. And they didn't ask a lot of questions. They didn't open the hood and say, like, how much money and what is this really bringing? Well, after 20 years of wars in Iraq and Afghanistan, where people like Michiganders really paid the price for those wars, people were no longer willing to give that free chit to the national security world and started pressuring their leaders to get out of these things. Trump picked up on that. Trump often has the wrong answer to the right question. He really figures out what is the pulse of things, or he did. I think he's lost that a bit. But he figured out what is sort of a nugget that people are really concerned about, and then he exploited it to the wrong ends. But so I think that, to me, meant that the American public was not so sure that the value proposition that we have brought to them since World War II, that American leadership, a strong American leadership role in the world, is good and important and helps promote peace and security, they weren't seeing the value. And I think he has played upon that and is clearly taken this tack. I mean, he's open about it, that, I'm not sure we need to be the dominant world leader everywhere, but I'm sure as hell know that I need to be the dominant leader in my hemisphere. And he's changing a lot of policy in the hemisphere, obviously, with Venezuela and immigration. And Greenland is part of his concern about what comes into our hemisphere. So I think the American public, we took them for granted. We didn't bring them along. They don't see the value proposition. And therefore, when we try to think beyond Donald Trump, we got to remember that and not just snap back to the way that we were doing national security 4 years ago.
All right, thank you. So we need a new synthesis, a new approach. Can't go back to the status quo ante. Well, I want to get back to that point in a minute, but just to pick up on your point that he often has the wrong answer to
the right
valid questions. Here's one I think where he's been really wrong. He's done a really effective job of alienating our friends and allies, the other free countries, more or less, that we've worked with down the years to boost our own security and extend it and amplify it. We see Europeans now are reducing their heavy dependence on the United States. They've gotten the message, right? So they're on technology, on military hardware, on energy. They're all looking for strategic independence, or they're all looking to pursue their own course independent of the United States. They're even talking about pushing a digital euro that might undermine dollar dominance, down the road. In one respect, all this had to happen, I guess. You can't have 80 years is a long time for an alliance like this to go on. And there had to be adjustments along the way, but, nothing lasts forever. But, is NATO, which has been pretty damn important to us, sustainable in a context where our closest allies no longer feel they can trust us to look after their interests?
Yeah, well, I would just say this is where it's incumbent upon us to explain, again, to the American people, not to kind of like elites who read the paper every day, the New York Times, but to people out here in Michigan, why is it important? Why does it matter when we piss off and alienate our allies? What does that mean for their life? And if you want to make that case in the state of Michigan, we can talk all we want about Europe, but let's talk about Canada. I mean, most of us spent our years, certainly, the drinking age was 19. So many of us spent our early lives going to Canada every weekend or going all the time. We have friends and land, and the Detroit hospital system would collapse without the Canadian nurses that come over every day. So the clearest example I can give, and again, it's important to give real world examples, is the president has done nothing but kick Canada in the teeth since he came into office, declared them a national security threat, and has both in policy and in rhetoric done nothing but to antagonize the Canadians. It changed the outcome of their elections. And, the seminal speech, I think, of this era will be the speech that Prime Minister Carney gave. I mean, holy crap. But for a Michigander down the street, they're like, okay, I didn't want to pick a fight with Canada, but why is that important to me? How does that hurt me to kick them in the teeth? Well, I'll tell you why. Prime Minister flies off to China, makes a bunch of deals. What's one of the signature deals he decides to make? He has now said yes to importing Chinese vehicles into Canada, okay? And if, maybe we don't watch the car markets the way most of us do here in Michigan, but they basically have figured out how to make a Tesla that's about $14,000 and the price is going down. Looks just like a Tesla, rides just like a Tesla. They probably stole all the IP. And they went from 0 market share in 2021 in Europe to like almost 20% market share of the EV market in Europe. So they're popular because they're cheap and they work. So now they've imported them next door in Canada. That is as clear to a Michigander of a threat and the consequence of treating allies like shit as I've seen. And those cars are not only an economic security threat to the United States, but a national security threat because they're doing high motion video, geolocation. My first bill in the Senate was to ban Chinese cars from ever being sold in the United States. So if you want to understand, I thought that guy was clapping, but those were your knuckles. Damn. So I just think that is as concrete as we get, but we need to talk like that, not just some ethereal, like wither NATO.
Right.
And I have lots to say about NATO, but if we're talking in Michigan, we got to make national security relevant in Michigan.
Right, well, look, the polls, again, the national polls, all show, that they don't like this treatment of our allies.
Yeah.
Strong reaction to that. Anti-tariffs, which they see as something that Trump just does to try to get bargaining leverage. So that's sort of a broad picture, but how are you hearing, we earlier saw focus groups of men in Michigan, and, it's a kind of a bad picture for Democrats. Are they getting the message? Are they getting the message that industries they rely on are not going to be compromised, by this alienation of your neighbor?
Yeah, well, look, I think we are not helped by the fact that the president has now successfully wielded fear, particularly with our private sector, so that companies feel concerned about saying out loud what the tariffs and what these policies are actually doing to their business. So I can't tell you the number of companies from around the country who will come in and privately cry crocodile tears about the tariffs. But then when I go and read their public statements, they're neutral at worst, and at best, they're thanking the president for these policies. I've seen that. So if your bottom line is impacted, but you don't see fit to say that out loud, you can understand why the average person is like, okay, well, maybe they aren't as bad as I think. Now, something I believe in to my core, and I don't know if this came out in the focus groups, but I believe in it certainly in Michiganders, is we are a pragmatic people. And you can talk about the news and talk about something very far away, but at the end of the day, people know their pocketbooks. They know their pocketbooks and their kids. They know the kitchen table math of like, is this car more expensive this year or less expensive? Is my insurance more expensive or less? My health insurance more expensive or less expensive? How much am I saving every month, if at all? And you cannot bully them into a completely fantasized view of their own pocketbooks. And this is, let's be frank, what happened in the last administration. I remember the ill-begotten Bidenomics, and many of us saying, like, you can't, like, they're like, no, our economy is actually much better than people think it is. I'm like, is that the talking point? Like, that we're trying to convince them, and why? Because big market factors, when you're an economist and you are studying those things, might have looked better than it felt on the ground. Fine, I'm sure that's true. But to the average person, where wages were not keeping up with inflation, period. And so we wasted so much time as Democrats and enhanced our image of being smarter than anyone in the room by saying, no, 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 the economy is actually better than you think it is. It was a waste of time. It hurt our credibility. And you cannot convince Michiganders that their pocketbook is better than they feel it is.
Well, you've talked about the need for new foreign policy and defense playbook, not simply going back to the status quo pre-Trump. What are the key elements of a new approach that you think Democrats should be talking about?
Yeah. So if you come from the national security world, like it's very common, you sit in Washington and you write your strategy and you publicize it. And that's like the old way of doing it. So I wanted to push myself out of that tradition. And so we did something different this past summer, and I started doing town halls just on foreign policy. And I went to Benton Harbor, Michigan. We went to a bunch of places around the state. We were in Oakland County. We were in a bunch of places where we just got people together, a random assortment of people, and just said, I want to talk about a topic we don't talk a lot about, national security, foreign policy. What do you expect from your government on this? And it was pretty interesting because people definitely want security, right? There's nothing more important to people than feeling secure in their homes, in their communities, in their country. But their definitions were very different than the definitions typical national security people have. So the themes that came out very, very clearly were, one, they see economic security as national security. That if we are dependent on places like China in our supply chains and we can't run, Delta Township, our GM plant down the street here because we can't get, an 18-cent microchip, they see that as national security. So economic security is national security came through over and over. And then the other thing that I think is a profound change for national security is the front lines of warfare now and into the future are no longer somewhere else. The front lines are here in the United States because of asymmetric warfare. So cybersecurity, everyone raised my kids' data was ransomed from their K through 12 school. My local hospital's data was ransomed. Cyber attacks every single day. My 90-year-old grandmother got swindled out of a bunch of money. It was amazing to me how many people had felt what ends up being often threats from abroad. A lot of those folks are coming from places like Russia or China or Iran, and they felt, A, that they were on the front lines, and B, that their country was just not protecting them. And that's very different than the paradigm that many of us were trained in of warfare is tanks and planes and somewhere else, and folks go off to fight war. Now it's here. If you think about our threat to infrastructure, if you think about that China, while we were busy in 20 years of forever wars, China made a very smart decision and said, we're probably never going to be able to catch up on the number of aircraft carriers and tanks and planes. America has a tradition that's just very much ahead of us. So how do we undercut their advantages by making America go blind, deaf, and dumb in the first moments of a conflict? Space. This lady works on space. It's not her fault. I'm just pointing at her because she works on space policy. Every single one of you, if your phones went out for 11 days, would you freak out? How are you going to talk to your kids? How are you going to figure out for our younger people, how to drive from work to school? We're now so dependent that our adversaries have figured out that sometimes the massive nature of our military can be a disadvantage because of how bureaucratic and how long it takes to move, how the lack of nimbleness we have. So that was what I found very clearly, is that people feel like the threats are here at home, but they don't know what their government's doing to protect them, and that economic security is national security. So when I went to go think about what should be an affirmative positive national security for Democrats or for myself or whatever, I started with that as opposed to the kind of high policy that I was trained to do. And I think, there is a playbook there that relies on the fact that we got to have creative thinkers helping us with our Project 2029, right? We have to have an affirmative vision that we can offer people. Democrats, I think, have become a little bit lulled by the fact that we can win midterms. And I feel pretty good about midterms. We can win when people are big mad at the other party. But then when it comes to a general election, and we have to win like ideas versus ideas, speaking directly to people and our value proposition to them, we have a little bit of a problem with that. And if we don't get ahead of that, we got a problem in 2028.
Well, push that a little bit farther, please. You put some very concrete ideas on the table on both of those fronts. That is the connection between economic security and national security, which goes to, supply chains, right? That we get the things we need to be safer and to defend ourselves against cyber attacks. You also have a creative proposal for a kind of a cybersecurity National Guard. You want to say a few words about this?
Sure. I'll start with the last one. National Guard, we're very proud of our National Guard here in Michigan. We had a terrible ice storm a year ago, and who do you call when you really have an emergency? Your National Guard. But our definition of emergency is changing. It has changed. And we're not totally there, with the response that we need. So the idea would be if, your multi-million-dollar hospital is ransomed for all its data or its systems have been shut down by a malicious actor. You are a K through 12 school system that has been attacked. The average school administrator doesn't know how to handle a threat coming from abroad that disables the entire computer system of the school and gets that children's data vulnerable. So who do you call? Now, there are folks at the Michigan State Police, they have a cyber team, but at a certain point, we will need to deploy expertise that helps people clean up, figure out how to stem the bleeding, recover, and get back on their feet. And for me, that's taking some of the expertise that is usually resident in our private sector and using the National Guard because they come from the outside world. They bring that expertise. You don't have to train someone. If you're a dentist in civilian life and then you get into the National Guard, it's great for you to use that expertise. So the same thing goes for creating a cyber National Guard. They're a deployable unit on these threats. Right now, if you are ransomed for money or they steal money out of your account, it's terrible. If you call and actually say, I need help, basically if you don't call within the first hour, or it's not a certain dollar value, like over millions of dollars that have been stolen, the local authorities are like, we'll talk with the FBI, but you're kind of on your own. So there's no answer to that. And then I would say on supply chains, which are so important here, I think Michiganders even will admit that we're never again going to make everything in the United States of America. We're never going to make ladies' razors and Rubik's Cubes and things that are not, that are much more cheaply made in a place like China, where they have started, if you haven't been tracking, they are now making what are called dark factories. A dark factory is a factory that is made without lights because robots don't need lights. And there's no human beings in the factories, right? So we're not going to compete with a Rubik's Cube factory that is all automated, no human beings, and nor do I want to. But certain critical items that we identify as critical should be always made in part in the United States or with our allies so that we always have access to them. And I think for me, looking at the world through that lens, there are important alliances and partnerships that we need to grow in order to sustain access to some of those things. This is why, again, reason number 1,000 why Trump alienating Europe makes no sense, because those are our most common allies to working together, let's say, on critical minerals. If you like this, a lot of the critical minerals are single source to China. And not just our phones, so many things that we need. And in order to counter the economic veto that China has on some of these things, you need partnerships. You need things like a strategic critical mineral reserve actually, which President Trump mentioned just in the past week. We have a strategic petroleum reserve that we put together after the 70s. It's not hard to see the same thing. So we need to start looking at the map of the world differently, based on always maintaining our own economic security here at home.
Thank you. I mean, those are, to me, are just the kind of discrete, concrete ideas that Democrats need to offer to show that, you know, we are capable of leading again on defense. So thank you for elaborating those. I wanted to ask about one other really important thing we're going to be talking about later, and that's AI. You've drawn a kind of an interesting analogy between, you know, today's contest to master AI and apply it across the board in our lives. And the previous, you know, space race and the race for nuclear weapons after World War II.
Mm-hmm.
Elaborate on that just a little.
Sure. So, you know, look, I think for the electeds in the room, like AI is this giant glowing issue that is new. In many cases here in Michigan is scaring people that we're up for another round of job loss. And while I think there are real and true benefits to AI, they get less PR and exposure here in a place like Michigan. And so it's this big, enormous, you know, elephant in the room that we have just started to try and process. But the truth is, on classified artificial intelligence work, we are quite literally in a nuclear type race with China for who's going to get there first. And in many ways, the analogy works because of that fear factor. If you would have talked to someone in Michigan in, you know, the early 1940s and saying, what do you think about this? Let me talk to you about nuclear energy and nuclear weapons. They'd be like, what? What are we inventing? That sounds scary. But leaders understood at that time that if we didn't get there first, someone else would, and then have dramatic bullying and influence power over the rest of the world. So you say to yourself, I'm sure there were people at the time who said, should we really be developing nuclear weapons? This sounds like we should slow down and wait. On classified AI work, I have to tell you, you know, I went out to Los Alamos National Lab over Labor Day, and I got the full brief, and I feel very firmly that we need to win the race. And in fact, Los Alamos is opening up and the AI wing of their lab at University of Michigan. So this has come to a theater near us. But in order to do that, you need power. In order to do that, you need to bring your public along. You need to explain this highly classified problem set to people who are just fearing like this is another thing that could have devastating consequences. And that's the part we're really lagging on. And I think certainly, again, the Michiganders in the room know, I think if not the hot topic, one of the top 3 hot topics of 2026 will be data centers and how we make the decision as a state and as local communities whether to bring in these centers or not. Certainly the need for left and right limits on these centers, which again, Silicon Valley, I had the weird, trippy experience of being at an AI conference with all the captains of industry, all the heads of the big AI companies. There weren't that many Democrats there, I'll be honest. But being there, and they're talking about all that they're going to do and all the things that are coming. And unlike the nuclear race, the entrepreneurial sort of place for this is all happening is in the private sector. This is not Los Alamos and the best and brightest being seconded to a desert lab to figure out how to develop this new thing. This is us and the government working in partnership with the private sector. Really different, really complicated. But there is I think a feeling that if we don't get our arms around this, we're in real trouble as a nation. But if we don't figure out, I was at this conference and I'm they're like, we're moving and we're doing all this stuff and it's yes, 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 and positive, positive, positive. And I'm watching on the live stream, Livingston County, not far from here, Howell, Michigan, and a local community, not a large community, where they had I think a county commission meeting to talk about the data center that was being proposed. And like 450 people showed up and it was 7 hours long. And it's like messy. And I'm like, hey, so you know how you're talking about how it's all upward and onward? Like, you guys have gotten it really wrong on how to sell this to local communities. You are not showing the value proposition. In fact, it looks mostly downside to our communities. So until you want, and they were like, I don't understand, why don't people want them? What? They got no jobs at the end of the rainbow. And people are worried about their water and their electricity rates and all these fundamental things. So, man, the issue that is galvanizing Michigan right now, left, right, center, independent, Democrat, Republican, are data centers and what to do about them.
Thank you. That's a hugely important point, the privatization of all this activity. And there's no longer a kind of a nexus with the national strategy and leadership. Last question for you from me, because we want to get other folks in this conversation, is a curveball. It's a political question. So when we look at our focus groups and polling of non-college voters, of which we do a lot, one thing always stands out, and that is they look at our party as kind of weak and not very patriotic, to be blunt about it, not a party they would trust to stand up to bad actors in a dangerous world. I mean, what's your general advice to Democrats about the ways to start tackling that problem, to start closing this national security confidence gap?
Yeah, well, I think there's both substance and style if we're going to reverse that paradigm. And I do think it is that perception exists among some of our constituents that, like, do Democrats love America? And what I try to explain to people is, like, I certainly would not be doing this if it were not for love of my country and believing it can be better. But a lot of Democrats shy away from that. They shy away from the flag. In my campaigns, we go to all of these parades. We're a big parade state. We love our parades and our festivals, right? The Chicken Gizzard Festival and Charlotte and all our festivals. So there's always a parade in the summer, and I purposely want the big trucks. Jeremy, who's in back, brings his truck, and we put giant American flags waving off the back so that it messes with people's perception of what is a Democrat. Right, here come like this big flag-bearing truck, but that's a Democrat, right? And so that's what we need. And I don't know anyone in elected Democratic politics who does this for any other reason other than patriotism. Otherwise, these jobs aren't that great. So I think there's a style thing, and what I have talked about over and over is Democrats need to bring the alpha energy back. We need to be strong and muscular about what we're saying and not caveated and careful that we're going to offend someone. You're going to offend someone. In this world, check Twitter, you're going to offend someone just for existing. So pick something you believe in and double down on it and be muscular about it. And when the other side tries to claim the mantle of patriotism as they try and dismantle our democracy, own them about that. And so I think there's a style piece. And then on substance, you have to have ideas. Criticizing Donald Trump and the other side is not enough. That's not bringing someone something they can hold on to. And so if you are giving an entire stump speech and it's all anti-Trump, we got a problem. And so pushing, and those of you who engage with elected leaders and in campaigns, pushing candidates to develop that affirmative agenda is your job. Agitate and bother them. Because when you mix good substance with good style, that's when we win. I don't personally think it hurts to have more folks with a national security background in office. Obviously, my life has changed a lot in the last 2 months for doing a video with 5 other members of the House and Senate who have, service backgrounds. I believe, and I think the president reacted like a crazy person to that because we had national security backgrounds and because we could credibly speak to folks in uniform and in the intelligence community. So that helps, but I think it's really, I often think Democrats have good policy, like we actually care about the policy. That doesn't mean we need to talk about it with like the 13 paragraphs that we put up on the website. We're not great at marketing that good policy. So get the policy right, get the marketing right, and then deliver it with a little power so that people want to be on your team.
Thank you. I'm conscious of we have limited time here, so but we do want to get some people in. I want to turn to Mary Gunther, who runs our space policy project at PPI, which is maybe the most popular one right now. Everybody seems to love space, but this obviously has a strong security dimension as well as strong commercial dimensions. Why don't you say a word about?
Yeah, and thank you, Senator, for talking about these really tangible benefits of our space program. I think for so many people, and this goes for many different technology areas, but for space in particular, space is out there, it's abstract, it's astronauts, it's telescopes, and that's all good stuff, but it's also welders, it's technicians, it's people in the state of Michigan, it's your phone, it's how you get places. And, it's how we know about how our climate is changing and what that's looking like for water management or for agriculture. And so I think so much of what we need to be doing from the style perspective is helping people understand that, yes, this technology is changing, our economy is changing, and here's how you could come along with us, whether that's things like vocational training and apprenticeships and workforce, or whether that's talking about the way that this kind of technology impacts their day-to-day life so that they are brought along with us and appreciate why we are investing in this and why we're doing it because we love this country. So thank you.
You bet.
Look, I'm told we only have about 3 minutes left, so I apologize. I know there were some other folks, but let's get a quick round of very succinct questions, and then let the senator deal with those before she has to go. So please,
Well,
yeah.
Senator, you're soon become the senior senator of
Yes.
Michigan. What are you looking for as we look down the field to 28? What are you looking for as a potential leader for the next potential nominee of our party? What are you looking for as they put their campaign together and how they talk about our party specifically? Thanks.
Yeah. 2028 feels like it's sort of upon us. I will reiterate, I'm concerned that we will do well in the midterms and take the lesson from that we can coast into 2028. And anyone who's been on the ballot when there's a presidential election versus not will tell you it's a completely different electorate, completely different, I think, approach to the election. What I'm looking for, again, is sort of that style and substance, which is, that someone who understands that they have to bring the value out, and then someone who surprises people. I think we were not helped in the last election when it was like, oh, these are like the standard things I'm used to hearing from Democrats. I want people to have like 2 or 3 surprises every time they hear whoever this future nominee's speech, is, whatever it is, and just be like, I hadn't thought that's like not a typical, that breaks stereotypes about Democrats. I think we have to internalize the lesson that we will always defend people from all backgrounds, but we also need to focus on the policies that are going to bring as much real benefit to as many people as possible. And that's often hard, right? That's hard to say, I'm working on a healthcare deal, and I need to have these absolutes on identity issues, or else I'm not going to vote on this healthcare deal. I need someone who's pragmatic and who's going to say, we have to find the right mix. And that holding up a deal that could save millions and millions of people their health care is not always the right answer. And that's hard. right? Because you gotta deal with people who aren't gonna be mad. And then I think lastly, I'm looking for someone who understands that winning elections is not done online. And I don't give a crap about how much more online people have been, they are. But the conversations that are happening online, at least in this state, do not represent the majority of people, and people get lulled into that if they haven't had a tough election. So if I see them playing to the like Twitter bleachers, I'm like, it's been nice to see you on stage. I do not imagine I'll be at your inauguration.
We really are about out of time, so I'll ask Dana and Bill to be very succinct, and we'll close it out with these questions.
Oh, geez. Okay, that's the short question. There's a lot of electeds in the room who will be happy to tell you, including from this area, who will be happy to tell you about the arc of our story, but it's not, like, this is not a Trump 1 year in story. We feel as a state that we have lost and lost and lost, largely to China. Just go to a street corner and say the word NAFTA, and you're gonna get plenty of people to tell you what they think, right? So we feel like we're constantly on the losing end. And that's why when we look at something like AI, we're like, this is just the new name for a thing that's been happening to us for a very long time. So, and that's why a lot of people are willing to go along with Trump's, alleged grand plan, where like, just bear with me, there may be some pain at the beginning, but in the end of the rainbow, we'll bring a ton of American manufacturing back, because they've been dealing with this issue my entire life. So longer story, but I know I can see the people around the room who are happy to talk to you about what job loss in their own districts has meant just in the last 5-10 years.
Bill, last question.
I had so many things I wanted to touch on. I couldn't decide whether it would be the flag or jobs, but I'm going to come back to the flag.
Okay.
I'm a little bit older than you. Will's a little bit younger than me, or a little bit older than me.
Thanks a lot.
We're the same zip code. When I grew up, Democrats and Republicans, everybody put the flag out every holiday, right? We said the Pledge of Allegiance every morning. Democrats in general have gotten afraid of those things. So much so that in the main state Democratic Party, they had a debate as to whether they were going to open up the caucus coming up with a Pledge of Allegiance or not. And so all of you who are running for office or are involved in state and local party organizations or just Democratic-oriented groups, and we'll have this conversation, we need to start every meeting with the Pledge of Allegiance. We need to have flags everywhere. And it'll seem a little bit performative maybe for a little while until it feels normal to everybody again. But I think that it is super important to do the kind of things you're talking about, is having flags everywhere and having people. It's hard to call us tell us we hate America if we're displaying the flag and saying the Pledge of Allegiance.
So this is why it's important you come to Michigan. For the electeds in the room, raise your hand if you start your events with either the pledge or some sort of national anthem or something. I mean, this is not uncommon. And I think, I at least, coming from a purple district and a red district and then a purple state, I don't think there's a lot of shame around doing that. And if there is, then why are they in the party pushing for political change, right? I mean, that I think, and the way I explain it to people, because the conundrum is always that I hear is, well, we've got a complicated history, and there's a lot of things in our past, but also today that we shouldn't be proud of. That's right. But this is our team, right? And you're talking in a state where our NFL team was in the pits for 30 years, okay? And you don't leave your team just because they've done bad mistakes. You work on them and you try and make them better. But this is the team. And I will be the first one to acknowledge. I mean, I'm a woman in the Senate, right? It took 100 years for women to get the right to vote in this country. So I wouldn't be here if people had been like, well, bad things happened in our past and we can never get past them. And I think that we just need to be more muscular about it. But in Michigan, I would say certainly in my old congressional district, 90% of the events that I did publicly, whether I hosted them or not, started out with either the pledge or the national anthem, usually with some school children singing it, so that you remembered why you were doing it.
Thank you so much. You've given us tremendous fodder in broad strokes and also very specific and concrete ideas for the work we're doing. Peter Jules, who runs our security work at PPI, to try to write a new script for Democrats so they sound more like you. So please join me in thanking Senator Slotkin very much for being with us here today.
Appreciate it. Thanks, everybody.
And what should I do next? Are we going, we're going straight into the next session, right? Yeah, so we're the new economic.
Gathering our panelists here.
Yes,
Here's Rebecca.
let me introduce Diana Moss, who's going to take over. Diana runs our competition policy and antitrust work. Really one of the nation's leading advocates on that, and has been really all over this cost of living issue. She's going to lead a wonderful group in discussion on this. So Diane, over to you.
Thanks, Will, and hello, everybody. It's delightful to see everyone here. We are going to pull some threads together from the earlier conversations. I'm delighted that these issues have come up on a new economic offer for working families. I just want to set the table for this conversation where we have some great panelists with two statistics. The median salary for American workers in 2025 was $62,000 a year. The second statistic is the troubling one. Well, they're both troubling, but the second one is really troubling. Spending on big ticket consumer budget items like healthcare, housing, energy, and food pretty much wipes out that $62,000 a year. So there's nothing left over. So as economist and author of Wealth of Nations, Adam Smith once said, "No society can surely be flourishing and happy if most of its members are poor and miserable." The U.S. has become incredibly expensive. Our cost of living index is 70%. It's the 9th highest in the world. We also have some of the most concentrated consumer-facing markets in the world. We have monopolies, we have oligopolies that wield enormous market power to jack up prices to consumers and push down wages to workers. These companies have virtually no incentive to make better products or to improve service or to innovate. And for voters, it's not just about prices and wages. It's about blocked access to essential goods and services. When you strip consumers and workers, who are also the voters, of choice, it strips them of their sense of control, of power, and autonomy. And it doesn't go down very well. Forcing tough choices on families about whether to buy groceries or pay the electric bill, or buy groceries or get something checked out at the doctor's office, that's tough. But we have political populist extremes right now doubling down on these poor choices, giving consumers and workers who are also voters, again, a lot to worry about. Trump's extreme policies have delivered nothing for working families. Trade policy, tariffs, agriculture, energy, even antitrust enforcement, which has now become fully weaponized, have raised prices, and they've hit working families in their paychecks and their pocketbooks. The Dems need a better offer for working voters. And as we have talked at PPI with lawmakers, businesses, regulators, workers, entrepreneurs, consumers, a few simple principles have really become clear over time. First, we need a healthy and skilled American workforce that can more easily put food on the table, gas in the car, pay the mortgage or the rent, put some money away, and realize some sense of upward mobility and standard of living. That's number one. Number two, working Americans have a basic right to competition, to choice, to access in a market economy. And that includes choice across the board, where they buy their goods and services, what companies they work for, and their choice and opportunities for developing job skills, right? Third, and finally, we have to marry up number one and number two with pragmatic policy goals around major issues that affect living costs, access, and standard of living. And that covers energy, it covers infrastructure, food security, it covers healthcare, it covers controlling monopoly power, which we see in our economy more and more, and spurring the growth of smaller businesses. So I want to start this conversation with Representative Scholten from Michigan's 3rd District. Where is Representative? Oh, she's coming. Okay. There she is.
Well, how are you? Sorry, I was catching up with Senator Slotkin back there, and we were just gabbing away. So
Perfect timing.
Yes.
Perfect
Good
timing.
morning,
Welcome.
everyone. Yes.
Welcome. Well, you're batting right now. You're at bat.
Fantastic. Okay. All right.
Representative-
Well, thank you so much, everyone. So good to see familiar faces here from West Michigan. There is nothing more important right now than addressing the affordability crisis that is crippling the American dream. It has been a major focus of mine in Washington as we look to just make life more doable for everyday Americans. And there's a reason why the current administration is ramping up their flood the zone activities, distracting us with cruel immigration tactics, talks of taking over Greenland, talks of nationalizing our elections, because they want the conversation to be about anything but affordability, because they know that they are losing this battle with the American people. The Democratic Party has gained so much ground when it comes to credibility on economic issues and affordability, but we are not out of the woods yet. And that's why I think that it is so important that we focus on the tangibles, what we are going to do for the American people. In Congress, I started a caucus called the Lowering Cost Caucus, and we are an idea shop that brings forth policy ideas, many of which I'm happy to talk about today as we workshop, but real ideas that we can tell people, what are we going to do for you to lower your costs when we get the gavel? I believe that the 2024 election was both won and lost for our side on the issue of affordability. And it was largely because of messaging. It's not that the Trump administration and Republicans had better ideas on affordability. If you put our policy ideas right next to each other, we would win every single time. But the Democratic side talked about building the middle class from the middle out and the bottom up, and frankly, nobody knows what the heck that means. And Trump talked about taking away tax on tips, taking away tax on overtime. Everybody knows what that means. And if you watch the exit polls, like I did in Michigan, and you talked to people about why they voted for Trump, it was because they said he's going to take away tax on tips and he's going to take away tax on overtime. We have to think backwards in terms of our messaging. What are people going to be talking about that Democrats can do for them, right? What can you imagine saying at your local bar, at your fishing hole, after church on Sunday, right? No one is going to be standing around going, well, I'm going to vote for a Democrat because they're going to rebuild the middle class from the middle out and the bottom up. They're just not going to say that, right? And we've seen elections across the board, from Trump to Zoran Mondani to Abigail Spanberger and Mikey Sherrill, be won on the issue of affordability. And it's clear-cut messaging. Mikey Sherrill said, I am issuing an emergency stop on energy prices. Day one, we're not going to raise energy prices. What was the policy? She said, I don't know, the energy companies are going to figure it out, but we are not going to raise prices. That's the type of bold action that we need. So, I'm introducing all kinds of policy ideas like let's have a freeze on healthcare costs, or cap all of our health insurance premiums. No American is going to pay more than $5,000 in healthcare costs a year. Let's figure it out, right? Task the insurance companies with figuring out how they're going to do it. Make them deal with their margins instead of American families. I want to turn it over to everyone else for the discussion, but thank you so much for having me here. I'm so honored to be serving in my second term, where I currently sit on the Transportation and Infrastructure Committee and the House Small Business Committee. Small businesses are suffering right now. Here in Michigan, it is so critical. Close to 99% of our businesses in the state of Michigan meet the federal definition of a small business, and they are struggling under Trump's tariff scheme right now. It's crippling American livelihood as well as generational wealth. I'll turn it back over to you, Will, but thank you all so much.
Thank you. Thank you for those remarks. Let's turn to healthcare now. It is really one of the most troubling issues for Americans. We now see millions of Americans with premiums that have doubled and tripled and quadrupled. They're really struggling to make these tough choices. We've talked about these tough choices remove power from consumers and voters and are an enormous source of frustration. I just want to flag that PPI just finished a really seminal report on consolidation in healthcare, looking at how hospitals are buying up independent physician practices. That has driven up prices. It has reduced access in rural areas. I live in Colorado. We have a lot of rural areas there with no hospital within a 200-mile radius. And we actually got really good bipartisan buy-in on the report because we flipped what I'll call the advocacy pyramid over. We didn't go out and talk to people and say, oh, we have this problem in healthcare and we gotta do something about it. What we said is, we have hard evidence that prices have gone up. Prices have gone up. Access has gone down. And then we said, here are some policies for you to consider on both sides of the aisle on how to fix this problem. We gave a menu. Not everybody bought into all 5 policy recommendations. Republicans could deal with some of them. Democrats could deal with others. But we had a very effective approach to building bipartisan support for healthcare reform because of this study, and we want to do more of these types of studies. So Rebecca Cook, who is candidate for Wisconsin's 3rd District, you've done a lot of work on healthcare, and I read your webpage, and you talk about antitrust enforcement in there, so I was thrilled about that.
Yeah.
Tell us more.
Well, thanks so much for having me here today. I'm Rebecca Cook. I'm running in Wisconsin's 3rd Congressional District, which is a top pickup opportunity to win back the House and try to do something on these issues. The question that I ask people when I'm out knocking doors, I was a 2024 Democratic nominee and outperformed every Democrat on the ticket, including Harris by 9,000 votes and our Senator Tammy Baldwin by 5,000 votes. Woo! And I think that we did that because we were asking people, the question I ask is, what's keeping you up at night? And it was kitchen table issues, but primarily it was healthcare costs. We, in my district, have seen 2 hospitals close in my hometown, and that was in 2023. So that was before the reconciliation bill. So we not only have a serious cost issue, I think, in our country, but a serious access issue. And we've seen a lot of hyper-consolidation in the healthcare industry. I've spent a lot of time going around my district, which is 19 counties, talking to rural healthcare CEOs about what do the solutions look like. Our congressman won't host any sort of in-person town hall and has a one-sentence healthcare policy, which is repeal and replace Obamacare, but with what? And I think that's where we have an opportunity as a party to step up around solutions. When I was talking a lot about the economy also last cycle, the talking point I was given by my consultant team was to take on corporations that are price gouging consumers at the gas pump in the grocery store, which is so vague. When I was knocking somebody's door, this guy said to me, "You're gonna do that? You?" And I think to go back to Peter's point earlier, all corporations aren't bad, right? There are employers and job creators. So it's identifying who the bad guys are, right, and talking about those things. And I think we've seen a lot of, predatory acts by the way, big pharma, big healthcare has kind of come in and moved themselves around. And I think as much as I can be a storyteller about those things, I think it's letting voters tell those stories, right? And we were talking a little bit before this session about wins that we have sometimes as Democrats, and we've had wins in healthcare, but those are diluted by the way we talk about those wins. I remember talking to a voter about the IRA, and they were like, does that have to do with Ireland? So it's who's telling those stories about those wins when we have them. And I bring a lot of my personal story when I talk about healthcare into the conversations that I have with voters. So I talk about how my parents go to Mexico once a year to get their dental work done because it's cheaper to do there than it is in our own country. And there's a lot of people in the Midwest that do that. My parents just got back from Mexico in January where they got root canals. But I want to expand Medicare to cover vision, dental, and hearing, the things that deteriorate as folks age. And when I talk with Republicans, when I'm at county fairs or dairy breakfasts in my district, they think that's a good idea. And those are the kind of common sense solutions. And I think we have to be more focused on solutions than just identifying the problem, which is, I know, what we talked about a lot in our first session. But expanding Medicare is one solution that I have. Allowing a public option, like allowing folks to buy into Medicare, which I know is something that Pete Buttigieg is workshopping around a little bit. But Republicans don't have a plan. And when you hear Trump talk about putting some money into an HSA, it really shows, I think, how out of touch they are to healthcare costs. And so, I'm sharing my personal story, but also amplifying, I think, the voices of a lot of people around my district that are struggling because of the failure to expand tax credits, which again is still a Band-Aid, I think, on the issue. But I think we have more stories to tell. So thank you.
I think we're on. Yes, I figured that out. Thanks for those comments. I do want to sort of set up what we're seeing increasingly as a contrast between rural and urban areas, right? The chasm between rural and urban really touches on every major consumer-facing sector, right? Healthcare, where we're losing our rural hospitals. Energy. So I live in Boulder County, which is the home of the University of Colorado. We have a lot of tech. It's known as a bastion of liberalism. Went 75% red in the last election. You can drive 5 minutes and you're in a rural area where there are Trump signs on the fences, right? You can drive another 20 miles to Weld County where we've got drilling rigs and we have pumping stations for oil and gas. You could not get more polarized between Weld County in Colorado and Boulder County in Colorado. And our politicians, our state legislators, our congressional members, our governor, really struggle with these differences between rural populations and ideologies and urban populations. But we're also losing hospitals in urban settings as a result of consolidation. So we're seeing this loss of choice and access. But energy is one of the big ones. And so Neil Brown is one of our managing directors. He's one of our preeminent energy policy experts. We are seeing more rifts around energy issues and access to energy. And of course, the issue of data centers and locating data centers and enormous electricity use around those data centers and impacts on consumers in terms of higher rates are all sort of snarled up in a very controversial issue right now. So tell us.
Thank you. Want to step back a little bit and talk about some of the projects we're working on at PPI in the energy space. Really excited about that. We'll tie right into that at the end here. We've done a couple of studies now. One just released last week. We mapped out every congressional Hispanic caucus district. We've mapped out every congressional Black caucus district and the energy burdens there. So the question, who's paying for these policies? And where are those falling in these traditionally Democratic cities? And really taking on the environmental justice activists straight on. Where does cost fall in this conversation? It's been a conversation that a lot of Democrats are reluctant to have. It's opened doors for us on Capitol Hill and in states that I don't think anyone has walked in and had this conversation with a lot of these offices and the leadership in there. So that's been fascinating to see. Is the message that Democrats are sending on energy the one that resonates with voters? And with working class voters, it's just not there. We're not, people feel like the burden of the cost of all this is falling on the shoulders of these communities, of working class people around the country. And in a lot of these districts, they're urban districts, they're the most efficient places to live in the country for energy use. So these are the people that are emitting the least They're paying most of their income towards energy, and that's injustice. And so it's been a captured audience that I think we're starting to have some conversations with. It's really exciting. And opening up a lane for, I think, Democrats to talk about energy, to talk about climate in a way that resonates with voters more than just telling them they're responsible for saving the world and climate change and the cost on their backs. And then to kind of talk a little bit about data centers, we're looking at a lot of states in the middle of a project to go through all the Democratic states that set climate goals in 2020-ish. And what those look like in 2026, where demand is much higher. We were flat demand curve for decades, and now we're running into the demand of data centers. We're seeing these climate goals reduce the supply in a lot of cities and a lot of states at the same time when demand is increasing. And people may not understand a lot about the energy world, and it's very complicated. I don't understand it all, but they understand that. It's, if you decrease the supply of something when everyone's wanting to buy it, the prices are going to go up. And we talk about that in all these states. And until, when these data centers come in, people are concerned about their electricity rates. And until we can figure out how to assure ratepayers that they're not going to be shouldering the burden of this, they're not going to want them in there. And these companies who are doing this need to do a better job of getting ahead of that, to talk about not only the jobs, but the tax base that they bring in, and the build out of the utility infrastructure that will make it more reliable and cheaper for customers. And so real, wide lane there both for these companies and politicians to talk about that. And one last thing to talk about, in one of my papers I talk about the far left imposing price with pushing to get rid of all fossil fuels, no matter what the cost is right now, even when there's rising demand. But also the kind of MAGA right, the hostility towards wind and renewables and energy, solar power. It's imposing an activist tax on every American. And it's not just the left, but it is the Trump administration too. And it's imposed on everybody. It's small businesses, it's consumers, and it's opening up a lane in the middle to find a pragmatic way forward. And my last thing here, I was shared a poll that's going to be coming out, I think this week, maybe next, in New York. And the 600 likely voters, the question was, do you support the plan to build underground natural gas pipeline into Long Island that will add more energy, help convert 400,000 oil-burning furnaces to cleaner natural gas, and increase reliability? And in New York, only 53% of Democrats said yes, they support this. They asked the other half, that was half the poll, if they supported the proposal that Democratic Governor Kathy Hochul recently approved, and then it was the same question. That jumped to 81% of Democrats approved that. That's the power of leadership that the Democrats have. I think we've been so afraid of running from the activists on either side of this that we've gotten in our own way of leading on this issue. And I think the lane is wide open. All of the above is important. We need to reduce emissions affordably, and we need to bring in all these fuels, renewables, natural gas as part of the equation, and not be afraid of talking about that.
Okay, we're back on. So what Neil is describing, I think, is really what PPI excels at, and it's looking at these affordability issues, impacts on consumers, prices, access, choice, quality, all these important issues, but marrying them up with pragmatic policy solutions, right? And we're doing that across the board. In energy, we're doing it in healthcare, where there's been an amazing, incredible amount of consolidation. We're doing it in food. ensuring the security of our food supply chains while being cognizant of the affordability issue. But I want to stay on the theme here for just a few more minutes and turn it over to Lansing's Mayor Andy Shore. I know you guys are purple in Lansing, right? Your Boulder is just screaming blue, and Lansing is purple. And you've got a really diverse mix of residents and workers here. You've got some manufacturing. You've got the seat of the government is here. But you're dealing with a lot of these affordability issues, right?
We are dealing with affordability issues. We are not purple. All the Michigan folks just laughed a little bit. We are proudly blue. Although I will, purple green from a Wolverine. Although I will say, especially on our south side, we do have a significant, like GM, UAW. It's kind of the Union Blue coalition of old that really has stuck together in South Lansing. So I was asked to talk about a solution. Sometimes we talk about the problems, and in Lansing we have a solution. I just got back from the U.S. Conference of Mayors, and I swear to God, we were at an opening press conference. There's, I don't know, 70, 80 mayors, and the reporter from Politico asked a variety of questions. The last one she asked was, talk about data centers. And like every mayor, Kate Gallego from Phoenix, every mayor was like, ugh. So I kind of raised my hand, and I went over and I said, I've got an answer. And I think every mayor gave this collective sigh of relief. So what we are doing in Lansing, we have a proposal for a data center. It is not a hyperscale. It is not 100 megawatts. This is a 26 megawatt data center. These are all over the place, in case anyone doesn't know. The state's got them. You know, insurance companies have them. We have a lot of insurance companies, but we want to do a data center. We were proposed a data center. We gave them a checklist of items. We said, A, you're not going to take our water. So what did we get? Closed loop. Closed loop water, glycol system, very common. And the water that they're actually going to use is comparable to the Wendy's that's across the street. Closed loop, big win. 2, they came to us, a company from England, they came to us because they want to do what they're calling a heat capture system. We're going to give them 8 megawatts of our power, and they're going to build this renewable fuel cell technology on site, and it's going to generate the power they need for the data center, the rest of the power they need for the data center, but all this excess heat is going to be captured. Normally, it would just go up and out. We're going to capture it, and we're going to put it into our downtown loop, which is steam moving over to hot water. So when you look at rates, we told them, you're building all this. Of course, they came to us and said, you know, you could build it and you could bond for it. We said, no, that would raise rates. You have to raise rates when you bond. We told them, you're building it, and we're going to capture the heat off of it. So rates are not only not going to go up, they're going to go down for some of our downtown businesses and residents who love it. So we, check that box. What else? Generating power, heat capture. Many of us are urbanists here. We are taking 2 empty parking lots, which is like the worst use. And we are building urban infill, a nice building. We have told them it can't just be standard, terrible looking building. They're going to put murals on it. They're going to make it look nice. It's in the edge of our downtown, right across the street from our water facility. So it's I wouldn't say it's industrial, but it's industrial. So we're rezoning for that. So again, it's going to look nice. Our planning folks are supportive. And then kind of the catch, the bigger piece, it's going to give us $800,000 in taxes a year. Is it a lot of jobs? It's not. And we talked about that. It's some. It's going to give us $800,000 a year. And then for the other mayors in the room, you cringe on this one. We own our municipal utility. And because of that, we get a return on equity from them. So I get a 6% return on equity. So from the revenues that they're going to make, we're going to get 6%. So this is $1 million a year that we're going to get, that I can now put towards firefighters. I can now put towards homelessness. I can now put towards these things. So for me, this is a huge win-win. And we've checked a lot of the boxes for the problems that are there. You heard the governor last night say, these are going somewhere. Why not here and why not do it right? When I was at the U.S. conference, I was talking to a mayor from Indiana, and he literally said to me, we are watching what you are doing in Michigan, and we are hoping you reject these because we want them. So all that being said, you'd think this is a slam dunk. I am having problems getting this through my council. Why? Because they are getting hundreds of emails from people, not just in Lansing, but from all over the country, over the world, saying, reject it, reject it, reject it. And that makes a big deal, a big difference to elected officials. We have people coming to our council with misinformation. We have done more events with this company, several, and yet misinformation. My rates are going to go up. It's noisy in my neighborhood. And for the record, they are doing noise reduction, and it's not in a neighborhood. And then there are the people that you cannot argue with. AI is going to end the world. Literally reading from their phone, right? Who probably use ChatGPT to write their speech. AI is going to end the world. I can't argue with that person. So we'll see what happens, but the climate mayors came to me over the weekend and said, they met with me for an hour, and they're like, tell us all the things. We want to do a checklist of recommendations. And I said, don't do a checklist of recommendations, do a checklist of demands. Every city should demand these things if that company wants to come. Now, the other thing I'll say, and that'll be done, apologize, I probably took more than my 2 minutes, is the reality is they want to come and they want to do the heat capture. It's a new technology, and they want to go into 10 or 12 other cities all around the country. That's why it's so important to do it where they're doing it, because the heat capture is right in the downtown and they can help. You know, if they didn't want to go through all this stuff with council, we have a property, the old Fisher Body Plant on the edge of our city. They could go there by right. Our council would have no say, you know, and we've told them that. So the fact that we have the ability to put these limitations and requirements is a huge win. But I'll tell you, on February 24th, we need six of 8 votes on council to sell the property because it's a city parking lot, and I need 5 of 8 votes on council. And the other piece I'll mention is many of us are friendly with our unions. The unions are tremendously supportive of this. Why? Because they're going to build it, and they're going to build it right. And it's a lot of jobs for them. And at the same time, our Chamber of Commerce is extremely supportive. So we have, again, all these wins, unions, chamber, incredible alliances. But again, sometimes elected officials get flooded, and we had one elected official who's in election cycle, not this year, but for next year, tell us that voting for this would be political suicide. And then I had a union tell me voting against it for him will be political suicide. So stay tuned, everybody.
Thank you for that. So let's pivot from your comments about jobs and job opportunities associated with infrastructure development in the energy sector over to Taylor Mag, who is with Jobs for the Future, former PPI. So sorry to have lost her, but she's still in the orbit, the bigger orbit. Let's talk about choice for American high schoolers and even students who get the 4-year degree. What are their choices? What are their options? I give a lecture a couple times a year at the local high school, and I always poll the kids. I say, okay, how many of you are going to go to college? How many are going to trade school? How many are going to go to the community college down the road? And the numbers have really changed dramatically over time, right? And then, I teach at the university part-time, and I do the same poll for my graduating seniors. And how many are going to grad school? How many are going to go out and work? How many are contemplating, a different pathway? Those numbers have changed dramatically. Very, very fewer and fewer kids are contemplating these traditional pathways to get ahead through education. There are other ways to carve pathways for yourself, and Taylor has done an amazing amount of work on this. So tell us what you're finding.
Thanks, Diane, and thank you all so much for having me. This has been phenomenal. I also just want to say, as Rep. Schulten mentioned, with cost and economic security being really the focal point of so many households and voters, a huge driver of economic security is work and employment and access to good jobs in that employment. I first want to recognize that I am in a room of Democratic leaders who have championed workforce development, which is not always the case, so I just want to give a few kudos. Governor Whitmer talking last night about the need to invest in training outside a 4-year degree. She said that, I think, 3 times during her chat, which was really exciting for me as a workforce wonk. Rep. Schulten, you released bipartisan legislation even last month with Representative Fitzpatrick on getting better labor market information to people to understand what jobs are in demand in their communities and recognizing all skills, not just those learned in a college classroom. Because we know What employers actually want is people who know how to work, and you only get those skills when you're on the job. And so I just applaud your efforts, and thank you for doing that across the aisle. Also, Candidate Cook, I mean, we talked before this panel, your work on apprenticeship and partnering with labor in your community to really advance workforce policies. And Mayor Shore, obviously, you're talking a lot about economic development, and we know businesses don't come anywhere unless there is prepared talent to go into the jobs that they're creating. So as much as, you know, this conversation spanning a lot of different sectors, none of these sectors can exist without a talented and prepared workforce, which always brings, you know, me back to why workforce is the most important issue area, obviously. But I just want to say, I know we're going to talk about solutions more today, but I am going to lay out some of the challenges we're seeing in the workforce and some of our national economic trends, as Diana was starting to get into. The U.S. economy, as we all know, is at a serious crossroads. While headline unemployment numbers have remained relatively low even during this tougher economic time, labor force participation has largely stagnated since the pandemic. So people never came back to work. 75 million workers in this country are either unemployed or underemployed, meaning they are in jobs that don't fully use their skill sets, that they are earning less than their potential, and they are in part-time, not full-time work. So there is just a bunch of people we are not accessing in jobs of today, and also we need to think about as the economy continues to change. It's why workforce is starting to become a bigger issue for national and state and local policymakers. It wasn't always, but now it's really at the front and center of a lot of our national debates. And it's not only about making sure individuals have access to opportunity, but also businesses have access to that talent. Representative Schulten mentioned small and mid-sized employers especially. You know, they're the drivers of our economy, and they're often lacking that access to really skilled talent in their communities. So it's really the supply and demand side of the equation here. For Democrats, the solution to this mismatch in our labor market was for decades, not always, but for the past couple decades, has really been go to college, get a four-year degree. That four-year degree is going to signal to employers that you're prepared to work. I will say that clearly, per every conversation we've had today, is not working. Majority of Americans do not have a four-year degree. So right off the bat, they are left out of that conversation. And additionally, I think this is a really important stat. Over 35 million Americans go to college thinking they've had the American dream. They're going to get their four-year degree and succeed. They don't complete. They are left usually with debt and no credential of labor market value. So you're leaving with debt and nothing to show for it, which is obviously very hard then to advance in employment in our economy today. And then at the same time, employers are telling us, we don't care about degrees anymore, we just need skills, we need people who know how to work. So it's really creating this disruption that I think is important and a great gap that Democrats can really lead on, especially as we think about the midterms and future elections. I do think, you know, around solutions, we kind of know what works. We don't have a ton of what works. We could do more in this space, but we know that we need high quality alternatives to a four-year degree to meet the people where they are and what people are wanting, which, as Diana said, is changing every day. These are pathways that are industry driven. Rebecca, I love your point, and Peter, not all employers are bad. They are employing our people of our nation, and they want people that they know how to work on their job sites. And so every solution that we're doing, whether it's K-12 reform, whether it's post-secondary, it needs to be in alignment with them in partnership. And, you know, we have some ideas on how to incentivize that public-private partnership to create those pathways. We need to better align our education and workforce systems. I know there's a lot of government people in the room. We talk a lot in silos, and we do a lot of things separately, and the American people do not look at their educational paths and employment as different things. And so our systems need to work better and help people and meet them where they are. And then obviously get skills and credentials that actually mean something in our economy. That's been really interesting, seeing what people get credentials on in their post-secondary and then being like, well, those actually don't match to your job market, so you're not going to actually get a job with the skills you just learned. So just, again, a waste of time and resources that could have been used differently. Voters also like this idea. When I was at PPI, under Will and Lindsay and Claire, we did this amazing voter survey of 5,000 workers without a four-year degree. 74% said they wanted government to invest more in apprenticeship, earn and learn models that allow you to get that work experience while obviously you're advancing on your academic pathway, and other career-oriented options, whether it was starting in high school career pathways work or short-term industry-relevant training. So Americans want this. People without four-year degrees want this, and they want to see investment go there. And I'll be honest and say an uncomfortable truth, which is that Republicans have been leading on this issue for far too long. I'm going to go a little wonky with one of my examples really quickly, but I promise it has a point. Which is just this past year, Representative Schulten, you lived through this, so you can speak to some of the experience directly. Republicans were able to advance workforce Pell. Workforce Pell would expand federal financial aid to cover short-term job-aligned programs, which is a very popular issue for the public. The Pell Grant is a very popular program. A lot of American households access it. It would allow you to use it for not only four-year credit-bearing coursework, but if you wanted to do a 6-week, or now with regs, 8-week training program in manufacturing or welding. This is something PPI's long supported. It actually was originally an idea from Senator Tim Kaine 10 years ago. 2014, Senator Tim Kaine introduced legislation on this based on innovative work happening in Virginia. Over the 10 years, based on not only Democratic members in Congress, but also national Democratic leadership, whether it was representing four-year institutions or traditional higher education or other left-leaning think tanks and groups, pushed back so much that Democrats were never able on their own to get it through the finish line. And as a result, Workforce Pell passed during budget reconciliation led by the Republican Party. It was not bipartisan, and then now just was implemented and regulated by the Trump administration. So just a perfect example of a democratically led idea, but because of pushback over 10 years, the Republicans ended up leading it and implementing it in the way that they wanted to. So I just want to give that as an example and maybe a push that we cannot no longer be second on this issue, and we really need to lead this and be at the I also think as we're thinking about policies that lower cost and expand economic opportunity, workforce does no longer need to be a niche issue area, but really can be front and center for Democratic leadership. I want to yield my time, but I will say if folks are interested in getting more examples of Democratic leaders, whether in states, in Congress, locally, that are doing really innovative workforce-related policies that are responding to their base. Interesting. Governor Polis, Governor Hobbs, Governor Stein are doing a lot of great things in their state that I'm happy to share more about if we have time and people are interested. And again, I think championing education and workforce pathways that are really driven by industry, like apprenticeship and sector strategies, is a really smart way to not leave behind education, but recognize there's multiple on-ramps to good jobs. So thank you all again for having me, and excited to continue the conversation on our nation's workforce.
Thanks, Taylor. So these are all really good concrete examples of pragmatic policies that link up cost of living issues, access issues with how to come up with solutions and fixes. Before I throw it open to more general questions and conversation, I want to ask all of our 5 panelists if they have any responses to what they've heard from other panelists on any of these issues so far. Any comments? Okay, all right.
Oh, I was going to just say one thing to workforce, and just something that was, when we go back to the conversation this morning about policies that are really influenced sometimes by the activist space. So something like universal student debt relief for a lot of folks that have most people in their district, like mine, that come out of technical college systems or community colleges. That's not something that's popular, and it's also something that's going to continue to keep coming back. It's a Band-Aid to do that. There were some Democrats that took a very unpopular vote for not approving that, but I think that we have to be thoughtful about how we talk about student aid and expanding Pell Grants to support, workforce. So,
thank you.
Okay, there we go. All right. Technology is not my forte. I just also wanted to mention, this is a policy workshopping, but I was remiss in not shouting out in making the connection between affordability and workforce. One of the biggest things, I'm a working mom. I'm actually the first mom in history to represent my district, my part of the state in Congress. And childcare is a major barrier to so many. And we have to come up with a solution. Here in Michigan, we're innovators in the tri-share model. It is not perfect, but last month I introduced bipartisan bill to nationalize the tri-share program. The statistics around what this has done, especially for our small businesses, is just overwhelming. More participation in the workforce, more, the employers love it, the employees love it, and it helps to incentivize creation of more childcare slots because they know there's a reliability of income. So just as we think about solutions there, we have to think about working parents and what it will mean for them to be able to participate in a meaningful way. And parents are incredible employees. They are incentivized to show up to work. They have a high motivation to do well, continue to get promotions. So I think that can't be understated or overstated enough, excuse me.
Nationally. I also just want to flag, Michigan also has barrier removal and employment success program, the BREEZE program,
Yes.
which to your, it's like we know sorry guys, I'm having mic problems today. We know training isn't just enough either, that people need those access their training, complete it, and get into good jobs. And so I just want to applaud you, and I think Michigan's actually leading the way on aligning not only the training incentives, but also that barrier support for people to succeed.
Yeah, yeah.
All right, questions, comments? Yes, absolutely.
So first of all, thank you to all of you that are in public service. I live in the Washington, D.C. bubble and in Grand Haven, Michigan, so I'm a constituent.
Awesome. Oh, fantastic.
And I grew up.
Vote in Grand Haven.
I grew up there, and so I've seen the change in the shape of the district and the makeup, so it's, just so you all know, that was very red district, and Hillary now, I just can't believe it, honestly. So I'm a lawyer lobbyist in Washington as well, D.C., and have worked in this workforce issue extensively and the AI, and I'm old and I've been a Clinton appointee and on. But not to be Debbie Downer, but like on the workforce piece and even on what Alyssa was talking about on competing with China on AI, all of this takes a lot of money, a lot of money coming from somewhere, federal government or state. And I think there's such a tension there, because again, I work on these issues daily, like trying to get appropriations for things. And, in the President Trump's budget, he, for example, basic research funding tried to cut by 50%. Mm-hmm. It is amazing that, this is one of the areas that Congress did push back, one of the very few areas as far as the current appropriations. But I just think at a national level, you have to, like if you're going to go on and on about workforce, which I totally believe in, training and all of that, it sounds like a big spending Democrat if you're not careful. So I just think, I don't know how to solve it. I'm, describing a problem and not solving it. But I do think that that's something, maybe especially on workforce, which I think we've all heard about, in the context of trade agreements. It hasn't worked so well. I mean, maybe it just is a branding thing, like not to say just workforce, but I think in a lot of people's mind that goes back to where are you going to get the money, and that's going to be, here come the big spending Democrats, and it's going to be my taxes. I think childcare is an exception. I think that one is like the Mondami approach, and I think childcare is maybe a place to focus, the workforce. But other than that, I just think it's tricky, on messaging at the national level anyway.
Yeah, and I think we absolutely have to be investing in our technological innovations at the same rate, if not more, because we're behind to China if we want to remain competitive, and we simply cannot afford to do so with a tax structure that gives 80% of the benefits to the top 0.1% of Americans. It's not, like, tax the rich is not the ultimate solution, but also, the tax structure that was rewritten, the largest wealth redistribution in American history through one big beautiful bill, we simply cannot afford to do what we need to do while we're also giving those types of handouts to the top 0.1%. So, I think there's a lot that we could recapture by reversing some of those tax cuts. But also, I am a big believer in a massive fiscal responsibility overhaul of the federal bureaucracy in Washington. DOGE was a brilliant idea in concept and horrible in execution. The American people were so hungry for it, and they still are. And I continue to work on several bipartisan fiscal reform working groups in Congress to try to do what DOGE set out to do. Cut the size of the federal government in half, make it more nimble, make it more effective. I don't think anyone here can really look each other in the eye with a straight face and say the Department of Education is doing exactly what we want it to do and we're really getting our money's worth. Like it's just not happening. American children are struggling and we're just throwing money away. More of that money needs to come back to the states, back to the students who need it most, so that we can educate from allow our public schools to do what we're saying we got to add all this extra money to do, to train them, start equipping children today for the jobs of tomorrow. And, so I think some of that radical fiscal reform needs to start happening and more Democrats need to take it seriously. We are, I'm not going to give into the narrative of waste, fraud, and abuse, but like we are not being as fiscally responsible as we should be at every single level.
And can I just add briefly, because that was so well said, I will say we spend around we did the math, like $150 billion on higher education and only $17 billion on workforce development across, to Representative Schulten's point, I think it's 17 different programs, which that gets into government, blending and braiding of resources and alignment, and that's a different conversation. But I do think there's a conversation to be had on how best to leverage the resources we're spending on education, because right now they are very hyper-focused on four-year and we don't seem to have any problem spending there, and then not on alternatives. I also think another pro, and Rebecca and Representative Schulten and also Mayor Short can speak to this in practice, but what's nice about workforce development is the private sector is on the hook. They are involved in the training and often are giving their own resources. So apprenticeship, employers are essentially paying for that model. They often just want that little incentive or financial incentive to support them in starting up a program. So I think that's also a benefit of looking towards more alternatives, is you can actually ask the private sector to put some more skin in the game, which also can help on some of the cost.
Thanks, Taylor. Other questions, comments? Yes.
Just on that, on the workforce and apprenticeships, what we see here in Lansing, certainly, our community college does a lot of that. Our unions do most of that. Our plumbers and pipe fitters just doubled, right, Angela? They just doubled their facility. We certainly need electricians. Someone before talked about the building trades. My wife and I, we have two kids. One who wants to be a doctor and is going to have all the debt and in college, and our son who's a precision machinist who is not going to have any debt, and he's doing pretty well. So with the apprenticeships, our union apprenticeship programs are killing it, and that's exactly the way it should be. They're not funded by the state government. They don't have to go to our legislators and say we want money. In fact, when others do, our unions are like, wait a minute, we're doing it with our member fees. So I think that's a really good, again, solution and system that we should be talking about.
Yes.
I think so my name is Julie Brixey, and I'm a representative in Michigan's House, and we are about 300 feet from my district. The other side of Grand River is where my district. I think one of the problems that I see is that, yes, the union trades are doing great, but there's a lot of other builders out there, and they don't pay a living wage, and they underbid the unions, and you get what you pay for. And so I'm going to push back of waste, fraud, and abuse, and point out that we are at historically low taxation rates, and you get what you pay for, right? The right people are not paying the bill. The fact that these tax cuts took effect, they were the opposite of what we needed. To raise taxes for the upper echelon. When municipalities, who I will point out operate through taxes, and state government, who operate through state taxes, when we partner with our our unions by saying, if you're going to do work for the state, it has to be union work. That's a win for everybody, and that's why the trades are thriving. So these things matter, but also, you know, the Republicans are winning forever since Newt Gingrich and Reagan in lower my taxes and everything will be great, and it's bullshit. And we have to push back on that and give people an understanding of the value for what their tax dollars are paying for.
Anybody want to take a stab at that?
Yeah, that's easy. You know, you want to have a high-paying job with no debt, get an apprenticeship and learn the business, and you won't have debt, and you'll have a good paying job. I don't know the federal programs. I punt.
Yeah, great discussion. My name's Jonathan Smith. I work for Governor Whitmer at the Department of Labor and spend a decent amount of my time focused on workforce questions. You asked, like, what would it take to scale up more short-term training programs, more apprenticeship? Number one, it is actually really hard to know what employers want. They all want different stuff, and we don't have a great way today of understanding how to take employer input, the skills they need, and then standardizing that so that what we have are clear pathways that are high quality. And so, you know, oftentimes employers, they want something that's very proprietary. They want something that's like one-off, and, you know, it's expensive to try to fund curriculum development and administration for hundreds or thousands of different credential programs. We need fewer programs that have, you know, that are more widely recognized, that have the kind of basic technical skills that people need. You know, two, we're gonna have a panel soon, I think, about K-12, and that's a huge piece of it. You know, employers are telling us pretty consistently that students coming out of both the K-12 system and the post-secondary system don't have the skills that they need to be successful. So there is some basic reform of our systems that needs to happen in order to, you can build credential programs and apprenticeship programs on top of that, but if we're putting people into those programs that aren't coming out of the K-12 system with the skills they need, it's hard. You know, this idea of standardization is important. The data on short-term credential, and Doug probably knows more about this than anybody, a lot of the data is on short-term credential programs is bad. We have a lot of really bad short-term training programs. They're putting people into crummy careers that don't pay good wages. And so we need a way to make it clear which are the short-term credential programs that are gonna lead to higher wages and that have high graduation rates. So it hasn't been standardized. It hasn't, you know, it's confusing if you're someone seeking out training. And then, you know, all this stuff does take money. The state funds apprenticeship programs. Andy, sorry to correct you, but like, and that funding was cut. The state used to fund barrier removal programs. That funding was recently cut by the legislature. And so, you know, things that this governor has fought for training have recently been reduced, and that is going to have an impact. There's very little funding for barrier removal. The federal WIOA system is pretty outdated, and, you know, doesn't recognize the need for barrier removal as a critical first step to get someone effectively into a training program or into work. So those are some of the things we need to fix. It's a long list, but, you know, all pretty doable.
Sorry, Dana, really quick.
I was going to say one thing after her, too.
Sorry, just on the like messaging point too, hate to give this administration credit, but Trump came in and said, we're going to get to 1 million active apprentices in my first year. He just gave a big goal, a goal that was really easy to meet because we were at like 800,000 already. So it's really, you know, 200,000 more. So I think also some of the messaging is just simplistic, and it's really the bully pulpit too. It's just getting someone's idea around, like, this model exists. A young person can look into it who might not recognize it before. And so I'm just kind of giving a simplistic message that I think does matter in elections and for policymakers. Like, if you really make an attainable goal and then you meet it and then you can say you made progress. So I'm so sorry, Rebecca, to interject, but I just think that's a good example of like what we can be talking about, how we can lift up these models for the party.
Well, I also think that it's important to protect the integrity of registered apprenticeship programs too, which IRAP's industry apprenticeship programs that the Trump administration has put forth in the past have really undermined those. I'm from Wisconsin, so we are a right-to-work state. So I think when talking about this too and how to bolster union power to have more apprenticeship programs, we need to get the PRO Act passed, which would undo things like in our state that Scott Walker and his cronies did with Act 10 that really decimated worker power and inhibit people from being able to expand those types of apprenticeship programs nationwide.
State Representative, hang on. Can we hear from you, Joey?
Yeah, I want to braid a couple of things we talked about together here, including kind of a reference to this question. So I represent a district in southwest Michigan on the border with Indiana, not very far from Illinois. And I think, one of the things we have seen in the Midwest in particular is stagnation and decline in growth. We've lost industry, population's not really growing. And we keep trying to talk about how do we get more apprentices, how do we get more work, more workforce. And the issue is that there's just not a demand for it because we have stopped growing. And what we've seen on the border where I live is that in northern Indiana, they are growing. They're building data centers, auto factories, all kinds of stuff. So the IBEW local that serves my area is based in South Bend. Because of the growth in the last 2 years down there, they've invested multi-million dollars in doubling the size of their training center. They're seeing record apprenticeship growth to tie to data centers directly. Each data center they build requires more electricians than when they built the nuclear plant in my area, each data center. So we're rebuilding our workforce that's been declining, our apprentices that have been declining because of this new demand and growth that we really haven't seen since we built the factories and the power plants over 50 years ago. And so I think the answer in part to your question isn't so much focusing on how do we fund apprenticeships, it's we need to be a pro-growth party and we need to be pushing growth because the growth causes a market force and we have to, I think as a party we can embrace some free market and market ideas a little bit here too. When things are growing, when houses are being built and when industry is being built, you need workforce and those workers spend money and that creates small businesses, right? And the thing I wanted to braid into just a little bit was on the data center conversation. My colleagues are probably tired of hearing me talk about this, for sure. Yeah, I know. Luckily, no one else in this room has had to yet. I was one of the drafters of our data center legislation in Michigan, and I really think Michigan's model is worth looking at when we're having this conversation nationally. So we mandated in Michigan that no costs can be passed on to residential customers from the outbuild of a data center, and we banned them from taking industrial tariff rates. And for people who don't know much about electricity, big industry pays less for electricity because they buy a lot of it. Electricity is really, really cheap to generate. Infrastructure and workforce is what's expensive. So big buyers can subsidize the grid if you're charging good rates. And so that really controversial data center in Washtenaw County, the estimate from the Public Service Commission is that it's going to save $300 million in costs to the customers in that utility because it will be subsidizing the grid because of our laws. We also required municipal water hookup, which our municipal water association supported because big water users subsidize residential customers. And so I think if you have a model that says this needs to subsidize customers, that is a much better sell. And I defend this at every town hall I do because I wrote the bills and my constituents know it. But I have found when you talk about data centers are expanding apprenticeship programs, bringing thousands of workers in who are going to be spending money at hotels and in housing and at restaurants, and the property taxes are going to fund your schools and your roads and your pipes. And oh, by the way, Michigan's making it so these things are going to subsidize your electric bill, not cost you more. I have found, aside from the activists who, the mayor pointed out, you just can't win, most ordinary people go, wow, it's so good to know that. I have never heard any of this before. No one has ever answered my questions. And you turn this into something exciting, which goes back to my initial point of we got to be a pro-growth party again and be excited about building things in this country. The Republicans are a bunch of arsonists. All they want to do is burn things down. We get to be the builders. So that's my soapbox.
Thank you. Doug, you're up.
The things that I commend PPI for doing is being that part of the Democratic Party that was willing to acknowledge that college is not for everyone and that therefore there need to be the other paths. And as becoming hopefully again a pro-growth party, also have to acknowledge that while apprenticeships, for example, can be a good individual choice, that still, for most communities to grow, the ability to provide college graduates, and when I went to work for Governor Whitmer, one of the first things I did was visit all of the principal auto manufacturers in the state to talk about mobility. And while I'm sure they consume a lot of trades, what they talked about were software engineers, electricians, electrical engineers trained in electrification of vehicles. We were competing with Pittsburgh and Austin and Silicon Valley, the top end. So in many ways, the top end attracts investment. And to support it, it creates lots of non-college trade options. So we have to be an and part of the party that says these are all respectable options for individuals. And for communities, if you don't have both, you're going to get bypassed. You're not going to attract high-end jobs.
Okay, we have time for two more. Representative Schulten, I'll get right. You'll be the last word on this, but right here.
I'm Representative Stephen Wood, and I also represent parts of West Michigan. I have the pleasure of having Congresswoman Scholten as my congresswoman. I wanted to at least offer one comment and then pivot to a question. When it comes to demonstrating fiscal restraint, while certainly we shouldn't borrow the talking points of the Republicans around waste, fraud, and abuse, it is also true that there's a reason that has taken root. And it's not just because of the right-wing media ecosystem and the megaphone that they have. It is because it's built in to a perception that government is inefficient. And that's largely based because many of us, I would like to think, I have a feeling we've all had one bad experience working with government. I myself, prior to serving in the legislature, worked for an affordable housing nonprofit in Grand Rapids. And as a liberal Democrat, nothing has made me more sympathetic to libertarianism than working with the U.S. Department of Housing and Urban Development. And, ultimately, we have to realize that the things that we care about that are going to bring down costs do have a ticket for public sector investment, even if it's one-time public sector investment. And they are only going to trust us with that public sector investment if we can also show outcomes-based fiscal responsibility. It also helps us, and this dovetails with what the Congresswoman mentioned with our rectifying the more recent tax shifts, we're able to deal with the byline or the title line press release issue that you very well mentioned. If we have to show a high price ticket, it's also really helpful to say at the end, without raising your taxes. And we can do that with a combination of fiscal restraint and rectifying the recent wealth shift in our tax code. Pivoting though to my question and leaning on my experience, one issue when it came to affordability we haven't yet talked about is housing. And I'm wondering if there's any thoughts, whether it's from the task force you've created, Congresswoman, or work that PPI has done on tackling high housing costs, because high housing costs raise all the other costs.
Yeah. Yes.
I mean, so many, from 3D printing to, advanced manufacturing of housing. The building trades will have my neck, but we're doing it very inefficiently here in the United States of America, and there's so much that we can do to lower those costs. I actually got canceled because of a snowstorm, but we had an entire hour-and-a-half panel set up, which I know you know about, to do a congressional dialogue series just about housing affordability in West Michigan. It will be rescheduled. Stay tuned. We're going to record it and put it out there. But all of that is to say, I need an hour and a half to get into all of the policies that we really have. But from tax incentives for first-time home buyers to incentivizing baby boomers to get out of their house and not kill them with taxes when they're ready to move on. There's just so much inefficiency built in from our tax code to the way that we're actually building our houses that is adding to the cost.
Thank you.
And
No, go ahead.
We'll stick with housing, but I have one more thing on the vocational training and education I want to do. I'll say it at the end, but we'll stick with housing.
Actually, we are at the end.
Okay.
So please.
1 minute.
So when it comes to, I think what happens after certain time, yeah, for future panels. I mean, we're never going to be able to sell the value of apprenticeships and vocational training and education to the American public or young people who want to go into them, who the only thing they're hearing is, you got to get a 4-year college degree from the time they're in kindergarten and beyond, until we fully understand the value of apprenticeships and vocational training and education. Taylor, thank you for teeing up my bill, the Honoring Vocational Education Act, first bill that I introduced when I came to Congress, which would conduct a long-term study on the impact of apprenticeships and vocational education and ultimately change the United States Census. Because right now, we're only tracking higher education and the contributions if it's a 4-year college degree. And we're not going to be able to show the value contributed to our communities until we're capturing that data. My brother's a home builder, and I can tell, he didn't go to college, but he is contributing so much to our economy that's not being captured in the proper way by our census. So that's my bill with Brian, and it has tons of bipartisan support.
Wonderful, thank you. Very quickly, stay tuned for PPI's research on housing. Rick Kalenberg up here and Colin Mortimer and I are looking at a lot of issues in housing, ranging from competition issues and algorithmic collusion on rental platforms, all the way down to the construction end of the business. So more coming out on that. I just want to thank everybody for a wonderful, lively and robust and really illuminating, helpful conversation. Thanks to all of our 5 panelists and everybody here who is lending their perspective and their expertise to these issues. It helps PPI tremendously as we move forward and we frame our policy priorities and our recommendations. And I think we are breaking for lunch. And it's just out, it's out here. Okay.
Thank you, that was terrific. Appreciate that.
Yeah, that was really
I wanted to suggest we did entirely with you on this government reform thing, this kind of fiscal.
start taking their seats, please. We're about to start. Thank you.
If I could get everybody to come in and sit down so we can start promptly at 1:30, that would be great. Thank you so much.
You gonna speak here, Secretary? That's why I'm here. Let's speak here. Don't be calling me that, Representative. I just saw a basketball player getting in the car outside. Former, he's doing the game. Oh. I'm gonna go. Good for you. He's a superstar. I don't think of his name, but NBA, like when we were growing up. Yeah. I saw him. He's like 6'8". Okay, come on. Come on. What team? Good shooter. What team? 3-point shooter. Okay. I'll think of it. Ray Allen. No. I think he played here. At Michigan State. There's a basketball player that's going out to a car. You all know who he is. We grew up with him. Is that a broadcast team or I'm gonna think it's Matt Spencer. No. This guy's like an Olympic type. From Michigan State. Maybe Steve Smith was. That's Steve Smith. Yeah. He was a Blazer too. Okay. Yeah. He was getting into his car when I took a break to get him. Oh, nice. So he's either doing the game. Oh, I got yeah. Monstrous guy. Yeah, no, he's not short. I'm gonna. Nice to meet you. I'm gonna leave. Yeah, hit me up. I will. I can't try it. Well, it doesn't mean I still can't do it.
Good afternoon. My name is Rachel Cantor. I'm the Director of Education Policy here at PPI. We're going to start our 1:30 session, which is titled Democrats Must Lead Again on Public School Reform. We're going to have a bit of a change to the agenda because Secretary Reed, who has been so gracious with his time all day, actually has to leave in like 10 minutes. So we are going to allow him to go first, and then we will proceed with the K-12 warriors in the room who want to talk about how we can improve America's public schools and how we can improve education here in the state of Michigan. And then we'll come back to Rick Collenberg, also at PPI, to talk a little bit about the American Identity Project. So Secretary Reed, I would like to turn it over to you to give us your remarks about how important it is for American students to learn about their history.
Thanks, Rachel. I'm just thrilled to be with this crowd every time I can be. I'll come as far as I need to because I get the fuel that I need from all of you. And I think the thing to talk about here really is how our ability to execute and to actually make lives better for people is what's at stake. Because when we don't do that, that's when people retreat to their individual identities and lose the common identity, lose the common purpose that has been talked about already. So I'm a year into my job as Secretary of State. This is my second statewide office. I was state treasurer before that. Before that, it was in the legislature. And this is a good move because I think the number of people who understand my job now is like double what it was as state treasurer. It's still probably not out of the single digits, but it's easier to talk about elections to the normal person than it is about pension reform. So that's a good thing. And I think there is a little bit of a lesson in this, because I think about the stuff that I do, which is kind of disparate now between elections and audits, the corporation division, the archives, as kind of a defender of democracy. And that is maybe where I have seen some lessons right now, because I think when we are not delivering effectively and efficiently to people, that's where we lose them. That's when people kind of step back, and that is where we can get into a really vicious cycle, because if people are not seeing government making their lives better and feeling that, they retreat and they disengage. And that is what we're seeing a lot of in Oregon. But I think maybe if we have a lesson to offer from Oregon, it's related to that. And as a former state treasurer, the way I would sum up Oregon frequently is that we're long on good intentions in Oregon, but we're short on execution. And you probably all could make the same kind of list that I could about Oregon, because there's not a big, ambitious, utopian kind of idea that we are not willing to try in Oregon. But where we fall short is the persistence, the rigor, the attention to detail to make sure that that actually delivers. We are all too quick to pat ourselves on the back for passing a bill, for making a grand promise, for a pronouncement to say we're going to do X, Y, and Z, and then we fall short. We were really good at making those promises and not following through. So I'm thinking about the fact that our legislature is dedicating hundreds of millions of dollars to homelessness, and that problem has gotten worse. I very much appreciated, Mr. Mayor, your point about parks are for my kids, not for tents. We are dealing with that. We had an example where the large majority of our business community was willing to embrace a pretty significant increase in their taxes with the idea of supplementing inadequate education funding. But we're now continuing to see our education measures drop precipitously and in a really concerning way. And you probably all followed Oregon's willingness to experiment when it comes to drug policy and take away the criminal sanctions. That too has not worked in the way we wanted. So, and then one that really hits close to home for me right now, we did what I thought was a really good thing in terms of policy, made sure that everyone gets a driver's license in Oregon, regardless of their citizenship status, and said we're going to do automatic voter registration. But because we did not do a good job implementing that, the DMV accidentally registered some non-citizens to vote. So all of that, I think, is sort of a cautionary tale and really motivation for us to sweat the details, to get those actual rigorous things done that mean that we're going to follow through on it. It's not because we care, and this is a really important point for me, I say this all the time in Oregon, it's not because we care about government or about institutions. They are means to an end. We care about the people that we're supposed to serve. When we don't do that, we're going to make things that much worse for us. So I just want to reiterate and echo what I've heard a ton today, which is we should not let perfection be the enemy of progress. It can't be that everyone gets to veto something because it doesn't speak to their individual identity. And I think that's perhaps the tie to the rest of the panel, which I am very sad to have to miss, about having common purpose and having the common identity and common experience in education. It may not feel like this is the direct tie to education, but I'm so appreciative of how all of this comes, and it's probably the downside of being later in the day, because every time I was listening, gosh, that was a really smart thing to say. I wish I'd thought of that. And so I have to really just echo a lot of what I've heard already, and encourage you to keep us posted. Of course, we say that R&D is rob and duplicate, so keep your good ideas coming. We want to use them in Oregon. I'm very much looking forward to more conversations. And then you can all just close your eyes when I sneak out. It's not anything you said. So, thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you, Secretary.
Thank you.
All right, I'm going to give you a little bit of a sense about how we're going to do the next hour. We are going to end this panel promptly at 2:30 because I have to get in an Uber to go to the airport at 2:35. So if I don't say goodbye to you, it's not because I don't like you. So again, my name is Rachel Cantor, the Director of Education Policy at PPI. I came on board in April of 2025 after having spent 17 years in my home state of Mississippi improving educational outcomes. Many of you may have heard of what the national media has called the Mississippi Miracle, but in Mississippi we like to call the Mississippi Marathon. And that was my life for 17 years. I originally grew up in Mississippi. I was a school teacher in Mississippi. And I was very, very frustrated by the fact that we were always last in everything good and always first in everything bad. And there was no better encapsulation of that but our educational scores. And after going away to college and for 4 years having to listen to my classmates essentially pretend like I didn't need to be there because I was from Mississippi, I was really angry and I really wanted to do something about it, which led to the formation of Mississippi First. And over the course of time, we had dramatic improvement. The state of Mississippi now, if you control for our demographics, we're number one in the country in reading and math at fourth grade, and then at 8th grade in 8th grade math, and 4th in the country at 8th grade reading. What that means is that if Massachusetts had as many poor kids as we had, we would be beating Massachusetts. On an absolute sense, we're number 9 in the country in 4th grade reading, from a place of 50th. And that progress is actually not simply because our wealthy white kids got better. It's because every child in every racial category, every socioeconomic category, every point along the achievement spectrum got dramatically better in reading and math. And interestingly, when I came to PPI, I told Will one of the things I wanted to do was think about how do we improve America's public schools in the way that we improve public schools in the state of Mississippi. And in September, I published this lovely 10-page document with the 9 pillars that I thought were really important. And I wanted to go around talking about this document, which I think is an agenda for public education in America. And people started calling me and asking me about Mississippi instead. It's very interesting because nobody cared about Mississippi for the 20 years that I was doing my job in Mississippi. And then suddenly I left and everybody wants to talk to me. But what's really interesting about that, tying in some of these threads we've heard earlier in the conversation, is that when I tell people, when they ask, well, what really happened in Mississippi, and I give them the answer, I can see this like light of disappointment in their eyes, because I'm not giving them some new flashy idea that they can go out with a big slogan and sell. What I'm saying to them is that you have to take the 30 years of educational research we have about what works, and you have to be brave enough to implement it. Those are things like, what do you expect students to know and be able to do at the end of every grade level and at the end of high school? To what level? How are you going to measure it? How are you going to hold adults accountable to meeting that standard? How are you supporting teachers and students to make that job possible? And those are the things like pre-K, high-quality instructional materials, the science of reading, coaching and training. Those are all the other things we want to talk about. But you have to have that framework to know what is your goal, is it ambitious, and are you going to really put people's feet to the fire to know if they're going to achieve it? And I think that this is part of the problem right now with the Democratic Party, because we don't have a big ambitious goal for K-12. We want to talk about pre-K because pre-K is highly popular across bipartisan. If you poll, it's, you get outrageous numbers across the aisle for people who want to support pre-K or childcare or something like that. If you talk about CTE, people are really excited about CTE right now. But then there's this whole problem of K-12 that nobody wants to talk about, nobody has any real ideas about. But what they mean when they say we don't have real ideas is that we don't have something shiny and new, not that we don't know what works. So today in this conversation, what we're going to talk about is where are we here in the state of Michigan with achievement, which has been on the decline here in Michigan, an opposite story from the state of Mississippi. What is the political context and why? And then bring in some voices about what we think we can do in Michigan and where we think Democrats need to lead again on this issue. Because quite frankly, oftentimes the Democratic Party is the party of the status quo now in education. And if you talk to any parent here in America and you ask them, is the status quo in education good? They are going to laugh in your face. Because parents are uniquely unhappy right now with America's public schools. They're not just uniquely unhappy with broadly America's public schools, they are uniquely unhappy with their own public schools. If you poll them, they say their own public schools, they give them the lowest grades that they've given them this century. It is a huge crisis. It is fundamental to our economy and all of these other issues, and yet it's one that we don't hear enough people talking about. So I'm going to turn it over to Lou Glazer here from the state of Michigan to give us a little bit of context about what is the landscape of education here in Michigan, what are some of the problems. Then we're going to hear from Doug Ross about some of the political challenges and trying to overcome those problems. We've also got Michelle Richard here from the governor's office if you want to add anything about Governor Whitmer's literacy initiative. And we have a few other folks that we want to bring in. And then about at the halfway mark, we're going to turn it over to Rick Kallenberg to talk a little bit about the American Identity Project. But now I'm going to hand it over to Lou.
Thanks. For those of you who don't know me, I run a think tank called Michigan Future since 1991, which is focused on the economic well-being of Michigan households. So I want to start with the economy and then connect it to education because the two are inextricably linked. Michigan in 1999 was one of America's most prosperous states. We were 16th in per capita income. 25 years later, we're one of America's poorest states. We're 40th. No state has ever fallen that far, that fast, period. And the main reason we've fallen that far, that fast is that we've gone from being a high average wage state to a low average wage state. Our average wages are now 10% below the national average. 6 in 10 Michigan jobs do not pay middle income wages. Michigan has two labor markets. It has a labor market where occupations do not require a 4-year degree, and a labor market where occupations do require a 4-year degree. In the labor market where occupations don't require a 4-year degree, 8 in 10 jobs do not pay middle income wages. 8 in 10. That's 2/3 of Michigan's economy. In the economy where occupations do require a 4-year degree, largely professional and managerial, 7 in 10 jobs pay middle-class income wages and above. Michigan's problem is we are a left-hand side dominant economy, not a right-hand side economy, and increasingly we have an education system that is designed primarily for non-affluent kids to participate in the left side economy. This has to change. All kids, whether they choose or not, need to have an education that makes the right-hand side a possibility. That is where all the high-paid jobs are now. And if you care about racial equity, if you care about economic mobility, if you care about Michigan no longer being 40th, we need an economic and education policy that's right-side dominant, not left-side dominant. So let me talk for just a couple of seconds about what right-side education policy would look like. I think this is true today, what I'm going to say. It's even more true in a world where AI and other advanced technologies are going to constantly change what human beings do to earn a living. We were talking before this session. Probably the most important career, 40-year career skill now that all kids are going to need is the ability to bounce back from losing a job. It's not training for a job, it is the ability to bounce back for losing a job because the odds are overwhelming over a 40-year career. All of us are going to find the job that we're in is obsolete. So the primary, we've been using recently the XQ framework, which I recommend everybody take a look at. So here's their goal for all students. Students who are deeply engaged in their own learning and fully prepared for all the future has to offer. That should be the goal for all kids. It's not leaving high school ready to work. It's leaving high school a learner. And then they have 5 sort of core characteristics that they believe all students need: masters of fundamental literacy, holders of foundational knowledge, original thinkers for an uncertain world, generous collaborators for tough problems, and learners for life. At the moment, Michigan has an education system, particularly for non-affluent kids, but I would argue for all kids, that is simply not rigorous enough. It's not rigorous enough in core academics, and it's not rigorous enough in the capacities that they've laid out beyond core academics. That's the transformation we need. I understand at the moment that it's easier to win elections with left-hand side economic and education policies. It's just not good for kids. And it's not good for the Michigan economy. So we got to figure out how we win elections on right-hand side economics. Right-hand side, we use left and right because of a chart. Right-hand side is the occupations that require a 4-year degree. So we have to figure out a politics that allow you to win on the stuff that's good for kids and good for Michigan's economy.
So I think that, Doug, we want to draw in some context as to why do you think politically education policy is so hard to push forward in the state of Michigan, even when you have, great Democratic leadership. Where has the Democratic Party been here when you are looking to push the ball forward on outcomes for kids, on better literacy rates, on better math rates? And why is it historically been hard here in Michigan to get the kind of buy-in that you need to really lead on this issue and not be the party of the status quo?
If we're going to take the leadership on this issue, we have to enroll parents in our effort. And talking to Michelle, actually, she was reporting her bus stop conversations with mothers at the bus stop, or maybe fathers too. There is a growing sense that their kids were going to require a different kind of preparation for the world they're going to be in. Now, one of the reasons I haven't been more successful as a retail politician, and none of you addressed me as governor, despite the fact that I ran once, is that I tend to start conceptually. So you'll have to just tolerate that for a minute. The difference from, I think, the situation where most of us went to school is every child must now be successfully educated as a learner with this bag of qualities of knowing how to think creatively and collaborate and so forth. The old system didn't require that everybody succeeded, and in fact, huge numbers didn't, but it accommodated the economy. Of all the places in the world that should understand the shift that requires, Michigan's the place, because we built the Henry Ford mass production system, which ran long batch. We set the machines in August and ran 250,000 cars, and all the mistakes that were there resulted in huge numbers of lemons where they tried to fix them at the end. In some cases, they just sold them to you, and they were lemons. And the Japanese, through kind of accident and some intention, increasingly learned how to manage quality at the unit level, at the individual car level, or catch mistakes quickly. And so in order to do this, we have to move to an education system that can manage quality at the individual student level, which means the ability to individualize, differentiate, provide different ways of learning to different ways of interesting kids in their learning, which means a highly flexible system, which is fundamentally different from the system that we run and that our teachers have been prepared to teach in. So I think the task right now for me, and no one's been willing to talk to parents about that. And I think maybe there's a time now. So I think the first task, and part of what Lou was talking about is we need as a community to define what must a student be able to do who's successfully educated. No, we have to agree on that. Then I think we do need, which PPI's talked about a lot, of getting a lot more of the authority down to the school level, where you know the kids and you can actually create systems that respond to them. So I think we're not going to get reform, and we haven't gotten it. Mainly, we've been figuring out how to make the obsolete system that can't individualize. They say you know when a paradigm is obsolete is when what people tell you is the most important thing can't be done. What teachers will tell you the most important thing is they would like to individualize more. But they can't. You can't with 30 kids. It's just the way it's been set up. So I think as Democrats, we need to be the ones that go to the community and our parents to say, we want to make sure our public schools prepare your children for the world they're coming into, which is different. We tell them their schools suck, that's an indictment of them, and they're going to turn you off. It has to be that things have changed. I think a lot of parents know that. And the interesting jobs and the interesting work now require different things than they used to. So that's where we have to start, by joining with parents to tell them we understand their kids need something more and better and different, and we'll work with them to create that.
Michelle, I'm going to pick on you for a second. I met you in December at the Governor's Litter, and it struck me that you all asked for myself and Kelly Butler and a principal from Mississippi to come and talk to the state of Michigan about how to teach reading, which, let me just say, had we all been in this room 20 years ago, you would not have been asking Mississippi to come talk to anybody about how to teach reading. Why has it been so hard to move the needle on reading in the state of Michigan, such that Governor Whitmer decided she wanted to make it one of her top priorities in the last 12 months in office?
Oh, now it's working. Okay. Thank you. When I think about Governor Whitmer and how she's been leading on education, she's been holding kind of two realities at the same time. The first is, how do we move policy that families and kids and educators can see and touch and feel right now? Investments like free school meals for all kids, 1.4 million kids eating for free at school every single day. Things like pre-K for all, moving opportunity for 100,000 four-year-olds right now. Investments in state scholarships so that 130,000 students across the state have a lower cost option to go to school and are taking advantage of it today. We've had this incredible focus, getting more money into public education, supporting student wellness, supporting educators. And when we look at how far we've come, and we look at the data about student outcomes, there's a hard truth that says there's so much more to do. And literacy is such a tangible focus on student outcomes. What is something that is fundamental for every single student in the state to be able to do? You cannot progress through your academic career if you are not a strong reader, writer, thinker, communicator. And what does it look like to mobilize our statewide resources to say, we know a thing or two about what works? It's not that we're starting something brand new in the final year in office, but how do we connect the dots? How do we accelerate that strategy in a really meaningful way so that we're not saying broadly, let's make schools better, which I think everyone in this room would agree we should be doing, and we're focusing on a place where there is real evidence that states who have lagged, which is why we brought Mississippi in, not because Michigan is Mississippi or we should do exactly what they've done, but there aren't a lot of examples across the country where you say, we were struggling across the state and we made dramatic progress, which is what Michigan needs to be able to do, not just for third graders, but for seventh graders, for 12th graders, for our students who are showing up in our college classrooms and beyond. And so being able to leverage the megaphone, the investment portfolio, if you will, that the governor has to be able to say, we've got to put our focus in one spot. It hasn't worked to focus on everything at one time. Let's focus our energy and try to move the ball down the court.
So what Michelle just said, and I give the governor a lot of credit for this, is reading means more than decoding. Most of the public conversation about being like Mississippi is about decoding. Reading is, as Michelle described it and as the governor described it, reading, writing, communicating, and thinking. If those are what we should be in favor of for all kids, that is a much higher bar than decoding. And so, and reading, writing, communicating, and thinking are high school graduation skills, not fourth grade skills. Michigan should be number one in reading in the 12th grade and the 4th and 8th grade, not just the 4th grade. And at the moment, we're nowhere near in any of those things.
Is that you can't really get there for all kids with the present way teaching and learning are organized. It's what Ford Motor recognized in the early 80s, that if they stuck with the production system they invented, they'd never build a car as good as a Toyota. If we stick with the standardized, sort of one-size-fits-all, test everybody on the same thing on the same day, we're not going to be able, almost by definition, to get there.
Mm-hmm. Down here.
I just have a question. What went wrong? Like, what happened in the education system? I grew up in Northern California in a lower middle class town, public schools. I think everybody learned to read in the 70s. Did the curriculum and approach change over time? Did we focus on the wrong things?
So I will say a couple of things. First of all, actually everybody didn't learn to read in the 70s. If you look at our national assessment data that stretches back 40 years, we have made progress over time with the knowledge that kids have. We also expect far more of high school graduates now than we ever expected in the 70s, 80s, and 90s because our economy is dramatically different. It used to be kind of okay for someone to graduate with less than basic skills. I like to tell people that in the year 2000, when I graduated high school in Mississippi, the reading requirement was that you pass something called the functional literacy exam. That is exactly what it sounds like. Essentially, can you read a stop sign so that you know what it is? Can you do basic math to balance a checkbook? It was not about high-level skills for the economy that we have now. And so we expect far more of our students, and we have much better measures all along the way. I think that a lot of people, especially if you grew up middle class and you went to a middle class school district and you were able to go to college and you were able to get a job and you're a little bit older in your career, the world you grew up in is not the world our students face now. And we have to change what we expect of our education system to match the world that our students are facing now. Functional literacy is not enough. It is not enough for students in CTE pathways. The level of knowledge and skills in math and reading and science, even for students in CTE pathways, is much higher than many people think. Kids cannot function in some of these pathways if they don't have those skills at a much higher level than what we expected of high school graduates in 1985. And until we recognize that as a country, then we're gonna continue to struggle. It is not true that the country has never made progress. If you look at our data, especially in the early part of the 2000s, we did increase our reading and math scores. And then we started to stagnate and fall off actually pre-pandemic. And if you're asking for Rachel Cantor's opinion, it's that in part, we decided that it was no longer important to hold adults accountable for whether or not students learned anything. And we started to introduce other measures of accountability that were not based on student outcomes. And if you don't have an aligned system where you are pushing on how do we get to student outcomes, if that is not your North Star, of course you're going to fall off. Jack, I see you nodding your head. Jack is from the Michigan Educator Workforce Initiative. What are your thoughts about this, Jack?
If I can master the microphone. Yes, I was nodding emphatically. In part because as a former systems leader, it is very different to lead a system where you are clear on what the outcomes are that are expected of you by others outside of your own system, i.e. the state, and to lead a system where it doesn't really matter whether you achieve or not. And I think the bridge we have to walk over now as a state is in the early 2000s, the mid 2000s, there was real alignment between Republicans and Democrats on some of the basics, and accountability was one of those basics. You know, Jeb Bush and Barack Obama were virtually the same. We have diverged as a country on those issues, and the goalposts have moved. And so the bridge we have to walk is, how do we get folks to agree on what Lou and Doug are saying, which is a different standard now than in the mid-2000s, and still make the expectations clear for every teacher, every principal, every school, every district, and frankly, convince adults they have to do better, when they have to do better. And then, to Lou and Doug's point, in Michigan, that's virtually every district has room to do fundamentally better than we're doing now.
I think a lot of it is a real sense that those kids can't. And once you start thinking that way, you lower the bar. And the reality is, at least all the evidence as I've seen is those kids can. We just have to design a system that is organized for that.
Good afternoon. My name is Josh Cowan. I appreciate being here. I work closely with labor across the country, AFT, NEA, close politically and personally with Randy Weingarten. But I'm a policy analyst by training, teach across the road there at MSU. And I've been in a lot of states recently, and I just want to kind of sort of offer something that I think has already been said, but I think on the Democratic Party side, this needs to be a top tier priority. As Michelle mentioned earlier, like there's a lot that we know. We have a lot of stuff from Mississippi, but I've been in 23 states. I know, at least at the national level, labor is on board with reform. They understand this is a problem that has to get fixed, or they're just going to get steamrolled. There are a handful of governors, and Governor Whitmer is one. I try to point constantly to what she's doing or starting up to do. Governor Beshear, I've worked with a little bit. Rob Sand in Iowa, Talarico down in Texas. There are a handful of national status Democrats who are talking a lot about defending and improving public schools. But there are a lot of others. It's like a top 10, 11, 12 issue. And I can name 3 or 4 or 5 Republican candidates or leaders for every 1 or 2 Democrats who are talking about educational excellence. And so I see this, and as somebody who sort of lives and breathes policy analysis, like I don't think this is a problem of not knowing what necessarily is going to work or what we can do. We've got a lot of different strategies in there. But some of this, and there's folks in the room who are sort of better and able to engage on this, some of this is like moving this from, you know, something that gets talked about that's 10th or 11th on the drop-down menu to top 2 or 3. So I think just from the standpoint of political capital and conversation, it needs to move up.
Did that work? Okay. 90% of American families have their children in public schools. When we look at voter populations, 90% of American families have their children in public schools. Right now, the national conversation has been, we've been talking almost exclusively inside the Beltway, it seems like, on the federal tax credit for private schools. 90% of families have their kids in American public schools. If we are not talking as a party about how to improve American public education, we are not talking to 90% of families in this country. It should be a top 3 issue. It connects to workforce, it connects to the economy, it connects to national security, it connects to all sorts of things. Other thoughts?
So my kids have been in Catholic schools since pre-K in New York City. And maybe it's just the schools that we selected, but I have an impression that the outcomes in general in Catholic schools across the country on average are better than in public schools. I went to public schools my whole life, so my mom worked in public schools. I'm not against public schools, but is my assumption correct that those outcomes are better? And we have lots of places where Catholic schools are in inner cities and the populations are disadvantaged.
Mm-hmm. We don't have data to support what you said, because private schools in America do not have to take comparable assessments. So oftentimes what we get is this feeling that people have that private schools are superior. We don't have any data to show that the average private school in America is providing a better education than the average public school in America. And I want you to think about that a little bit at a time when we're in a crisis for America's public schools. And at a time when we're talking about providing money for people to go to private schools without having for students to take any sort of assessment for us to know, have they learned anything more or better? And that is the entirety of the education policy of the Republicans. And yet they're beating Democrats on the issue with families. We are not talking to families about how to improve public schools for their kids. A few other thoughts, and then I'm going to turn it over to Rick. Anybody else want to ask a question? Or go ahead, Doug.
Throw one out, which is traditionally in this state, Republicans have been more open to innovation than Democrats. Democrats have been fearful of interest group response or pushback or punishment. And so I don't know that that's real anymore. And talking to leadership from the MEA, for example, they seem to be open to different kinds of change. But I think there's been a sense, that's why Democrats backed away from a lot of the accountability. The reduction in accountability came from our side, not the Republican side.
Mm-hmm.
So that in meeting with some schools leaders recently, they were saying there are no consequences for performance in Michigan that they view as superintendents. Doesn't matter how they perform. I mean, they want to perform well, but there are no consequences anymore.
Yeah,
so we have a party issue to discuss some, I think.
Lou, can I go down there before I come back to you? Yes.
I am not an education policy expert in the slightest, though I am a state legislator, and I'm also a young parent who has now enrolled his kids in public schools. My school district is an inner city district, Grand Rapids Public Schools, that has continued to struggle with inner city school problems. And I guess my question is, when we go to accountability, how do we also ensure that we're controlling for those social parameters, social outcomes, social determinants of education excellence and education success, so that we're also not disincentivizing our best teachers to further go into suburban schools? Because that already exists.
Yeah. So I have 2 responses to that. So I would imagine that the city schools of Grand Rapids have kids that are similar to kids in the state of Mississippi. And the way that we thought about it was, accountability is the thing that you do to provide transparency in the system. You need to focus on proficiency and growth. Regardless of what child comes to you, regardless of how they start, you should be able to move that child from point A to point B, and we should give educators credit for meaningful improvements in educational outcomes for kids. And if you balance the proficiency outcomes, are they at grade level, with how close are you moving them to grade level, you provide incentives for people to focus on kids that need to be moved and not just kids right around that proficiency line. which is a huge change we made in our state accountability system in 2012 before we passed the Literacy-Based Promotion Act. And I really think that people get caught up in this idea of accountability is punitive. Accountability is necessary for continuous improvement. There is no continuous improvement process that I've ever heard of where we don't measure success and we don't ask people to be accountable to that success. You have to pair that with serious support, curriculum, training, coaching, so that people feel the job is possible. Because we're not trying to leave anybody behind, and we're not trying to shame anybody either. We're trying to improve outcomes for kids.
Rachel, can I add one thing to that, which is we also have in recent memory in Michigan getting teacher accountability wildly wrong, right? And that I think looms large, particularly in Democratic politics in Michigan. And I think it's fair to say most reasonable educators would say the unit of accountability is not at the teacher level. State accountability does not need to reach into the unit at the teacher level. It ought to be at the school and district level. There's a healthy way to do that without punishing literally individual teachers. But if you hold districts accountable, they're going to do better by teachers, I think is the better way to think about it.
Yeah. Okay, I'm going to let Lou give a last word, and then I want to make sure that, and I'll bring you in, and then we'll turn to Rick. Why don't we go ahead with Nick up here?
My name is Nick Roberts. I'm on the Indianapolis City Council, and this is something I hear about a lot from teachers in our city. As we heard about kind of urban school districts, I'm just curious how you feel like this issue takes place, because one of the things I hear about most from teachers are kind of disciplinary issues, quite frankly, in schools, that a lot of them did not really have these issues a decade ago, before the pandemic especially. It was always present, but not as much as it is now. And actually, in my neck of the woods in Indianapolis, we are building an alternative school to send kids to that have disciplinary issues. And there's been some backlash, some support from it. Quite frankly, it's, a bit of a racial issue too within some people feel like they're punishing certain students more than others. I was curious if you had any thoughts on it from Mississippi and just a big picture what the literature says on the effectiveness of these things. Thank you.
So alternative education has not really worked in America. We've tried it for a couple of decades. Often these are schools that are warehousing students that we expel from traditional public schools and traditional environments. And they have worse outcomes after they come back, if they come back. I do think that a lot of teachers, if you look at teacher burnout surveys, they talk a lot about the student discipline challenges, especially post-pandemic, making it difficult for them to focus on reading and math. And that's a serious thing. And this is also why we need intentional school leadership to be able to know how to organize schools and classrooms to be able to deal with the types of discipline challenges that some of our students have, and think through better policies for what positive school cultures look like. But I don't think alternative education is necessarily the answer. It's often a place where you can go put kids and forget about them. Okay, Lou, last word, and then I'm going to turn it over to Rick.
Oops. Yeah, I just wanted to respond to Doug's framing that the Republicans are better on this stuff than we are. The Republican vision for education in Michigan, at least, is prepare kids for a low-wage economy. Period. Their attack on higher education is about preparing kids for a low-wage economy. Their support for CTE and not for the liberal arts is an attack, is preparing kids for a low-wage economy. And on accountability, Republicans are probably better than Democrats on accountability for public schools. They're against accountability for all the schools they want to send kids to. So we're in a better position than they are as long as we are in favor of an education for a high-wage economy. That's the problem the Democrats have at the moment, is that we're ambivalent about that.
Okay, I'm going to turn it over to Rick. Rick, it is now 2:15, so you have the last 15 minutes to tell us why we should talk about and think about the American identity.
Yeah, great. Thank you, Rachel. This is a fascinating discussion about a set of issues around K through 12 education, really focused on preparing students for the workplace. And that is one of the great missions of public education. The other great mission is to create smart citizens who are going to be reflective, and also to promote social cohesion in our country. As Rachel said, 90% of students go to public schools. These are one of the few remaining institutions in America that basically, the vast majority of people participate in. And so we have created at PPI something called the American Identity Project that's really aimed at trying to shape a common American identity through our public schools by focusing on what students have in common, which is our civic inheritance. I wrote a biography of Albert Shanker. I know you were talking about Randy and the AFT, and he said that one of the central purposes of public schools was to teach students what it means to be an American. And there are two aspects of that. The first was to pass down the liberal democratic inheritance in this country, and we're not doing a great job of that right now. There is a poll that was taken in 2023 that found that 31% of young people say, quote, democracy is no longer a viable system, and Americans should explore other forms of government. So that compared to about 5% of those over 65. And the second piece is that teaching kids what they have in common as Americans is one of the few sources of social cohesion in this country. Because we are a country that has every imaginable race and religion and ethnicity and nationality, it's really the Declaration of Independence and the Constitution that we share. And right now, students are not being taught a reverence certainly for the creators of these documents. There was one poll recently which found that among Gen Z folks, 4 in 10 were more likely to identify the founders as villains than as heroes. Now, I think those of us who are sophisticated would say the founders did brilliant things. They were obviously very flawed, but I doubt very many people in this room would call them villains, and that's what 4 in 10 young people believe today. So we've got our work cut out for us. We are pushing back on identity politics on the right and the left through this project. So, Donald Trump and J.D. Vance are clearly articulating a kind of a white ethno-nationalist vision, which says that some people are more American, more fully American than others. And then there are some of our friends on the far left who are arguing that individual racial or ethnic identities are the most important thing that people should focus on. And I like the formulation that Darren Walker, the former president of the Ford Foundation, had, in which he said, as my identity as a Black American, as a gay American, as someone who grew up in Texas, those are all important to me. But the most important thing is that I have this precious possession of being an American. So Walker is part of a group of advisory board members that we've put together. We've got David Brooks and Bill Galston as co-chairs, former Senator Doug Jones, former Senator Bill Bradley, Richie Torres and Don Beyer from Congress, and a number of other academics who've been thinking about this issue. And they are working on a manifesto that will try to acknowledge that young people have legitimate reasons for being frustrated with their economic situation and with the way American democracy is working, but also offer a more hopeful path forward. We also have a 10-point plan, which I won't go into, but we have a lot of ideas, and some of them have come up already, including national service. So the final thing I'll say is there's obviously a huge political dimension to this. I think one could make the argument that Donald Trump is the least patriotic president we've ever had. The man behind January 6th, the attack on our temple of democracy. And yet, Claire's polling for PPI has found that among working class voters, the Republicans are seen as more patriotic than Democrats. And it's not close. It's by 19, it's a 19-point margin. So we have a lot of work to do there. It doesn't have to be this way. One of the things we've done through the American Identity Project is highlight Democrats in our history who have been deeply patriotic. So we have one paper that I did with Rui Teixeira at the American Enterprise Institute on Bobby Kennedy, liberal patriot. These days I have to clarify. Senior. I'm talking about senior. But you know, he was critical of the country in some ways on the record on civil rights, on the Vietnam War, but he did it in a way that showed a profound love of the country, and politically that had resonance. I mean, really the last Democrat to have full-throated support from working class people across racial lines. I mean, Bill Clinton did a good job in his own way, of course, but that had a payoff. So we're in the 250th year of our nation. There's going to be a lot of discussion about what it means to be an American. Donald Trump would love nothing more than for Democrats to carpet his interpretation of history. And surely it's important to criticize what he's doing. I mean, he's taking down signs about slavery, instructions about slavery in our national parks. It's just despicable what he's doing. But I think, Greg, you made the point earlier, we also have to differentiate on the left. And one thing, I saw, Rachel, you were banding your report. So here's another one. The distortion of American studies, and there are copies out here. We had the Cliff Notes version was in the Wall Street Journal. We had an op-ed. My colleague Leif Lynn and I had it recently. And in there, we looked at basically what the academic left thinks of America, the people who are writing for the flagship journal of American studies. We found that over the last 3 years, 80% of the stories, articles were negative. 20% were mixed, and we bent over backwards to find mixed ones. So if you had, an article that denounced America as fundamentally racist, but then talked about how a person from a marginalized community was able to overcome that, we counted that as neutral because it showed there was something good about America that enabled someone to criticize it. Not a single positive article. So nothing to explain why immigrants continue to flock to this country. Nothing that explains, why we have the levels of ingenuity that are found in this country. And so I think moving forward, Democrats are obviously right to criticize Trump for undermining American values. But it may be helpful to also push back on our friends on the far left to make clear what Democrats do stand for. So that's the project, and Tobias is someone who has a lot of interest in the program. We're continuing to work with him, but I'd love to hear others' thoughts on this. Yeah.
It's working. No, sorry. Various people running for office. If you're going to run for president, I'm pretty sure most of us, at least over 50, when we were kids, we said the Pledge of Allegiance every day in school. In New York City, nobody says the Pledge of Allegiance at school, unless it may be in a Catholic school. That's probably the only place. Should we, to the point about reinforcing American identity, my kids don't know all the patriotic songs we learned growing up because they don't learn that in school anymore. I do think part of this is the byproduct of the end of the Cold War and globalization and New World Order and people having multiple passports, and there's sort of this downplaying of national identity, things like that happened because we didn't want to sort of overly put it in people's face of being American because we won the Cold War. But should we require the Pledge of Allegiance in every school in America every day as a starting point? Why not?
Yeah, we'll add that as our 11th point, maybe.
When I say it sometimes people, I get, these are younger parents who will say, we're not North Korea.
Yeah, and you're, under a wonderful Supreme Court decision you don't have to stand.
Right, you don't have to say it.
I
but
mean,
every-
you shouldn't be forced to.
Right.
But the idea that, we all have certain things in common that we want to express through our devotion to the flag seems like a very minimal thing to ask, so long as you have conscientious objector status for those who don't want to do that. That's fine. That's part of what makes the country great, is that we're free and you're not forced to. But I think that would be, Bill Clinton was, when he ran on school uniforms, that was, some people said, well, that was, it was a minor, small ball issue. It had symbolic resonance. And I think something along the lines of the flag would make good sense. And the other thing to emphasize here is that all the great social movements in this country, from civil rights to women's rights, always talked about the Declaration and the historic promises in its country. So when King was invoking the Declaration of Independence, it was the segregationists who were waving the Confederate flag. They were being disloyal to America. So I think the idea that asking students to stand for the pledge, if they wish to, gives a sense that pledging to American values can be a progressive thing as well.
So, quick thoughts.
This one's working.
We have 2 minutes, so I'm going to give you the last thought.
Yeah, okay. All right, so this will sound really kind of esoteric, so you can just dump on it if you think it's ridiculous. But on the left, I think around the world, the left is struggling with this issue of national identity. And I think it gets worse because of globalization, right? Because now we're constantly, there's all this mobility happening. National identity is getting undermined in the views of a lot of people. The right steps in and says our national identity is getting undermined, our culture is changing, and this is something that we should react, badly to. The left is silent on it, and so I've felt for a long time like the left has to have a positive version of nationalism in order to counter that, because right now we're just kind of passively letting the other side define the debate. So I would just go back to the economic argument earlier. When the Republicans say that their theory of how the economy works is supply side, they're saying lower taxes, lower regulation. I think they're implying if you get out of the way of the American people, great things will happen, because Americans are great. We're the best. So their whole theory, their whole economic story is a positive nationalist narrative. Get out of the way. So when I do my version of what we could do on the other side, which is that the actual secret sauce to the American economy is our people, I'm actually offering intentionally a positive nationalist argument, because we are the best people, we are the smartest, hardest working, most creative people. So if you give people the training that they need, we'll kick everybody's butt because we're the best. So it's actually an intentionally positive nationalist argument. So I just wanted to make that clear since you're talking about that.
So thank you all very much. It is now 2:30 on the dot, and I'm running away. I'm going to turn it over to our next panel on AI and tariffs, I believe. So thank you all to the panelists.
How are you? Good to see you. You're just on time.
Hi, Representative Stevens. Perfect timing. The panel's just starting.
Hey, I'm glad to be here. Thank you. Oh yeah, I'm glad to be here. Like the UN. Doug, and my friend Doug Ross is here too. This is good stuff.
Awesome. Well, I'm going to transition us into the next panel and pass it almost directly to the congresswoman who just arrived. But you all are going to be hearing a little bit more from me, but mostly other PPI colleagues and the congresswoman for this last panel of the day. But we're going to make it really fun because it's the last panel, so we're going to keep everyone really energized. Yeah, energy up. And it's great because we're talking tariffs and AI, which I feel like have come up in every conversation. And seem to get a lot of attention and energy. So really quickly, I'm excited to facilitate this conversation. I think in every conversation that has come up, we all recognize the really unique economic moment we're in, shaped by trade policy, global competition, and rapid technological change. Tariffs, supply chain shifts, and geopolitical uncertainty are affecting a wide range of industries, while at the same time, AI is accelerating how work gets done across nearly every sector. Michigan offers a very powerful lens into this moment. Manufacturing often anchors the conversation, and for good reason, but we know ripple effects across these things are influencing logistics, energy, healthcare, construction, professional services, and many more. And the question facing policymakers right now isn't just what sectors are being affected, but how these impacts should inform future decision-making, especially from the Democratic Party, really focusing on long-term competitiveness, resilience, and growth of the sectors that we know are so critical to our American job seekers and workers. So I'm excited to have this conversation today on really what sectors are feeling right now in this moment under some national policy decision-making that's happening, but also as some of these technological changes are happening simultaneously, and really where Democrats can lead on messaging, but also policymaking. So with that, Congresswoman Stevens, I'd love to pass it to you.
Great. We're ready to lead. And I'll say this. Michigan, by doing this, oh, I'm done. I thought I had to hold it. I was thinking this was going to be a workout, you know. Look, Michigan is really one of the more unique states in the country, and we got to remember that. And this is why I'm so deeply appreciative that PPI is here in our state capital with some remarkable policymakers and thinkers and doers. And when I mentioned that Michigan is unique, it is because we are truly one of a handful of states in the country whose economy drives on manufacturing. That it is the central driver of our GDP. We make things, we grow things. We also have this incredible agricultural sector that's specialty crops, that's also dependent on trade and heavy equipment and a robust manufacturing sector. So a manufacturing geek like myself can go onto farms and see incredible pieces of equipment and also recognize how that ties into supply chain considerations. But I think broadly, where we have had success, and when I say we, the PPI of the Democratic Party and Democratic policy-making approach, where we have had success is in getting the CHIPS and Science Act passed and signed into law, the Inflation Reduction Act. Just as a reminder, with CHIPS and Science, we had a large tranche of federal money that was allocated to reshore and regrow an industry that we had innovated, that the United States came up with the microchip, and yet we slowly let it go overseas because other countries were doing the incentives. They were, of course, trying to outpace us on labor wages, and we're very proud to be a strong and robust state with a 21st century labor movement. But the tranche of money, federal taxpayer money, of which I believe in the effective utilization of, within 1/4 of that being signed, it was met by quadruple the capital sector contributions into the marketplace. That's the type of 21st century industrial policy that we want to be championing. That is what I have put down onto paper with the Unearth America's Future Act, which I call the CHIPS Act for critical minerals. Because as a former Obama administration official, I had seen very up close how 15 years ago, when we were in the middle of a Great Recession, and we were all talking about how we were too dependent on China for semiconductors and critical minerals. We've ceded a part of our supply chain to China on critical minerals, 95% coming from China in terms of processing and refining. That's stuff we can do here, right here in Michigan. So a similar type of tax structure, loan guarantees, R&D centers of excellence, that's how you get it done. When we take this constant aggressive approach to tariffs, which we've seen this current administration embrace. And my presumption of it is because the right side of their party, the far right side of their party, doesn't believe in any effective utilization of the taxpayer dollar. They believe in extraordinary austerity, and the joke of having every week be infrastructure week during the president's first term is because they were never going to get the spend. They're not going to get the spend around the CHIPS Act. They're not going to get the spend around critical minerals. That, again, is not a self-sustaining industry propped up exclusively by the government, right? It is, and when I say that, it is good federal policy making that meets a supply chain in industrial need. And so this president has just, every day tried to get, a deal done or extract something from a country by putting forward a tariff. And I think rightfully in Michigan, at this point, we can say, well, where's the deal for Michigan? Where's the new plant opening here? Because all I know is at the end of the year in my congressional district, which is home to one of the richest concentration of automotive supplier companies in the entire country, we were losing jobs. We were seeing plants close, not only because of tariffs, but also because of a backwards tax policy that now ricochets an entire industry, backwards in terms of some of the clean energy investments. And so, yes, I have some bones to pick with the current administration. But it's not just political infighting. I mean, these are straight policy differences on economics, which create jobs, which grows industries, lowers costs, and lessens our dependence on China as a result.
Congresswoman, I think that was so well said. And I love your point too around R&D centers of excellence too. Because one of the things I loved about the last administration, the tech hub work that they did, which was really trying to hey, let's get new regions that are going to lead the way on tech. We're getting out of Silicon Valley and looking at broader areas in America. And I think some of that work and the way you're thinking about it is so critical. Ed, I'm going to come to you, the resident trade expert. If folks around the room do not subscribe to Ed's Trade Fact of the Week, I'm giving it a plug. I learn something new weekly and has gotten a lot of press and energy. So just want to plug that for you, Ed. Ed, you have been doing so much work around this administration's tariff policies, and you've seen the way it's already harmed specific industries. Can you, and not only large ones, but small and mid-sized, which earlier in the conversation we talked a lot about. Can you describe more of what you're seeing nationally, but also in Michigan and how it's impacting certain sectors?
Yeah, for sure. Those are great questions. Thank you for the Trade Fact plug. This is one of PPI's sort of signature newsletters. It's free. Anyone who wants to sign up, can do it on the web or let me or anyone else know. Yes, great question, and thank you, Congresswoman, for setting out the landscape so well. I'll try to add some big picture and some data and a little bit of kind of the detailed impacts we're seeing. Basically, as last February 1st, year ago, plus 1 week, Trump administration published the first of 15 tariff decrees with announcing a 25% tax on anything imported from Canada. Followed it up with many, many more things. They've changed very frequently. A lot of them revised. There are a number of threats that have not panned out. But overall, the tariff rate in the U.S. was 2.5%. It's gone up to about 17%. That is the highest tariff rate in the world, above the Central African Republic, which is 16.2%. It is also from base to top, as far as I know, the largest tariff increase the U.S. has ever had. And I tried to look back at the 19th century when we did a lot of tariff laws. And so I think this is if not the biggest, it's right near the top. It has resulted in collection of $219 billion in tariff money over 2025. That spreads out over all kinds of things. I would say it does look like the auto industry is carrying the heaviest part of it. $11 billion in payments on auto parts, $25 billion on vehicles, quite large sums on metals. But not alone. There's been $3 billion in collection on toys and games, $300 million on OTC medicines, $130 million on tampons. So it's all through the economy. The big picture, you can think of a general tariff increase as a form of taxation on purchases of physical goods. And you can see the effect in two ways. One is the business tax. The payers are typically, the importer of record is typically a business. And so businesses that buy lots of goods, those would be construction, farming, restaurants, manufacturers, retailers, are paying quite a lot of money. There are businesses that are more services and investment reliant. You'd think of banking and finance, real estate, probably telecom and media. They're not. So big picture, over time, if this stays in place, the economy will probably become a little bit slower growing, a little bit more services investment heavy, a little bit less heavy on goods production. As a tax on consumers and families, most of this, though not all, will filter down. It is essentially bringing up the level of the cost on lower income and lowering the cost on wealthier. The typical family in the US spends about 30% of income on physical goods. The top 10% family is about 20%. The single mom family, the lowest income, is about 40%. So the 40% family is going to get the biggest chunk of this increase. Over the past year, we're getting a lot of lessons in how this actually works. We have not had any experience like this since 1930, so we've been relying on kind of logic and economic theory and very sophisticated modeling, but now we have actually real facts and data. The impact on costs is probably not as much as economists or as I would have thought. Cost of tariffed goods has gone up about 6.6%. Cost of kind of identical goods made here up about 3.8%. Burden across the whole economy is like 1% jump in inflation. This, I think, is because businesses have been trying pretty hard to avoid raising prices. Public is very price sensitive, and they have instead found other ways to try to save, particularly on labor. There's been a massive drop in hiring this year, and this is particularly evident in the manufacturing sector. Congresswoman mentioned losses of jobs. Over the country as a whole, there's been a net loss of about 70,000 manufacturing jobs. That has been very heavy in the auto sector. It's about 27,000. And relatively heavier in Michigan probably than elsewhere. But the level of layoffs is actually not the biggest cause of this. What's happened overall in the country is about 42,000 more manufacturing layoffs, about 350,000 fewer hires, so a big, big drop in factory hiring, and then about 300,000 people fewer quitting their jobs each year. So a sense that I need to keep my job. There's not going to be a better thing out there for me right now. So that's kind of the big picture impact. A couple of more detailed things. One, why would this be particularly heavy on autos? One big reason is that Canada is our biggest auto trade partner. They have been the biggest target of tariffs. They have also been very heavily penalized on metals. Every vehicle has about a ton of steel and about 400 pounds of aluminum. That, in and of itself, the Commerce Department says average price of steel in the U.S. is $890 per ton. Average cost on the world market, $485. There's about a $2,000 gap in aluminum prices. So all the cars made here are now going to push $1,000 back behind their competitors. So you could see, like, this is over time, this is going to have an impact. There are also some less expected or more subtle impacts. One is that Senator Slotkin mentioned the Canadian Prime Minister and his kind of changed outlook on the world. Canadian public is also pretty angry at the United States. Last year, they counted 9.9 million Canadians coming to Michigan for shopping or for vacations. This year, it was 8.3 million. So very sharp drop, very big impact. Another impact, I mentioned OTC medicines. The guy in Royal Oak, Jeff St. Louis, runs a consortium that buys pharmacy products for Native American tribes. He said that all of the tribal budgets are in chaos now because they don't know how much they need to spend on pharmacy goods. His business is hurt. You have all these sorts of things that are subtle, limited, but very important. There's also a couple of consumer impacts I'd like to highlight. One is that the very heavy tariffing of auto parts and of metals has affected the aftermarket. That last year, according to the actuaries, the average cost of insuring a car jumped by about 12%, about $2,400 to $2,650, and they thought tariffs was about half of that. So adding about $120 or so to your insurance bill. And fundamentally, it's become more expensive to assemble a car here, probably a bit more to buy one, and also more expensive to own and maintain one. So you can see the thing adding up. Another one, more kind of very close, very intimate, Valentine's Day gift boxes. The cost of chocolate has gone up by about 14% this year. That's in part because there's bad weather in West Africa, which is the most, the biggest supplier of cocoa beans. But it's also because we put a 15 and 20 and 10% tariff on all of our cocoa bean imports for most of the year. And the people who make chocolate and candies, they lost about 10% of their jobs. So all over the map, you can see this sort of stuff. We've really gotten a very good lesson in how tariffs work, how they operate. And there is definitely a very legitimate place for temporary relief for struggling industries, for policies to deal with predatory exports. But we're getting a big lesson in what does it mean to have an overall policy like this, and more to say about it, but fundamentally it hasn't been a very positive lesson so far.
Ed, and sorry, you got me worked up, not only because of Valentine's Day, because I'm expecting not to get as good of gifts as maybe I got last year, but also acknowledging what you mentioned about this whole administration is focusing on reindustrialization and bringing manufacturing jobs back, yet every action that they're doing, especially related to trade and tariff policy, is actively going against that sentiment. So I think that's just another place where Democrats can really lead the way. And Congresswoman, I want to come back to you on that in a second. But before I do that, Michael Mandel is with us from PPI. And Michael, beyond trade and tariff decisions and some of the policy making that's happened, there's also, like I mentioned, just economic shifts that are happening alongside of this that are changing the way our world is working. AI is kind of the hot topic now that everyone I know, Representative Stevens, is talking about in Congress, what to legislate around, what policies do we need to enact to support this economy that's coming. Can you speak more on maybe the optimistic outlook on AI? How can AI be leveraged for good to support employer productivity, but also worker advancement and things that you're seeing in trends related not only to sectors in Michigan, but also nationally?
Thanks very much, Taylor. Yes, I'm going to talk about the positive political and economic justification in favor of AI, one of my favorite topics. I'm not going to talk about data center siting, which has already been discussed. It's obviously very important, but it's an entirely different subject. So let me just take a step back and just recall to people that life was getting worse for many American workers before AI. Okay? The simple big picture is that we had low domestic investment in physical industries like manufacturing, in part because of subsidized competition from China. Low investment led to low productivity growth. Low productivity growth led to slow wage growth. This is pre-AI, okay? There were plenty, remember we're talking about years where there were plenty of jobs across the economy. They just weren't very well paid. And it was mentioned earlier about, about low wage jobs in Michigan, okay? And the wages are, even when people are employed, they have low wages, and it's a real problem for them. And it's important to note that PPI has been talking about this investment shortfall for years. Every year we publish an Investment Heroes report where we rank the top companies in the U.S. economy who are investing in the U.S. And every year, even before AI, it was the tech companies and telecom companies like Comcast, okay, who have a history of sort of investing in Michigan. Oddly enough, very few manufacturing companies, except for the auto companies, showed up on our list of top investors. This is before AI. And from my perspective, what AI is about boosting productivity and increasing flexibility in physical industries and raising wages. It's the best response we have to competition with China, which is being financed by out-of-control local government borrowing in China. And so let me just make a couple of points here. So based on their latest financial statements, the 4 big tech companies are aiming to spend $650 billion in capital spending in 2026. Most of that will be spent in the US based on recent history. How to think about this? Annual capital investment in manufacturing, all of manufacturing, is about $700 billion a year. Capital spending in the motor vehicles industry is about $65 billion a year. In farming, $70 billion a year. In construction, $90 billion, okay? The only one that's kind of close to this is the telecom industry, which spends about $200 billion a year in the US. So really, you should think about AI and the investment that goes along with AI as a chance to reinvigorate physical industries like manufacturing, construction, agriculture, and healthcare, which have weak productivity growth, high costs, which affect affordability, low wages, right? And so, you know, you talk about construction and trade jobs. You look at the BLS figures. The median weekly earnings for electricians is $1,200 a week, okay? This is, you know, the line that was being used for sort of middle-class wage, below middle-class wages was $60,000. This is below $60,000. We have to sort of improve wages and affordability in housing construction, infrastructure, and food production. The current situation without AI is both economically and politically untenable. It's a disaster here. Right? This is not something that we can live in. AI offers us a route out, greater productivity, higher wages, and the ability to sort of produce lower, and the ability to sort of transform the industries where people have been complaining about affordability. I mean, housing was mentioned earlier, okay? And technological responses to the housing affordability problem. We have to, in construction, productivity has been going down for 20 years. As productivity goes down, things like housing and infrastructure get more expensive. So even though AI is kind of scary, it is in fact the route out of a politically and economically untenable situation. Now what we did was we produced a governor's AI toolkit, okay, which included proposals on data centers and energy, but also talked about workers training and the innovation of having AI extension programs where you sort of train small businesses and workers how to sort of use AI. I think there's also a role here for aggressive support from governors into advanced technology like drones and other areas which are going to move very fast, not legacy manufacturing industries, but new manufacturing industries. So to kind of summarize at this point, AI did not create the situation that we're in, okay? But the fact that so many of our physical industries were stagnant helped meant that the areas that depended on these physical industries, like Michigan and like rural areas, have become progressively more hostile to the status quo, basically as they should be. And embracing AI is the way out of this dilemma. So I think I'll stop right here.
Thanks, Michael. And I think really helpful to hear kind of an optimistic look on the implications of AI, because so often people are very worried about some of the negative disruptions. And I think it's a good reminder in a way that we can see it helping productivity, to your point, increasing wages and lowering costs. Congresswoman, I know Ed and Michael just offered a lot, so I wanted to pass it back to you to see if you want to comment, and then I'll open it up to the audience.
Well, what I'll say is that we are in a major competition, and China is the example of that. They are who we are competing with on the world stage. They are an autocratic, closed-off civilization that represents a whole other set of rules and trade practices, and in some cases, total throwing out of intellectual property, and they pursue dumping strategies, and they frankly disrupt our capital markets. And the question that each policymaker here today needs to ask themselves is, are we going to move ourselves closer to supporting the 21st century, mid-21st century, rules-based order that the United States is leading through open, free market, capitalist principles that, of course, work towards equal opportunity and achieve the goals of equity for the working person? And that has to be our charge. So when we think about all the complexities with artificial intelligence, which, by the way, you know, a dozen years ago, I was working in what now would be called an AI lab, right? And this was tied to the future of manufacturing. And we've got incredible data integration in our manufacturing sector, and we've got suppliers who are using AI applications now to improve our manufacturing process. A handful of years ago, this country frankly got lucky because of private sector investments that went into the origination of some major AI technologies. And now it's up to us, particularly at the federal level, with this charge of whose rules is it going to be and what policies are we going to put into place. So to be able to say this, make this declaration with all of you here today, with PPI, is so deeply important, because I believe it's got to be a liberals-based world order. You know, what we are getting from the current administration, well, it's dark, it's closed off, it is beyond bull in a china shop. We should be aggressively working together with our trade partners to proliferate jobs, technologies, again, equal opportunity, wage growth. So how do we chip away at extraordinary wealth concentration at the expense of working people? These have to be the tools. These have to be the openings for good policy creation. And this is why, you know, I'm working as fast as I can. I am pulling together stakeholders and partners. You know, we see the ramifications of an executive office gone rogue with Canada. I mean, we have a former ambassador to Canada here in Michigan, Jim Blanchard, who's the former governor of Michigan. When I worked on the auto rescue, right, in the Obama administration, this humble initiative to ensure that our auto industry wasn't going to go belly up, and alongside our incredible partners at the UAW, saving the jobs because of the grit that came out of, you know, the humble place that many of us call home. We've got a, you know, soon-to-be Congresswoman here from Wisconsin, and, you know, we'll give Wisconsin some credit too. They got a little manufacturing going on there. But look, I'm just going to say, we wouldn't have gotten that deal done without the Canadians. You know, their labor, their government partnership, and we are immediately feeling the ramifications of this. So look, I can debate all day and reject the current approach. What we have got to establish and put together is this vision for how we win and that everybody succeeds, that we become the tide that rises the boats. And so that's what's motivating me to do what I do in the Congress, why yes, I go through these rigorous election processes, because we got to hit the ground running. You know, the 2030s are approaching, and yes, there's some legacy considerations at play, and there is a future to win. I yield back.
First of all, I felt like I was in an official committee hearing when you said yield back, Congresswoman, so thank you. I saw a hand over here, Jake, and then we'll pass some. Yeah, Jake, go ahead.
so much, Taylor. And Congresswoman, that was inspiring because I do think it's, what a moment to be talking about the future of U.S. global economic leadership, right? At some point when we're done disrupting the global order and our trading relationships, we're going to have to figure out what comes next. And so I run an organization in Washington called the National Foreign Trade Council. We promote open markets and international trade on behalf of large businesses, but we also speak with a number of small businesses. And I think the consistent theme that we hear is the economic costs of uncertainty. Full stop. Uncertainty is often worse than the tariff itself, right? And so I think, I listened to all the excellent points that Ed made about the exceedingly high effective tariff rate in the United States right now. I feel like there are some easy lessons that can be learned on a bipartisan basis right now in terms of the need for a predictable business environment, the fact that tariffs are taxes that impose costs on working families and everyday consumers, that we need to be sure to strengthen our relationships with economic allies, focus on the real national and economic security threats coming from, in particular, China and Russia, and maybe reclaiming some of Congress's Article 1 authority over setting tariffs. I think the thing is right now, I think if you ask everyone behind closed doors, there's dramatic bipartisan agreement for all of those things. But right now, for the most part, only Democrats are willing to say that out loud and to the press and publicly. And so I think there's a tremendous opportunity right now to both articulate that agreement, and nothing warms my heart more than to hear Senator Elizabeth Warren talking about the cost and limitations of tariffs. And I think there's an opportunity now to really develop a kind of a deep sort of core set of values around the need for a sustained, consistent U.S. economic leadership that will appeal not just to consumers and working families, but to small businesses as well. And so we look forward to being part of that conversation. And Taylor, I just wanted to call out that I believe Ashley Williams is here who's the founder and CEO of Small Business RISR, and so just wanted to make sure that she had an opportunity to engage as well.
Okay, great. Thank you. Thank you so much for the opportunity to be here and for this great discussion, especially I feel as though in some sense, I don't want to say necessarily representing smaller businesses, but my company is a tech company. We focus on using data science to drive content strategy for brands and helping them to connect to content creators, but we analyze the data science to help with the content strategy that the creators execute. Anyways though, but my point is, I feel as though our state has it's a significant opportunity to really develop more programs and more affiliations that could really help to expedite our development of AI. A lot of my tech, if you will, in terms of getting outside resources, has also come outside of the state in some cases sometimes because of not necessarily having all of the resources here. So I feel like there are definitely, of course, having University of Michigan and TechTown, all other ecosystems, but I think though there are more opportunities to facilitate more growth and strategy for companies, startups, et cetera. New Lab is doing a great job, Michigan Central is doing a great job, but there could be definitely a lot more programmatic items that are going on. And I think across the board, when I'm looking at my peers, we're all saying that we need more resources or more things to help us with growing so that we don't have to go out and looking in New York or California or Texas or other places. So I'm really excited though for the future. A lot of my customers also are in manufacturing, so it's interesting that content is such a need for them as well. And then also seeing the effects that the tariffs have had as well when we're bringing on new customers and seeing having to especially last year with waiting until certain circumstances were changed to bring on new customers. So I've definitely seen a lot of the evolution of things. But I'm really excited for the future because the productivity and the way that Michigan could really take a stake in being at the forefront of moving things forward in our country, particularly because of all of the different industries that are here, particularly like in manufacturing and how we're already at our automotive, which we also have customers in. I think it's a really great opportunity for us. It's just a matter of coming together more, and also I think there could be more listening opportunities taking place with other companies like startups, et cetera. And also for those who have had great exits, giving that they give back to or are mentoring companies like myself, other entrepreneurs could really be helpful too. But I think having this discussion today is definitely a great opportunity to, move the needle, if you will. So thank you so much for having me.
I kind of want to bring this back to the people that we had talked about. First, that is very interesting on chocolate. So I want to thank you because now my wife is no longer here and I can buy her less chocolate. And I can blame President Trump. So that is a win-win. I'm very excited about that. My wife, not so much. So yeah, in listening to this conversation, it's a really good. For me, I wrote down a lot of this because we have a U.S. Conference of Mayors coming up, and I want to talk a lot about this because I'm from Michigan, and everybody asks the Michigan people because we're up north, we're on the border with Canada, so they ask me, so I'm going to steal everything that you just told me. So thank you all. But when it comes to like me on the ground, right, when I talk to people, when I knock doors, cars are a big deal. Cars being more expensive, what we had heard going in, and I think this sounds right now, is that cars are going to be between $8,000 and $10,000 more expensive. What does that mean for me in Lansing? I've got 2 auto plants. If cars are more expensive, people are going to buy less cars. If less cars are bought, there's less demand. If there's less demand, there's more likelihood of a plant closing. A plant closing in Lansing would be beyond terrible. We had to fight it in the 90s. And that would be beyond terrible. So people are really afraid of that. But when you keep moving on, City of Lansing is building the first performing arts center. We've been trying to do this for 20, 30 years. We lose everybody to concerts. They go to Grand Rapids. They go to Detroit. We're building it. We are a year behind. Why? Steel costs went up. We had our budget. Steel costs went up. So we have a real, I get people coming to me every week. How come the Ovation is not open yet? Steel costs went up. When we are seeing, I had a long conversation with the mayor of Windsor, and he tells me, be ready. Your vegetables are going to go up. We have the 2nd biggest greenhouse in the world in Essex County, which I did not know. So thank you, tariffs. But he says your avocados and your tomatoes, those prices are going to go up. That's real to people. This is a real impact. The last one I'll give you is I go to a coffee shop. It's right across the street, the Hobnob. It's right across the street from the House Office building. And I had this conversation with the owner. And I've been telling this story everywhere. She tells me, she says, tariffs scare the hell out of me. And I was like, why? You're a coffee shop. She said, we grow our coffee beans here. We send them to Canada to be processed. They get sent back to the U.S. to be served. I am getting double the cost. These are things that you don't think of. That are affecting real small businesses. Again, these are the things that, for me, when I'm knocking doors, you can have an academic conversation, or you can talk about, your job at the Lansing Grand River Auto Plant and why it might be in jeopardy. Or you want to buy a new car because your car is from the 90s, but you can't because they're $10,000 more. These are important. And then the last piece that I'll throw out is that what I hear is the uncertainty. What I hear from businesses, we have to raise our prices because of the possible uncertainty. So this whole, taco, they come and they go and they happen and they don't. That to me is one of the biggest problems in raising prices, even when they may not have to be, because people are signing contracts for a higher amount, even if that tariff is going to be reduced. I'll leave it at that. Thank you.
Thank you.
There you go.
many ways, I think it's a disruption. They don't necessarily mind that because they like it. They feel like the status quo is destroyed. And has there been any
because Donald Trump thinks we can't compete globally. We are taking our ball and going away. And that this trade war is really just a $200 million flag of surrender he's forcing us all to pay. That's a very interesting thought. I guess one of the winners in this whole thing has been people who are interested in trade polling. There's been more of it in the last year than probably the last 50 years put together, including polls of individual states, which I hadn't seen very much of before. One I read was a Michigan poll. There's a bit of persuasion to do. This was done by a Detroit group in October, I believe. It said, on the whole, 51 to 40% people didn't like tariffs. People with college degrees, 63 to 30 or something like that. People without college degrees are almost equally split. And within the equal split, people who describe themselves as blue collar were like 57 to 34 supporting. People who identified themselves as pink collar were like 36 to 55 against. So it does seem like working class women have kind of identified costs. This is bad for me. I don't like this. There's more persuasion to do on working class men. And yeah, but I would love to talk about the types of messaging that would be most effective. You know, we have a real expert with Pete, but there is, you know, I think generally speaking across the country, a pretty strong rejection of this, but there are groups of people, including in Michigan, who, as you say, let's give this a chance. It's only been a year.
Let me speak loudly as well. We've heard a number of times today a quote about Trump giving the wrong answer to the right question. There is a right question over here to ask, and what I want to put out is that our statistics that we should not forget about when we talk about trade. Last year, the U.S. trade goods deficit was $1.25 trillion. Services surplus, about $400 billion. For the last 50 years, every year the United States has run a trade deficit. And I'm not talking about quotas against Canada. I'm not talking tariffs against Canada. I'm just saying that there is a question here that needs to be answered in a better way. This is a tremendous transfer of assets from the United States abroad to pay for this imbalanced trade. Something has to be done to fix that. We can have a whole day's conference on what that should be and what it shouldn't be. But it needs to be more, I think it needs to be more than what I'm sensing some people may be thinking. I think we need to do something dramatic in a better way against it. So I just want to put that point down before we adjourn this.
I just can't believe these pollsters are making so much money. You know, oh my goodness. But no, look, our debt position and our deficit is a major problem, and it cannot continue to be ignored. I mean, when we talk about the 2030s are coming, and there are some things that are going to be expiring, what the gentleman just said is spot on to that. We have to have strong financial positions. Part of what we see in our political process is the beleaguered voter, because as much as we want their pocketbooks to be fuller and their dollar to go further, their tax consideration is still quite high, you know, particularly in terms of return. So these are all matters of consideration, and yet when we have manufacturing assets, those also need to be protected. When we see the tariffs come into play, particularly in Canada, remember the first round was going to be, or maybe it was the second round of the first round, but it was going to be 50% on aluminum. Well, some of those are American companies. So where's the CHIPS Act for the smelter that need, the co-investment to build the $6 billion smelter here in Michigan? And who's moving that? And, the mayor just nicely described, the challenge of building right now here. And yet that's not totally solving our problem. So we do need to increase our treasury assets, and we don't need to do it on the backs of working people. We need to do it on the backs of productivity and, frankly, very concentrated wealth that sits within a handful of enterprises that could be paying more in taxes and could be partnering with us. We want to see, things come to Michigan, and we want Michiganders to benefit. We want the jobs here, and we don't want our costs to go up as a result.
I think that's such a good point. I remember I did a trip to Detroit and Quicken Loans, obviously after their reinvestment of the city, and a lot of work, and obviously we could have a whole conversation about that, but one of the main topics of the visit was like, how do we get people who have stuck with the city, stuck with the state, to access the benefits when there's the reinvestment from the industry and employer partners? So I think that's such a powerful point. Yeah, so Doug is next, and then Julie, and then Bill, go to you.
A question for Michael. How do you envision us talking about the productivity potential upside of AI? Is it that existing workers will be paired with AI tools that will increase their productivity and therefore their wage? Is it that companies will benefit and therefore generally they participate to some degree in the growth of their companies?
I think you should think about this in the context of this trade deficit and tariff discussion, okay? What we need is manufacturing facilities that have a lot more flexibility so that we can we don't have the scale issues that we have now, okay? And we're sort of talking about the applications of AI, not just getting rid of jobs, but sort of creating jobs and creating higher wage jobs. So this is not a negative, but this is a positive.
Well, just real quick, how would you describe to a voter how AI will in effect create more high-paying jobs as opposed to...
Because if you have higher productivity, you can charge lower prices and you can attract jobs that were overseas back again and create new jobs in new industries like advanced technology jobs.
Can I say the same thing? I know it was like other people, but I was going to say I want to chime in with you there too, because even for us with the AI on our platform, it's helping creators to get better at creating content. So ultimately, as we get to know them, their productivity of what they're putting in is not as much because the AI is understanding them even more, which is giving a better output to the brands too, because we're getting to know the brands more through the AI. So it's also helping the creators to still do what they love doing, but it gets better over time, and they get better over time because we're also helping them to understand how they get better. So
that's right.
And then they can still get paid doing what they love, but still like getting better without having to put so much effort in. So.
Okay, so I want to tell you a little story about Michigan. Our governor got a deal with SanDisk, which is an American company that does all their manufacturing in either Korea or Taiwan, I forget which. And they were going to move to Michigan, and we gave them some money for economic development. CHIPS Act was part of it. Okay, they make chips. And guess what? Trump became president, and the tariffs screwed them over so bad that they can't build it. They were trying to bring it here, and they can't because of the tariffs. And as much as we talk about, we recognize that tariffs are a failure and they're terrible. You can't talk about that in Michigan to everybody because your average person doesn't really understand how they work, and they want to believe Donald Trump, and none of the Republicans are admitting that it's a dismal failure. And so it's important for us not to frame our talking points around being anti-tariff, but rather be improving affordability for everyday Michiganders, and that these policies are failed and we have better ones.
That's right.
A very short thing that I think manufacturing in the countrywide, and I'm sure here as Mystique, people think very highly of it. There's what the Trump administration is kind of saying, we're going to kind of build a wall and defend it by making other things more expensive. It would be really good to be able to say, we'd like to make it cheaper and easier to make things here, rather than raising the costs of making cars and making machines, to make it easier and less expensive to make them here. AI is part of that, trade policy is part of that. I think that's at least a place to start from.
That's right.
Yeah, so I'm an investment banker. Most of my work is with companies that are large companies in trouble. So I worked in the Delphi bankruptcy, American Airlines bankruptcy, Hertz bankruptcy. And what I've seen over my career, really kind of beginning in the 2000s, we're talking about lots of different countries with tariffs. My clients, the CEOs and CFOs of these companies, it's China, 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 meaning why are we closing this factory? Because we can do it cheaper in China. That's the consistent message I've heard for 30, 20, 25 years, right? It hasn't been Canada, it hasn't been, a little bit Canada, but really fundamentally it's been China. And why? China, what they would tell me is they'd give them the factory for free, they would subsidize the employees, they'd do everything they could to make it wildly more cheap to make it there, even with the shipping costs and the long lead times. And I'm not a trade expert. My understanding is that most of that stuff was basically violations of the free trade agreements that we had. We never really, my understanding is we never really went after them. I'm generally an anti-tariff person, but if we had to have tariffs, they should be on China. That we should be focusing on China and trying to essentially extract some of that value they've taken from us by cheating. All the CEOs knew what was going on. And I know we don't want to necessarily bash corporate America and but frankly, I think we should. These are my clients, but I think we should because they all knew what was going on. And the people who benefited were management and shareholders, right? And it's not the average American. And so maybe there's a narrative we can come up with around, we know who is really the evildoer and the enemy here. It really is China, right? And they're trying to compete with us internationally from a national security perspective, influence around the world perspective, cybersecurity, all those kinds of things. And while he didn't win, Tim Ryan talked about China, China, China when he was running for Senate. So maybe we can redirect it that way. We don't need to punish the Canadians or the Mexicans or the Brazilians or the Icelandics or, all these different places when there is one country that has its sights set on us, Russia too, but they don't make anything we want. And we should focus on that and maybe redirect it. We want them to pay. Let's find a way to make them pay. But all we're doing, as I said earlier, is we're now basically encouraging our former allies to now embrace China because we've been so terrible to them.
Still doesn't sound very loud. There you go. So I agree with what you said. I have been an international trade lawyer since graduating from the University of Michigan Law School and taking John Jackson's WTO trade course, which some of you probably know that whole history. But, I mean, the China thing is so, we have to figure out a way to really talk about this. We all complain about China, but the very big corporations that I work with, you work with, they go and they complain to USTR and they complain to the congresswoman, but when it really comes down to it, they don't want to stick it to China because they invested there and we're so tied up with that country, and it's a global economy. So that's why I clapped when the Congresswoman said the rules-based system. I mean, I think this is another example where Trump's has duped us. You know, he's putting these tariffs on the big corporations. He's also reducing their taxes. So they're quiet because they love the tax break. It's almost like, I'm paying you here, you're paying me in tariffs, and then I'm bullying you, you know, into, the money kind of goes in a circle, but now he has control of it. Like, now he's got the, you know, but I just think that I just don't see, I think we're being lured into like, yes, we have to give up on the rules-based system. And we may already have, because you realize all these agreements, the ones with the EU, with India, these are not agreements that went through Congress the way every trade agreement traditionally has. I'm not sure what these things are, and they would be violative of the WTO. So we don't even have a rules-based system anymore to rely on. I know I'm just talking about a problem, but it's really a huge, huge, huge change. And I just don't know if we can ever go back or where we're going, or I don't know. You know, it's really, 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 really hard and really, really, really important.
I've dealt with him in business. He is constitutionally incapable of, he's not a man of his word, right? Like, it's the opposite, right? And how can we participate in a global system if no agreement ever means the agreement, right? And that's essentially what he's doing here, right? He renegotiated NAFTA to USMCA and then decided that didn't work. So all that being said, I'm not sure the average American understands or cares, you know, even understands that these agreements aren't ratified. So are they really enforceable on the United States? I think a lot of countries are probably just hoping to get past these next 3 years and things will go back. But if you would know better than I, but if I'm right that China has basically been cheating for a really long time, and we've kind of known about it, and certain people have complained, but lots of other people have not. And you know, the American consumer has benefited. You know, my first TV I bought in 1985, it was like a square Sony. It cost $400, and you can buy a flat screen 30-inch TV for $200 now, right? So that's the other dynamic, right? Is that the average person has been benefiting on the consuming side so much that they weren't paying attention to all the jobs that were getting lost.
And I'm so sorry. I think, Bill, that was almost like the best way to summarize, because I know we could spend a much more time on that conversation specifically, but we have a couple minutes left. I'd love to go to my colleague Claire to do a couple quick thoughts, and then Congresswoman last remarks, and then Will to wrap us for the day.
Thank you. So I thought it might just help us to think about the question that the state representative Wooden asked about the way to frame tariffs. Like voters that we spoke to were already discussing in their own words that they could start to see the negative effects of tariffs. So they were kind of wanting to keep an open mind because they'd voted for it, but they also were talking in their own terms about how it was potentially pushing prices up. So exactly the sort of discussion we'd had. I just think the more that we can use the words that voters use themselves and stay close to them in that, I think will help us further it along. But also back to the point that was made in the original groups about then the need for the democratic alternative, and them not saying that they thought there was a clear democratic message on the economy. And thinking through an AI, when we ask people about AI or they bring it up, they're more worried than they are enthusiastic. So I think that needs to be a really important part of the work we do in the future, is how do you make those benefits feel really real so that it doesn't feel like it's another change that's being imposed that they don't have a say on. There's lots of benefits that we can describe, but we cannot skip over that because those dots are not being joined by people when you listen to them. The voters we spoke to were not yearning for reindustrialization. They wanted economic opportunity for themselves, but in the absence of a clear message on how they were going to get that opportunity, it was therefore they could internalize that message around kind of tariffs or reindustrialization. So they're open to the alternative, but we have to give it to them, not assume they'll dislike what's happening and then immediately jump to us.
Well, I think it's very interesting that a panel titled Up from Tariffs, Spurring Growth and Upward Mobility in an AI Economy quickly turned to the China consideration and left us with a lot more questions in some respects than answers or more conversation points. But also within that is our system of government. And as a federally elected member of Congress, and we've got other, incredible lawmakers here as well, we swear allegiance to a system of government upheld by a constitution of liberal democracy. And we're also charged with continuing to form the more perfect union. And in our effort to win this competition, which means that the United States and our Democratic allies, our liberal Democratic allies, will continue to run the rules-based order, we cannot fall prey to autocracy as we are trying to win this competition. If it really is a charge of beating China, which in Michigan we do want to out-innovate and out-produce, and we feel this competition very starkly with the auto industry, and this is not going to be the 1980s Japanese challenge that came about because Japan has followed the rules-based order. Now, I'm always going to bat for the big three and our organized labor, but I do have legislation literally called the No Chinese Cars Act to make sure that the loopholes that may exist in trade, particularly here in the North American continent, are not exploited for China to come in and dump and outcompete because they fully subsidize an industry and they come in and they're going to try and overtake our auto industry. But because of that competition, it doesn't mean our system of government should fall prey to autocracy. And yet that is rearing its head. It is rearing its head with the utilization of erratic, shoot-by-the-hip tariffs for one sometimes self-fulfilling purpose that is driven by a president who's got views that I certainly don't share with regard to liberal democracy. And so within the unearthing of coming out on top, we all have to feel the responsibility of institutional reforms and democracy enhancement. So I leave our discussion on tariffs and spurring growth, which means people succeed when democracy succeeds, wealth creation occurs for small business owners, which is an amazing part of this whole conversation as well, and therefore the state of Michigan succeeds, as does the United States of America. Thank you.
Thank you, Congresswoman Stevens. That's really well said. And, the bitter irony is that Trump is selling out our values, our liberal and democratic values, and on the thought that that's going to make us fiercer competitors, but is backfiring in his face, and it's actually hurting us in competition, hurting us in the race for AI and everything else. So it's good to remember that hewing to our founding values that Rick was talking about earlier is always, the position for Americans where we should stand up for now, whether it's an economic consideration or education or patriotism or anything else. Look, we've talked at you all day, so I think we should let you go. Thank you all so much for coming. Let me first start by thanking the superb cast of Michigan Democratic leaders. From the governor last night, the senators and members of Congress. Thank you so much, and the state legislators who we really enjoyed hearing from today. And thank you for coming and contributing, because everybody confirmed my feeling that if Democrats, kind of talked about these issues like we were talking about them here in the last 2 days, we'd be better off not having the kind of discussions we have in Washington, which are always framed around sort of group preferences for various constituencies and not good policy, and not looking at what's happening to the mass of people and trying to lift up their prospects. And that's what you all are doing in Michigan. That's why we're so happy to be here. Thank you all who are not members of anything, elected officials, but who came, and some as far away from England. Claire, thank you very much, and others who joined us in this really eclectic but really fascinating and rich conversation. I made copious notes, and taking a lot away from this really helps us frame our thinking, and not just, we don't have all the answers either, so I appreciate all the people who are pushing on, sort of, okay, what does this really mean, and how do you really convey this to the average worker? Because we're not there yet either, but we got to work hard to get there in time for the next 2 election cycles. And lastly, but hardly least, if you'll just join me in thanking all these people, but also the wonderful PPI team, Lindsay Lewis, Stu Malik, and Jolie Liebert. I mean, my God, you guys carried this on your back for weeks, and John and Ian and Max. Too many here to just call out, but thank you all for what you did to make this a great. In fact, I would say probably our best New Directions conversation yet. So with that, onward.
I'm just going to give a few housekeeping things.
Okay.
I just want to say, echoing Will, thank you guys so much for taking the time out of your weekend to be with us. Mayor Shore and Johnson and Reps Brixey and Wooden, you guys have been here, I think, the whole time, so thank you so much. If you want to keep the conversation going, we'll have a small happy hour on the 10th floor for a little while, and then those who have a flight in Detroit, we have a bus that is meeting in the lobby at 4:15 and leaving shortly thereafter. So if you want to get on the bus, come downstairs at 4:15. Thank you.
Will, you want to head out? This was good.
Hey, Bill.